Shut up and sit down.
Again, Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and Fox, the model making guru, who's muted at the moment because he's typing. So he'll be on in a minute. So I'm just going to move the chat over and have a quick looky-loo who's in the chat whilst Fox catch up there. Pop out the chattykins and see who we've got in. Dum 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 dum. Right, we have got Model Maker Dave was in saying hello to everyone. Hello Dave, hope you're doing all right, mate. And we got Marcus in. Hello Marcus, hope you're doing all right, fella. There's Colin Fox and everyone in the chat. Hello Marcus. Oh, lost the chat yet again. Oh, simple thing, mate. There. Retro Rabbit Studio in says top 10 shenanigans in T60. There you go. Happy days. Fox is in. We sea pigs are the besties. Panzer's giving Fox, myself, Marcus, and Dave hugs. I was issuing chatling huggages even. Paul D. Tommaso's in says, good evening, Fox, Colin, Dave, Panzer, Marcus, Retro, and anyone else in chat. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing right. Graham McRobert is in saying hello to everyone. Hello, Graham. Hope you're doing all right, fella. Marcus saying hello to Panzer, Graham, Paul, Retro, and Dave. Marcus asking Graham whether everything's all right. I think it is, mate. Was chatting to him earlier. Bobbins is in, says hello ladies. Hello Bobbins, how you doing, mate? Hugh Gordon's in, says evening everyone. Hello Colin and every other peeps. Hello you, how you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well, fella. And I hope that Buccaneer's looking suave, windswept and interesting, mate. Martin Cannon is in, says good evening everyone. Hello Martin, how you doing, buddy? Jeff, Candygram for Mongo says, hi Colin, Festa, Fox, model making guru, Marcus, Bobbins, Graham, Paul, Panzer, Hugh, Rabbit. Hope I got everyone. Absolutely. Hugh Gordon says, hello Marcus, been a while my friend, hope you're all right. Yeah, fine. Retro Rabbit, he says, is there an Armageddon Steel Legion pattern, Imperial Knight or Titan? Well, Fox will be the man to ask for that, mate. Unmute him.
Armageddon, Steel Legion, pattern, Imperial Knight, Titan. No, because that's Imperial Guard, and Knights are separate to Imperial Guard.
Are they? All right, mate.
Knights have their own houses. They don't tend to be associated with Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
If it's a free blade, they might be. There might be free blades that are associated with Armageddon or Steel Legion, but I don't know if there's anything in the law. There might be, but they tend to be free blades because most knight houses are just independent knight houses.
James is in. JC Bricks says, hello, Colin, Fox, all in chat, Festa and Fox hugs. Hello, James. Hope everyone's all right, mate.
Simon says he's gutted that he can't make it with us tonight, but he will be around on Sunday as planned, as normal.
No worries, Simon.
He's got to do some family nonsense today, so it's
no worries, mate.
Family schmamly.
Valentina's in, says, hello, everyone. Hope you're all well. Just sorting out a little snack. Hold up, let's let Fox finish his typing.
I'll turn my microphone off. Hang on a sec. Sorry about this. I just happen to have the loudest keyboard in the world.
I know, he's a nightmare. It's like having Dave in.
I know, back in a sec.
Evening, everyone, says Valentine. I hope you're all well. Just sorting out a little snack, meat fest pizza, meatballs, pepperoni on cheese and tomato base, and beef and tomato king pot noodle, the best one. I totally agree, mate. See, it's unusual for Fox to mute because he tells me off for every squeaky noise I make, so I thought I'd get him back.
I don't tell you off. I often I might ask what a noise is, and I sometimes like little noises and say, oh, I like that little noise.
Yeah. Any of the cliches, evening one and all, and the idiots. Absolutely, mate. We're all idiots in here, mate.
Hello, everybody. Right, I'm with you now.
Wayne Model Works is in. Hello, chaps, and all my friends in chat, wherever you may be on this Friday, fine Friday evening. Hello, Wayne. Hope you're keeping all right, mate. Think positive, mate. You'll get there.
Hello to all my friends in chat and all the people that hate me in chat as well.
Retro Rabbit says, need to find out which houses were at the third wall for Armageddon. What are you on about there, mate?
He's talking about Imperial Knights. You'd have to go into. You'd have to ask someone who knows all about the deep lore, because I don't know. I don't know about things like that.
Max McGinn would be the man. Then he knows a fair old bit about lore.
Or you could just make up your own. If you're making an Imperial Knight and you want it to be associated with an Armageddon or a Steel Legion, you could just make up a free blade that's associated. Like if I ever do a Death Guard Knight, there's no actual Knight house for Death Guards. So for a Death Corps, so I'll just make it a free blade that's associated himself with either Space Wolves or Death Corps or something like that.
Absolutely. Joel Britt's in, says hello, Colin and Fox.
Hello, Joel. Hello, Joel.
Hello, Joel. How you doing? Edward Leonard says moist.
I can't get it in my microphone, but moist.
And squishy.
Ooh. You made his glasses fall off now.
Annie McLeish says hello, Colin, a model making guru, Princess Hugs, and Festa Hugs.
Festa Hugs.
Dorkasaurus is in, says hello, Colin Fox, everyone in Chatland. Hello, mate, how you doing?
Hello, Dorkasaurus. Hello, my friend.
Wayne is asking, is this the same Fox that farted on live stream? He of sensitive off-screen noises. Absolutely.
I do not now, nor never know nothing for on live stream, nor never nothing even.
Hugh Golden says you've got a Stone Age alt keyboard.
I've got an IBM Model M. It's the best keyboard in the world.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
It's like the E-Type Jaguar of the keyboard world. There you go.
Yeah.
E-Type Jaguar is a really old car, but you're not going to say it's rubbish.
I'm not going to say it's rubbish. I can't believe you used that as a tenuous link to your groggy old keyboard. But hey ho.
It's not groggy. It's not old. I don't have any of this nonsense LED glowy light nonsense
it's
in me.
It's a clunky old thing, really.
It's cream. It's tan colour. It's proper beige wear.
Clunky old Fox tech. That's what it is.
Best keyboard in the world.
So what you been up to, mate? How you
feeling?
How's Mum? That's the key question.
I shall do a model maker, Dave, and just say bugger all.
Yeah, I've been doing nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. I have had one of them weeks this week. I have to openly admit to the crowd, I've had one of those weeks when it's not just a no mojo week. It's just been there's nothing. I've sat there and read, like, watched the internet and read the news or read websites and it's like I've just had no desire to do anything this week, to paint, to build, to play games, to talk to people. I've just been like null all week. Mate, just one of them weeks.
I've been busy. I've built a motorbike.
Oh, yes.
I've done that.
Yes.
Filmed another one. First episode is up for release on eModels.
For release? You mean by Beethoven or is it Mozart?
Yeah, 7 a.m. in the morning. That goes live. So that's part one of the Suzuki X-Star bike. So
I'm going to put you full... Look at that. I'm going to put you full screen because that's got bigness to it.
Yeah. This is just on its stand because I'm just playing with it.
Look at the size of that! Bloody hell! Is that loosely all put together? Or is that fully assembled? There?
That's all magnetised.
Oh.
All magnetised. See?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Magnets. How do they work?
Yeah. Magnets. Pretty much. Oh yeah. It's all magnetised.
Lovely.
That is.
Ooh.
And the squig just pops on and pops off, so that when I go to painty.
Look at that. Look at that face.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Face that only its mother could love.
Absolutely. You met me mother.
So, but
it's on the
I've heard stories.
On the stand of painty things, because like I say, I can disassemble it. I'm gonna
and you can drop it.
Try not to keep knocking it off Colt, but
that'd be a winner.
So I'm going to be doing checkers and things later on. So
ooh. Well, I've like I say, I've done nothing this week, so I'm still at the same stage. I finished putting the decals on, and that's about 10 decals, so it's not exactly. So this week, what I should have done is satin varnished it and carried on with the weathering, but I didn't. Yeah. So tonight I'm going to finish some extra little bits of chipping, and then I'll start painting the allied stripes. And I think I don't know how much I'll get done tonight.
Hey mate, at the end of the day, it's not a competition, it's not a rush, it's just
no.
Us chilling out with the groovy gang, mate, isn't it?
Even tonight, I'm not really in a creative mood at all tonight.
No,
It's
I've
like,
been in the
I could just chat Dolly and
24/7
I'd be quite
tonight.
happy.
I've been doing that. Wayne says that is awesome. What you on about, Wayne? Are you on about the bike or the Warhammer, mate?
Yes.
But yes, I did. I did the Ninja there, nice and shiny. And
I'll put your fat screen. No, full
Yeah.
screen.
many thanks.
Fat screen.
Many thanks to Chris Connerberry. He's the one who kindly sent me that bike. So yeah,
That's lovely. That is.
And
That's a
it's-
lovely model there, dude.
yeah,
Did you make that and everything?
yeah. That's Randy Depugnier's bike. That is.
I don't know what that
best
means.
MotoGP rider name ever.
I don't
But yeah,
know what that means.
and that is a nice little 2K on there. So it's shinier than a diamond in a goat's arse, mate.
Lovely, lovely.
So there's a video going up for that as well. I've just done the voiceover. I've just got a final little bit of editing to do on it for the reveal bit, and then it's ready to go live. So big thanks to
Awesome.
Chris for that, much appreciated. And he'll be getting his Elf Archer bust sent down to him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I've been up to. So finished that one there. The remodels, got that far, sub-assemblies, get that all primed during the week.
Prime your bits.
And then I'm going to be filming and painting the Starsky and Hutch Gran Torino during the week as well.
Ooh.
So
Start tune husk. Get
yeah,
it.
so I'll be 2K in that bad boy during the week. So
You're getting into your 2K stuff, aren't you?
yeah, Paul Di Tommaso says, nice bike, Colin, can I have one? Laugh out loud. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got several tens of thousands of pounds and a bike shop.
Candygram says, if Colin's hand and bench weren't in the frame, this bike would look just like the real thing. Well, those of you in the 24/7 and members of my channel can see a nice little photograph in the community tab of me YouTube channel, of which leads me into, if you would like to help support this channel, you can do
Yes.
so on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the
Good
join
girl.
button below this or any other of my videos. You can also join Fox's channel by doing the same, youtube.com model making guru, and you can also support Fox on patreon.com/model
Thank
making
you.
guru, and that will give you access to the Zoom off-air 24/7 hangout. And you can get to meet all the other groovy members and all of that lot, and talk about all kinds of shenanigans to do with modelling. Also, if you want to garner mine or Fox's attention, you can do at Festa67's workshop or at Model Making Guru, or if you want a nice big box and a bit of air guitar, you can put a super chat in. Which will
Yeah, if you
also
really want to get Colin's
help
attention,
support-
give him money.
which will also help support the channel.
There you go.
Massively appreciate it, folks.
Yeah.
Voluntary pimpage there, Fox. That's twice.
There you go, I know. Giving money always is the best way to get attention. by far.
Have I done good? Have I done 2 lots of pimpage there, mate?
You've done good there, dude. Can I just say, your bottle of juice on the side there is making me really, really thirsty.
I have to have it with me. I got the rollicking of goodness, didn't I, this week?
Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
enough to last you for hours and hours and hours?
I've got a full lot in the cup as well, mate.
Oh, jolly good. It's just making me really thirsty. I've just brushed
No,
my teeth, so I
I've
can't
got
drink my tea for about
cup
half
of
an hour.
tea. I've got my rehydration liquid, and I've got it mixed in with it. Well, mate, I've had my pills. I've had my dinner. Yeah.
Have you got snackage? Oh, I've not set myself an alarm.
No, I've got no
I've set-
more snackage because I had a £1/4 burger just before we came in.
Ooh.
And
I
it
shall set
was-
my alarm for 1.5 hours because you've been at the ditch half an hour, haven't you?
It was rustlers.
Oh, cheap, nasty shit that we all love because you can't beat a nice Russell's burger.
Absolutely, but yeah, I was feeling a bit sorry for me. Could have one Rustler's burger.
One, as in one box of. I mean, one single burger, one box of burgers, one box of burgers. Wait,
Wayne says to anyone who's wondering, sorry mate, you was going to read that out, weren't you? Sorry, go on.
no, you carry on.
Wayne Model Work says to anyone who's wondering or on the fence about playing in the Hangout, it's a great place and well worth the subscription. Exactly. I mean, my patronages and memberships start as little as $1. $1
What, have you
dollar a month for hanging out with us lot.
I thought you changed it to pounds from
I'm
dollars.
supposed to be doing it, but I keep wanting to bend your ear hole, but you're never bloody about. So I can't.
Well,
I'm not going to do
I
it on
have
air.
it. Well, you haven't sent me a thing saying I need to bend your ear off.
I sent you a thing the other day about changing currency. You was like, yeah, no worries, blah, blah, blah. But I just want to ask you some questions about the prompts that were coming up on screen is all.
Oh, right, yeah. Just say yes to everything and accept the cutlery set.
Yeah, it was pretty much, there was loads of charges that patrons need to be aware of and all of that lot. And I'm like, hey, what?
What? Yeah, we'll go through it.
Yeah, so
We
I
shall
didn't
go
want to
through
make
it.
a change until I'm 100% comfortable. But yeah, for how can I say, self-assessment purposes, it's far easier if I change it to GBP.
Yes. I mean, you've got to do it ultimately, so it's just a case of doing it and then letting people know.
Absolutely. Jeff at Candygram for Mongo was put in a $2 super chat with this
Lovely.
is super chat. And as you can see, there's a nice big box and he's just had a air guitar on the screen.
And as you can see, I don't know if you can see on my chat here, but that's what it looks like at our end. This big blue box thing. That's how we know you've done super chat as well, because Colin can see the animated thing. I can't see that, but we can see the big blue coloured box.
Yeah, I get a ding-a-ling in my ear hole as well off of slobs. You know,
Ding-a-ling, you're a ding-a-ling.
You know this from your Warhammer Sunday when you
I
had
know.
your widgets. Oh, so.
You get a ding-a-ling. You mean Hokey Wolf's little sidekick? Nobody got that reference. Nobody will get that
Wayne
reference.
says, I love the super chat pop-up. It's so cool. Thanks for getting the ball rolling, Jeff. And
Nobody
then
remembered.
Marcus puts in a €4.99 that says that candy like this.
Yeah. Good lad. You got it just right there, Marcus. Nobody remembers Hokey Wolf. Am I the only person who remembers Hokey Wolf?
Hokey Wolf? Who's he?
Hokey Wolf and his little sidekick Ding-a-ling. Nobody remembers Hokey Wolf.
No, I remember Deputy Dog.
Yeah. He had a lot of. It was very similar to Top Cat, really, and a bit of Yogi Bear mixed with Top Cat, but he didn't last as long. But nobody remembers Hokey Wolf.
Probably would if I saw it.
Graham McRobert says, "Guys, need to leave. My eyes are getting heavy. Good night. Have fun. Take care, Graham."
No worries, mate. If you can't sleep, Graham, put the fish video on from last night, mate.
Yep.
That'll get you sleeping.
Yes. Yeah. Nobody remembers Hokey Wolf.
Yeah.
I used to like the look of it. He had of course a 1960s era Hanna-Barbera, almost a pork pie hat.
Oh,
it was like a small brim trilby, but with the brim bent upwards at the front.
Oh right, yeah.
And he sounded a bit like Phil Silvers. It's a bit like Top Cat. Hey, ding-a-ling.
Wayne Model Works has put in a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Wayne. Massively appreciated.
You have much more luck with the super chats than I do.
Marcus is just had air guitar. Wayne's air guitar will be imminent. There it is.
Guitar of the air.
We run on a slight delay now. I've changed back to normal latency because we was having some issues with video quality. So there is a slight delay now, folks, but you still get your notifications.
Yeah.
Just a wee time delay now.
Tiny delay. It's tiny.
Tiny.
Somebody was saying they put us on the big telly. I would
Andy McLeish.
I would do a big Mooney into the camera, but I can't get my butt in there, so because it's not my channel, so I don't care.
Yeah, you don't want to see my butt. Oh no.
Moving on.
So what modelling related stuff are you looking at doing tonight, mate? Pimp your wares. Come on, pimp your wares, Mr. Fox.
Well, assuming that I can dredge my mojo out of the Mariana Trench.
Yeah.
It seems to be at the bottom of the Challenger Deep at the moment. Like I say, all this week I've been like, I'll do some work at the bench. I'll just read this website about cheese. I can't. So
Yeah, but
I'm
you was a bit worried about Mum, wasn't you, last week?
Well, a little bit,
so
but it was partly that, but it was partly. But my brain was just like, I want to sit and read about cheese all week, non-stop.
Cheese. Why?
Not really cheese, not really cheese, but I can't think of like the most boring website.
Yeah.
You know, like when you get like 5 different websites and you go around them all and keep refreshing them, see if anything new comes up. And nothing does, and you suddenly realise a whole day's gone by, and you're like, wow, Jesus.
Yeah.
So what I shall do tonight is I've got the decals on, so I shall apply some chipping over the decals just to break them up a little bit, and then I will see if I can paint the Alliance stripes down the side of the turret, and then maybe I might do a very sloppy light grey painting on the tracks, or I might get none of that done and just sit and read the chat. I don't know yet.
Mate,
my brain is in a funny place right now. It's just like
do whatever you choose to, mate. At the end of the day, it's
right. I'll go and play Cyberpunk for a bit.
They say don't work with children and animals. I get both. How's that?
Yeah. I don't know. I've got the sniffles as well tonight.
Oh, lamekins.
Right. Shut up. Don't forget, folks. Important question. Bench and belly.
Absolutely.
What's on your bench?
In the belly.
There you go. Lovely jubbly.
And in case you wonder, underneath the arm.
Cheers.
It's been a while. We forgot it last week.
Yes.
I was asked. Which is both quite nice, but also quite worrying that someone missed me and Fox doing Underneath the Arches.
Somebody missed me singing. That doesn't seem very correct, does it?
Yeah.
I really missed you singing. You realise what words just came out of your mouth now, don't you?
Yeah, it's like, yes. But we aim to please.
Mm. One thing I have been doing, I've been playing a little bit more of... that's not the right green, is it? Is that the right green? That's not even the right green. I've been playing a little bit more of Cyberpunk.
Oh, right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm quite... Oh, hold on, I've got a paintbrush in my mouth.
Wayne's asking a question there. He says, hey, Fox, can you get a little bit more light on the tank so I can see it better? Oh. Would you like me to put in full screen for a sec, Wayne, so that you can see what he's up to, mate?
I can't plug that in. I've only got... That's all my lights that are on.
How's that, Wayne? Go through what you've been up to, mate.
I put the decals on. So I've only got those three at the front there.
Yeah.
On there.
Yeah.
I used some decals from the Deathcore Krieg infantry set as well.
Yeah.
So I got them on the side. In Death Redemption, which is what everybody decided was they wanted.
Yeah.
You got some Aquila on the fuel barrels, and you've got a little assault thing there. Now you can see silvering around the decals.
Yeah.
Sort of. That's not even straight, that one. I noticed that. You can see a little bit of silver around some of them, but that's not because everything's gone wrong. It's just because I haven't varnished over them yet. They're just bare on the paint.
Yeah.
So before I do the next step of weathering, I will be doing a satin coat before I do the streaking, and I've put that one on there. You see,
once they get a coat, it'll hide the silvering basically.
Yeah, it's not really silvering. It's just because they're raw. They're not covered up with anything. Yeah. So once they get various varnish and weathering coats on, that will all blend in.
Absolutely.
Awesome, Fox. I knew the detail would be exquisite, and I wanted to get up close so I could see. Thank you very much. I did need to try and straighten that gun out. I'm going to try and do it. I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hairdryer a painted component.
Oh, you go careful.
Well, the thing is, you hairdryer the paint anyway when you dry the paint, so it's not really hard. But I need to get it hot enough to bend it into shape. So let me prepare a device of pushing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Now I'll have to turn my microphone off because it'll get really annoying. So, back in a sec.
That's all right. Hairdryer of goodness. Start your bets in the chat on how well you think this is going to go for him, and also how many bowls of tears are we going to end up with at the bench if it doesn't go well. Answers on a postcard. Are we imminently going to get princess mode or happy mode? Hopefully it's happy mode. And having seen some close-up pictures of work that he's doing there, I must admit, folks, seriously, we've got the grey areas that I'm doing at the moment go into areas of checkery that will appear at some point, hence why I'm painting them now. I am using celestial grey base, and over that will then be orphan grey, and there'll be a bit of Abaddon black for final checkers. Any area that I'm painting in base is going to have checker work done on it, hopefully. See how we go. Again, I'm just a few coats on there. Not massively worried because, you know, this would have been painted by Grotz this week. So again, it's going to be very orcified. Did you drop out as well there, mate?
Just a little bit.
Oh, bless you. I thought you had
I'll
your
turn my microphone off.
Yeah.
Back in a minute.
Yeah. He's just doing his air drying. And hopefully you'll be able to sort that gun out. Have a bit done. Paul Ditter is in, saying morning all. Hello, Paul. I'm hopefully get your stuff shipped to you Sunday, mate. So yeah, you know what bits I'm on about, mate. So they'll be heading their way down to you. Okay, let's Pinky Kins as to where we can put them back off a minute. Hold off. Pull the squig out as well.
Pull your squig out.
Get your squigs here, £8 a pound.
There you go, that's a little bit straighter. Not much, but a little bit.
Hey mate, if it makes a difference, it's worth doing.
Actually, I bent the other one as well now. Oh, hang on.
That's all right, mate, you carry on. Let's get a little bit. This has only had a base yellow. Again. Got more layers of yellow on it. Getting all the base colours. Checkers. Checker pattern alongside of it. Bit similar to what. Try and keep that one.
There we go, all done.
All done, is it, mate? Did it go okay?
Yep, it took a little bit more warming than normal.
Yeah.
Because it had to go through the paint. But my thinking was, you normally, like, you dry paint with a hairdryer anyway, so
yeah.
It's not really going to do any real harm unless I'm going to be sitting there for hours.
Yeah, exactly.
It still needs.
You're not exactly going to melt it, are you? Because you're not holding it that close.
No, I mean it's not fully straight, but it's straighter. It'll be fine. And that's a bit I'm going to paint anyway. It's got further painting to go on it.
Yeah.
And you know, hey, it's resin. It's meant to be warmed up. Right, I was using the wrong green there.
Well, it's not something that we don't come across with resin. You know, we expect to do a little bit of fettling and finagling with. It's the nature of resin at the end of the day.
Well, that is the one advantage though, because it's like I had it all lined up straight, so I thought.
Yeah.
But after I've started painting, I'm like, oh, it's not quite right, and it was niggling at me for a while.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to hairdryer it. Now I've still got the same problem with the two towing eyes on the front here.
Yeah.
That they're not quite straight. They've got bent somehow. But what I'm going to do, rather than heat those up because they're quite thick, is simply wrap some barbed wire around them and hide them.
It's a good shout.
Yeah, it's a much more creative creation.
Does that constitute scratch building, Fox?
Well, no, because it's forge wheel barbed wire.
Yeah, impressed.
So it's not really scratch building. It's more just, you know,
still
covering stuff. It's hiding mistakes.
Yeah,
it's a bit like putting greebles over gaps that I can't be bothered to fill.
Yeah.
Which there are a few on this tank. Not that anyone would ever find them, I don't think.
Yeah, but isn't that what makes it fun?
Mm.
Gets the old creative juices going.
I actually had to think. I was like, right, where did I put some I was looking the other day and I'm like, I can't remember where I put greebles on this to cover it up now.
Absolutely.
Because once you get the paint and primer on, you can't remember what's a greeble and what's the original kit.
And he's got his mortgage. He's first time buying a house, so his nerves are high. You'll be fine, mate. You'll be all right, mate.
Awesome.
Whilst you was off, Paul Ditter's been in and saying hello, mate.
Hello, Paul Ditter. Hello, my friend.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's all right.
So what I'm doing at the minute is just I'm going over these decals and adding some chips because it makes no sense that the decals aren't chipped. So.
For Belly, he went to an Istanbul barbecue and had the chef's special for 4. Ooh, sounds nice.
Sounds very nice.
Absolutely. And his printer's working just fine. How are you getting on with it? You're doing all right now, yeah? That's everyone saying hello to Paul. Wayne says, I have a silly question. Can people in the States contribute on buying me a coffee? I was having trouble trying to find Colin's account. Yeah, I've got to buy me a coffee, mate. Yeah, it all goes through no problem, Paul. It's actually, was it Paul? I was asking Wayne, sorry. Yeah, it goes through fine, and it probably gets less taken out of it than YouTube take, mate. So it's probably a more beneficial way of doing it. But yeah, it does work, mate. It's buymeacoffee.com/Festa67.
Mm-hmm.
I can put a link in if you require it, Wayne. Problem, mate.
YouTube do like their cut, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do, mate.
Do they ever? But then, hey, I suppose if it pays for the service that we use, then, you know.
Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, you've got to weigh it up, Fox. We're using their servers that cost them money to maintain. We're uploading all our content, so...
Yep.
At the end of the
for
day...
free.
Yeah. I don't think we do too.
I don't think we do too bad.
Dum, 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 dum.
Hiddly bobby, diddly bobby, diddly bobby. Don't forget, folks, if you are watching this embedded somewhere like Facebook or Twitter and you want to join the live chat, if you can't see the live chat, click on the YouTube icon at the bottom right hand corner of the player. And that will take you to YouTube where you can carry on watching and you can join the live chat. Okay. And if you're in the live chat, ask lots of questions. Give us things to talk about. Because, you know, that's what we're here for. Treat every chat as an Ask Colin anything.
Cheers, mate.
Always.
There.
Always. It's always my job to give you more work.
There you go. They should need it, mate, and that should work there.
So yeah, I'm just doing a little chipping over the decals. It does two things. One, it helps blend the decals in because they look just as chipped as the paint. Like if a paint chip stops underneath a decal, I need to then repaint the paint chip. Yeah. But also it helps cover up some of that little film around the edge. Helps cover that up as well a little bit.
There's also a link for that in the description. Right, yeah, sorry about that, mate.
No, that's all right. Apologise, dude. La 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 la.
Ask Fox when he's back building Gumpler again.
People ask me that all the time, and I say no idea. No idea, because I lost the mojo to do Gumpler. I lost the desire to do them. I got burnt out on them. So when I fancy doing one is the best answer I can give to that, unfortunately. I learned a long time ago that I just go where the desire takes me. If I suddenly think, I want to build this kind of model today, I'll just work on that. Because it's best to follow what you think you want to do rather than force yourself to do something you might not want to.
Oh, absolutely. Because like you say, there are times where, yeah, you don't feel it.
No, I do have I have Gumpler kits in the stash that I need to get on with, but I won't know until I sit there and think, oh, I fancy doing that. I won't know I fancy doing it until that happens.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's funny. I've been having a move round in here, trying to sort of tidy up the room and just make it a bit safer.
Yeah.
It dawned on me, I've put Kshatriya back in the stash room when I'd started the build. And it's like, yeah, I need to dig it out and film the next episode, you know. Because I started a bit of the mock-up build and it kind of got boxed back up and put back next door whilst I was digging the room out to get to the server.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And yeah, so...
That's got to be the shortest lifespan of a kit on your bench, and it gets unboxed, you talk about what you're going to do, and then it goes back in the box.
Well, I did a mock-up, didn't I, just of one leg and that, but I've not actually started the build officially, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
No.
So, for those that have asked, it is still getting built. It's just I've been a bit useless and got distracted by doing some bikes because I kind of wanted to build some bikes as well.
Yeah. I will get back to Gumpler and do. It's just I'm never going to I'm never going to do a video because people want to see it. I'm going to do it because I want to build the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. When I make a video build, It's not because I don't do it because I think this will get the views, although I have to keep that in mind a little bit. But, you know, I do a video build because I think I want to build this model. So if I'm not in the mood to make a Gunpla, I'm not going to film a Gunpla. Because otherwise you just get to watch me making something I'm not interested in making. So
this is the thing. I mean, I build what takes me fancy. Once it's on the channel, if it gets 1 view or 1,000 views, I'm not really that fussed. Because my pleasure is taken out of sitting there building it. And, you know, if people tune in and watch it and they like what they see and it helps them improve, then fine. I'm happy. But it's not all about viewing figures for me.
No,
I don't obsess over it.
With me, it's more just you're coming along to watch whatever I'm building at the time, really.
Yeah.
And I'll teach you how I'm doing it. It's not a channel dedicated to one specific thing, but if I spend 3 years working on one specific thing, then that's what happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's like yourself, Ted and Chris are looking at live streaming your build-ups, ain't you, on your builds? I mean, I would, but for me, I tend to build at 3 a.m. Well, no one's in E-models at 3 a.m. to play with the what's the word?
For the E-models builds, yeah.
For the embedded stuff for their website. No one's about. They're all in bed. So for me, I just film it because it's easier.
Mm.
No, but
well, it depends on the build. I mean, it's not. I mean, I might do the same on my channel, but really, it's got to the point where I'm thinking, well, if I'm building something that's not, it's literally you just following the instructions.
Yeah.
There's no point spending, you know, a week, 2 weeks filming me building something as opposed to the instructions, unless it's going to be a tricky build or something like that. There's no point. Because I'm just showing you, now I'm sticking this bit together because the instructions told me to. So more and more I'll just start doing this is a model I've already built, let's get it painted. Because
I mean, it's all right with this sort of thing, but there are builds kit-wise where people need to see any issues that they may or may not have. Because
like I filmed the Eagle, and that's because I wanted to film that because it's an unusual kit and you need to know how to build it. Yeah. But for say a Tamiya tank or a Warhammer kit, I'm not going to really show that because there's no point.
No, because it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. So yes, but getting back to the original question, at some point maybe, whenever I sit there and think next I need to really do a Gunpla. I'm at the mercy of my desires and whims, I'm afraid. The one thing I learned a long time ago is never work on something you don't really want to work on at the time.
It's the longest I've known you to be into one genre.
Yeah.
Be honest.
That's the thing. There really is no point working on something if you're not 100% into working on it, because it's just a grudge build then, and you're either going to get bored halfway through or you're just not going to enjoy it and
but
not
then,
do your best work.
saying that one genre, even on Warhammer, you've migrated into Orc now, haven't you? You're doing a lot more Orc than you was a while back. So.
Well, there's only so much you can build, I suppose, for Warhammer, isn't there? So
I don't know.
I think eventually I'm going to have to build most of it, I think. Yeah, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, not an expert, mate. I'm new to all of this. Expert at nothing, but I enjoy doing it.
Aye.
Yeah. Andy McLeish's failing that. He'll get the private eye alligator from Investigators Inc.
Still not as good as Hokey Wolf.
Yeah. Hokey Wolf. Yeah, don't
Hokey Wolf's my man.
Is he the one who used to get slung in the air all the time?
I really don't remember.
Stick or something.
No, I don't remember.
As a kid.
No, I don't remember much about it. I just remember thinking it was awesome. It was like Yogi Bear always had his picnic baskets. Hokey Wolf, I think, was a bit of a con man, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
He was always trying like a con of some sort. There was some like lamb that he was trying to convince he needed to eat or something. I don't know. I vaguely remember.
Rings the bell, but
he was tall. I just liked the character. I liked the design of the character and the way it looked. And
did he used to wear like a flat white pork pie hat-ish type thing?
He had the classic Hanna-Barbera pork pie with the upturned brim on the front and a shirt and collar and tie, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm beginning to remember it.
Classic Hanna-Barbera. Sort of tall.
Yeah.
Diddly bum a diddly bum. And in my head, he sounds kind of like Phil Silvers, but that means he sounds a bit like Top Cat. So, hey, ding-a-ling.
Mind
So
you,
it's
did
probably
Phil Silvers do a lot of the voices?
no, I don't think Phil Silvers. I know. I think Top Cat was supposed to sound a bit like Phil Silvers.
Yeah.
I think. No. Cup of tea.
Barry's?
Of course, but there is no other tea. Don't even start to say things.
Me? No, not saying a word. PG tips.
Don't
Not
you
saying a
even
word.
dare suggest there's any other kind of tea available. Because there's not.
No, there's not. It's a myth. It's all a myth, isn't it?
Exactly.
Sure. Sounds so wrong.
Beat the devil out of it.
Absolutely. Funny, every time I do that, I just think of Bob Ross and that slightly sinister laugh he had.
Slightly nod and wink.
Yeah, it's like
Beat the devil out of it.
he's wrong in so many ways, wasn't he?
But at the same time,
So gifted.
little bit blue for the dads.
Yeah.
You know it.
Oh yeah, definitely a bit of that about.
Right. I think I'm going to just bail out for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think
no
Mama
worries.
Fox is going to bed, so I shall be back in 5 minutes. Also,
Yeah, no worries. Let's just put the lid on that then for a minute. Do a bit of chat, Dolly, in for a second. Let's have a scroll up and. Hey, let's go right the way back there. Oh, Panzercat says a dry slap of goodness that James will. Oh, have I missed something? Has James been misbehaving? That was Wayne saying about the buy me a coffee. Yeah, it's
no, my bad. She's quite happily sat there watching telly. So
yeah,
ain't going
don't be
nowhere.
nervous about the old house buying, Andy, mate. You'll be fine, mate. Bless you. Auditor says his printer is the business. He bought a couple of models from the US marketplace. Iron Man, Robocop, all fun and games. Yeah, I've been doing the Mad Max one this week as well. I'd forgot about him over there behind me bottle of juice. Yeah, with his dogs. He sits there now and then as I fancy doing work on him, I just grab him.
what was the dog called? Was the dog just called a dog?
Dog.
Dog. But it was an Australian blue heeler.
Yeah, he deals with the old Festa naming criteria. You know, my bulldog was Gary.
Yep.
You know, whereas Max called his. Oh,
See, you would have been a good astrophysicist or a bit astronomer because they've got great, or a scientist, like a physicist, because they've got like Big Bang, black hole.
yeah.
And there was a period of heavy bombardment at the start of the solar system called the period of heavy bombardment.
Yeah, that's it. I'd be great as an hurricane namer, wouldn't I? You know,
It's Hurricane Windy, another Windy
Yeah.
3, Windy 2, Windy Pops,
absolutely.
Windy Miller.
Windy Kins. Yeah, you got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Don't get out, but it is.
Paul Ditter says, "Did you know what Bob Ross did before he was a TV painter? He was a gunnery sergeant in the army. He certainly was." Yep. And the whole reason he did that softly spoken persona because he never wanted to go back to shouting at people again.
Also, his hair was naturally straight, wasn't it?
He had normal hair, but he permed it because he couldn't afford the regular haircuts. But then he had to keep it because it became his trademark, so. But he only had it permed because it was cheaper. Right, that's a bit of chipping done.
That was an
Not
awesome
much.
afro, though.
It was, wasn't it? Whoa. Not bad for a white guy.
Sadly, no longer with us.
Alright, neither's Bob Ross. Or his afro. Perm. Eee.
I think you would have rocked a good afro.
Me? It's not really afro. If it's a white guy, I think it's just more of a perm.
Yeah.
Because you're having it curled, aren't you? So I think I would look more like... who's that guy? There's a YouTube channel, and it's a guy who's a chemist. he's a chemist. He's a professional chemist, and he's like in his 70s, and he's got like hair that sticks out, and I can't remember his name.
Oh right, yeah.
And his channel's called
The channel you can't remember.
Yeah. And even Captain Disillusion did a spoof of him once, which was absolutely fantastic. And he's a well-known chemist. He's had a tram named after him, of all things, but I can't remember his name.
Oh right, yeah.
But yeah, I'd be more like him.
Yeah, but you'd
I
have
think
fun.
he's a Sir something, but I can't remember his name. I'll have to go and look it up. Right, what am I doing now?
Motivating yourself. That's what.
I'm trying. Mr. Proton says Fox. No, he's a British chemist, material scientist, and he's called Sir something. Something.
I was watching a thing on the Hubble telescope the other night.
Oh yeah.
And the legend.
Oh, was it
the legend?
Was it on the BBC?
No, it was on Nat Geo. The legend that is James Burke was on there.
Oh, James Burke.
It was old footage of when the Hubble was first commissioned. That old, he's actually got dark hair in it, but yeah, it was. And the big thick horn-rimmed glasses. It's like
James Burke
legend.
Connections was such a good series.
Absolute legend, mate.
Retro Rabbit says, Mr. Wizard, Andy McLeish says, Dr. I know he's a real scientist, he's a real chemist, he has a YouTube channel. Oh, I'm going to have to go and have a look in a minute. He's in, I think it's Cambridge or
Right, yeah.
Leeds University or somewhere. And he's researching, I don't know. I'm going to have to go and hold on, aren't I?
Yeah, you know you want to. Deep
I'm going to
down
go
you
and have
want
to
to.
find it. It is la 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 la. Subscriptions. Do. It is. Oh, I've got to try and find the channel now. When did they last put a video up?
Oh.
Sometime in the last week. It was a video about.
In your watch history, wasn't it?
No, I'm in my subscriptions feed.
Oh, right.
I'll just go through my list of subscriptions. The last one was about Mercury, I think.
Yeah.
Let's just find it. It's called. I've got 84 channels. It's going to be one of these. It is. It's here somewhere. I'll find it. Don't worry. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. There is a good outcome to this, honest.
There we go. It's periodic videos.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. Oh, it's not got the guy's name on there. God damn it.
Oh no,
It
useless.
doesn't
Isn't
say the channel for such and such a person.
Spent all that time looking forward to it.
What's his name? Professor.
Yeah, that bloke.
Did you hear that?
Oh.
The prof from the BBC. Oh, it doesn't put his name anywhere. Oh, it's Professor Sir Martin Polyakov. That's it.
Oh, good name.
He's just got. He's got white man's perm. It's just great, but it's just his natural hair.
Yeah.
He's quite a funny guy as well. I'll do a screen share if you want, because it's got a picture of him there. Share screen. I knew it was some funky name. Sir Martin Polyakov. Professor Sir Martin Polyakov.
Good name.
And my computer was hung because it's trying to share a screen.
Dorkasaurus says Professor Dumbledore. I see what he did there.
I've actually crashed, so I can't do anything right now.
Yeah, all right.
My whole system hangs for a minute when I try and do a screen share. Ha la 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 la, broken my computer. There you go, it's fallen over. I may fall out at any moment. Oh no, there we go. Do.
Hashtag new computer for Fox.
No, it's because it's all on the same. Can you see that? You might not see it because it's on the same.
You've not put it on the thing, have you?
It's because it's on the same monitor. Oh no, hang on.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Can you see his face?
Yeah, I can see him now. Yeah, sorry.
There you go. That's
painting.
Professor. That's the kind of hair I'd have if I grew it out, I reckon. He's quite. I can't play the video, but he's a lovely fella. He's a lovely fella.
He's a lordly fella.
Professor Sir Martin Polyakov.
Great name.
They were looking at different acids and like dropping chicken legs into them at one point in one episode.
Of course, that is the thing that you would do, isn't it?
Amongst chemists, there is a thing called the piranha solution.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which is acid so strong that they actually just eat. Like you put a chicken leg in, it just dissolves it away.
Oh, wow.
And contrary to popular belief, there aren't many that would actually get rid of like a whole. If you dumped a body in it, it wouldn't actually just leave you with nothing.
No.
But if anybody watches Captain Disillusion, Captain Disillusion once did a video that had a little skit of him doing an impression of Professor Sir Martin Polyakov, and it was fantastic. Oh. He did a perfect impression of him. Talking about the chemistry of film, how film is made, the chemicals used in making film,
yeah,
photographic film. Oh, I've got the sniffles.
Oh yeah, you can just imagine a room full of them nerdy types. You can just imagine the conversations.
Oh yeah. Well, it's good because he's talking about like the structure of film, the chemical makeup of like cellulite film, but he's doing an impression of like Sir Martin Polyakov. So he's there and he's saying, and whatever this inventor, he was sat upon the toilet one day, and as the solids fell down into the water, he thought, I shall make it more complex. Which means nothing unless you've actually sat and watched Sir Martin Polyakov talk, and it's like, that's perfect.
Oh.
That gun is still not straight. Oh, it's going to bug me, that. Oh, nobody will ever know. It's not like I've said anything on the internet.
No, you'll know, though.
It's not like I've said anything out loud on the internet, is it?
No, and forevermore, people will go, here, do you remember that gun that you put on crooked? And you'll be going,
Nevermore.
I don't remember such an abnormality.
I have no memory of this, of these words upon which you speak. Do-ba-do-ba-do-do-do-do. Trying to remind myself what was red, white, red. There we go. I couldn't remember the order of colour on a lion's stripe. It's red, white, red. Diddly bomb, diddly bomb, a diddly bomb. Super match game, bomb. See what I did there?
I am impressed.
I need to find my thing. I need to find the relevant colourings. Some Uthern Grey. Oh, that's layer. Now I need, not Uthern Grey, I need Celestra Grey. That's the one.
Timber's in saying hi, Marcus Brun. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hey, Timber. Willkommen. Please forgive all the caps in chat, but I'm just following orders from Fox, says Wade. Yes, if you want to catch our attention, you can put your commenting. That's when you're on an e-model stream, put it in capitals. When you're on one of our streams, you have to pay us money. Do a super chat.
Absolutely.
Or do an at Festa 67's workshop or at Model Making Guru. It's only on the e-models ones you have to do that because none of us are signed in as e-models, so we can't see that. So, yeah. I know, you can just do at Festa or at Model Making Guru.
Absolutely.
We will. It's more likely we'll see that than we'll see an all caps comment, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Right. Celestra Grey. Joseph Kelly's in and says hi all.
Hello,
Welcome,
Joseph. How you doing, mate?
Hello. My friend and yours, Celestra Grey. Ooh, super chat there for you, dude.
Wayne Model Works has put in a $5 super chat. It says done. Get in.
Done and done.
Thank you, Wayne. Massively appreciated, mate. Bless you. And you also get to see a bit of air guitar imminently on screen, mate. Because we all like a bit of air guitar. It all helps keep the content coming, folks.
Keep the content coming.
All gets put to good use. This will all be going for this month's paint order.
Ooh.
On Goblin Gaming. So
When you say paint.
yeah.
Yeah. We know what you mean.
Absolutely.
We know what you mean.
Pardon me.
Easy
That's
now.
Spider Pig. Yeah, I've got
Spider Pig.
Got some more paint I want to grab hold of.
Paint.
Yeah. Paints then.
Paint. Just paint then, yeah?
Yeah.
Just paint, yeah.
That's right, you get a commish.
Ooh, buy many things. Buy all. You need all the paint in the world.
See, it's changed now.
Yeah,
Anyway,
absolutely. Absolutely. Bit of that, bit of this, bit of that.
Gonna have a bit of that, a bit of that, and a bit of that.
Timber says, Fox, I almost finished my perfect grey Bandai Falcon. Your tutorials were a massive help. Thank you very much. Glad I could help, dude. Glad you enjoyed it. Or at least I hope you enjoyed it.
I'm sure they do.
Mm-hmm.
How I got in back into weathering was watching yours and Ted's weathering videos way back when.
Way back when, in the middle of the Congo. No, that's a fruit drink.
Yeah, that's how I got into it.
I don't know where to do these ally stripes.
I think one of them was I think it was a gumpler that you was doing. He was doing all kinds of rusting and chipping on one of the feet.
Ooh.
Most informative.
Could have been my big one where I did the big mega sized RX-78-2 maybe.
I think it was, yeah. But it was proper, you know, chipping and everything going on this Gundam's foot. It was like,
chipping all the paint away. I won't ever sing that again. I will. Just so you know, I will.
I mean, you like we do. Won't be able to help yourself.
Chip. No, I can't.
Colours.
Colours, various for the painting.
Absolutely.
As they would say in the army.
All scrap anyway.
It's not that bad.
See what you did?
You see what I did there?
I did. You wasn't wrong. Glad I got my server back again.
Good lad.
Out of crap,
Das ist richtig.
dust that came out of it.
Oh god, yeah.
Shocking. Because I tend to forget about it down there in the corner, so it's going to get relocated into the stash room.
Stash
I
room.
should do with it what I've done to the one next to me. It will sit on the trolley in there, and then I can just wheel it out and do any maintenance on it.
Everyone should have a trolley.
Absolutely.
Everybody needs a trolley for a pillow.
Get trolleys here.
3 for a pound. Everybody needs a trolley for a pillow. Or something, I don't know.
Dumping a load of red on various places. So worried about how it looks. It's going to be chipped and rusted and all that. Okay, what else?
Ooh, that was a fox noise. Ooh.
A question for you says, Paul Ditter, removing dried resin, acetone. I tend to use IPA, to be quite honest with you, mate. But yeah, try an acetone, but on a really tiny area. But I'm not sure whether it'll attack the resin.
Ooh, my area.
Might be worth doing a little Google on that, mate, to be quite honest with you, just to get a definitive. But dried resin, I tend to use neat IPA, mate, on a brush it on, and take off what I don't want. Normally you'll get it off, and a flexible scraper.
Your flexible friend.
That's what I tend to use, mate. It works for me. What's it dried on? Is it on the print bed? Is it on surface?
What he needs is a flamethrower. Flames, pendejo, flames! Always the answer. Flames is always the answer.
Fox is doing his bit to help there, and it's working.
Flames is never the wrong answer. Trust your Uncle Fox on this. Fire is never the wrong answer.
If in doubt, set it on fire.
If in doubt, flames.
Wayne says the IPA is awesome, but it's very expensive in the States. $25 for a quart. The hell, mate.
What, for a bottle of isopropyl alcohol?
Yeah, that's shocking, mate.
Yeah, you can just buy it on street corners from people with dubious moustaches, probably. I don't know, I'm making that up.
Yeah, I got a lot of mine before, what's his name? Chocolate Velociraptor hit. So.
I'm pretty sure you can go to any chemist and buy it. Over here. Everybody needs a bosom for a pillow. Never mind. Hey. Did we do a bench and belly? Did anybody actually answer it?
Yeah, Paul Ditter had been to the barbecue.
This is correct. Did anybody else answer it? If you did, and we didn't read. Sorry, go on.
2 secs, I'm just messaging H, mate. I'll have a look in a sec, Fox.
If anybody did, then I do apologise that we totally didn't read it out. I'll have a look in a minute when I'm not painting. Did you? Oh, good. Was I just not listening?
Yeah, you wasn't paying attention.
It's entirely likely. I will have a look at chat in a moment, but I'm just...
Yeah, no, you carry on, mate. I'll stop what I'm doing for a second.
Burpage, lenses down painting. It's not H's getting up time, is it?
No, she's out.
Okay.
I'll sort that out in a minute.
All right. Hey,
I've not seen any other bellies and benches.
So come on, folks. Bench and belly. What's on your bench? What are you working on? Belly. What have you had for your dinner, or what are you going to have for your dinner? We demand the knowledge. It is knowing things that makes things fun. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Google as well, Wayne. I've got on the other screen. So yeah, you can use acetone, but it will stink like a dog, mate.
Yeah, it's if you've ever had your missus take a nail varnish off and stink the house out, that's acetone.
Yeah.
It's a pleasant smell for about half a second, and then you're like, oh, I feel sick now.
Yeah, it's pretty much like opening up a bottle of extra thin under your nose, because that's got acetone in it.
I made the terrible mistake once of coming home with a bottle of proper industrial solvent, thinners, and opening it in the house. Ooh. And the whole house stank for about a day.
Yeah.
That was a bad mistake. In a body shop, you get the proper thinner solvent thinners.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something you only ever do once.
I
literally opened...
Not going to want too many lungfuls of that, are you?
I literally opened the cap and went, oh, closed the lid, and the whole house stank for about a day. It was quite impressive.
Wayne Model Work says, I hear you're about to stink. The first time I opened a bottle of Tamiya panel line accent, it almost knocked me on the floor. Yeah.
That's only enamel paint, though. You get used to that. Try opening lacquer paints. Oh.
I had it during the week with a 2K. Oh.
That's why I don't ever spray lacquers in the house. Well, I don't spray lacquers. Well, I've once or twice used like Mr. Metal colour like very quickly. Because if you live by yourself, it's fine. But if you share a house with other people, it's just torture for them.
Why I have the big extractors.
You would go like that once.
Because I have my underbench extractor. And
Yeah, you would go like that as well.
Does the job. I still go out of the room afterwards whilst it's off gassing and that, with the fans going and everything.
Oh yeah, leave the window open, close the door.
Yeah.
Go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah, I just go next door, have a cup of tea and leave the fans going, the extractor going. Because under my bench, my spray booth is pretty much plug and play. I just drop it in a hole on the bench and there's a big pump underneath that it extracts the fumes straight outside. So.
Andy McLeish is off. He says he's off because, yeah.
Yeah, catch you later, Andy. You might go, mate.
Don't know what that means. Timber says, apart from Spitfires, would you recommend an aircraft build? I need to move away from Star Wars. Build whatever you think is cool.
Yeah, look at an aircraft. If you like the kit,
yeah,
that'll be the one.
See, I'm not a big aircraft builder because they don't interest me. So I can't say yes or no because I can only say no, but they might interest you. The best advice people say, what should I build, is what do you think is cool and what makes you go, ooh, I fancy that?
Yeah. All I tend to do, I go on a website and I'm having a browse through the shop. And then, like you say, you see stuff and you just put it in the wish list and then go back and have a look at it with a cup of tea and you go, right, I've got to make a decision now, which one of these bad boys.
Yeah, if you look at a model kit and say, wow, I have no desire at all to make that ever, then you're probably not going to get that one. I wouldn't recommend that one. That's how you tell, you see. But if you're like, ooh, I quite like that.
You can always do what we do with Fox and just take him to Forge World because he'll buy anything on there because he loves it.
That's true. It's like when I did my U-boat. I had no interest in U-boats. I just suddenly had this overriding urge to build a World War II U-boat. I don't quite know. I really want to build a U-boat. Okay, I'll buy a U-boat. There you go. I don't know where it came from. No idea.
Yeah, but you probably enjoyed the build.
Oh, absolutely. I actually wanted to make one. Never having built a boat or anything properly before. I'm not a boat builder. I was like, I need to make a U-boat. I don't know why. I don't know what prompted it.
I did one of the cutaway ones. And it was great fun. I really enjoyed it.
I don't know why I just got this. I'm like, you know what? I need to make a U-boat. I don't know why. I hadn't just watched Das Boat. I don't know why. I just suddenly felt this urge to build a U-boat. So I got Revell's 172nd 7C.
Every now and then you get an itch, don't you, for a kit?
Yeah, just something tickles your fancy. And then by the time it arrives, you've probably moved on to something else.
Yeah. Yeah, you've seen,
that's great.
You've seen another shiny, haven't you?
Oh. That's why I've had a Space Battleship Yamato under my bench for like the past 4 years.
Yeah. Surprised that hasn't had to pay you council tax.
An unfortunate spelling error or like typing autocorrect has changed the meaning of Wayne Modelworks' comment, but he says, you boys are awesome feats of engineering that were designed to shoot torpedoes from a boat on top of the water. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say that. I never thought I was designed with that in mind, but there you go.
Absolutely. Oh, quite impressed with that.
Be nice and don't shred me in the chat, says Wayne. Yeah, it's autocorrect. But it's nice how it just changes the meaning. You boys were designed to take boats out from under the water. Well, thank you very much.
Would we do that to you?
Would I shoot torpedoes from a hole? Absolutely.
Would we do that to Wayne?
Yeah, absolutely. Would we not? Okay, that's the Celestra Grey. Now it's the Ulthuan Grey to bring it up to almost white. Ulthuan Grey. I've been playing a little bit of, in my moments when I have had the desire to do something.
Yeah.
Not creative. I have been playing a little bit of Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, right, yeah. How are you getting on with
it? And I'm enjoying it. It's, you know, I did that thing where you do the first couple of missions and then I just wander off and don't play the next story mission for like 4 days.
Good man.
Because I like to do that. And I've got to say, their driving mechanic,
Bit gash.
it's weird. It's the driving mechanic's fine, apart from steering is terrible, and you appear to be 3 foot tall behind the wheel, which is really weird. So you can't really see much of the road. All you see is like the top of the dash and the steering wheel, and then a bit of road. It's like, really? So it makes navigating roads difficult. But the steering is like, you turn left and it's like that, and you fishtailing, and it's really slack. So it's really weird. But it's strange at the same time. I'm actually enjoying it. If I have to go from A to B, I'll go and get a big weighty car that doesn't fishtail around, which I'll just slowly drive around at 30 miles an hour. Rather than fast travelling, I'll just go slowly. I don't know why, because I'm an idiot.
Wrong with that. I've
Nope.
been an idiot, mate.
Nope. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Couldn't be any other way, mate.
I couldn't be any other way if I tried. 'Tis in my contract. Yes.
Do all the silly stuff that grown-ups can't.
Mm-hmm. And get away with it. Yeah, see, don't worry about him. He's just an idiot. Oh, okay.
Sure you haven't been talking to H?
Probably not. Diddly diddly. I could not say whether I have or haven't.
Must have a sixth sense there, because literally you mention her name and the front door opens.
Oh yeah. She who must be obeyed. And you know it. You know it.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. I accept my guilt. Doesn't worry me.
Nothing wrong with obeying, because it just means an easy life.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Decisions are made for you. You just follow the orders, and there you go.
Absolutely. Go along with the order of things.
I just get up in the morning, do what I'm told to do, and there you go. Happy life.
Absolutely.
Decision making is for saps. Does Rabbit asked, does Cyberpunk still have that clipping issue where your wiener doesn't stay inside your pants? No, it's fixed now. But you never see yourself in third person anyway, apart from behind on a bike. So, on a motorbike, I mean. So no, you only ever see yourself like that in the menu. And then the only way your widge pops out is if you just take all your clothes off in the menu and unequip all your clothing. And apparently nobody wears underwear, you just have just pants. But then if you actually go undressed in the game, you'd seem to wear underwear by default, which is a bit disappointing. I was looking forward to running around Night City in complete buff. It would have been quite funny, really. But no. Ugh. Where Model Works says to Colin and Fox, I have a question for both of you. Are you ever concerned that you put so much effort into the fine detail that people simply walking by an exposition table or exhibition table can't see it?
I've never put a model in a competition, mate. It's not something that I've ever been tempted or wanted.
Nope, I haven't either. I have no desire to go into competitions.
There are builders that their sole purpose is to win every competition or enter every competition. That's up to them. Good luck to them.
Yeah,
But it's not
some
something
people enjoy that.
that appeals to me. So hence why it doesn't worry me about doing all this hyper detail stuff, because it's only me that's going to see it.
No, I don't do competitions either, just because I don't think I'm good enough and I can't be bothered. But also, I'm just I only do this for two reasons. One, I'm either doing it for myself, in which case, like Colin, I'm doing it for the fun, so I'll do the processes that are fun. But if I'm doing it to sell it, then you bet your bottom dollar I'm going to put all the extra effort in.
Yeah,
Because then the person that pays money for it will look at it close up. So
absolutely.
yeah, that's when you do want to put all the extra work in. But no, I've never. No, I don't go for competitions. I'm not in a modelling club or anything like that would show go to a show.
Done a few commissions in the past, but again, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? Commission work. It's You got to
Yeah.
you got to want to enjoy it, and unfortunately, there are people out there that they want the commission, and then when you've done it, they change their mind, or
Yeah, I wouldn't ever do commission work again. That's not going to happen.
A lot of people have been caught out by it, but again, competitions, I don't think I'm up to that level. I don't aspire to be up that level. I don't need to have bragging rights and sit there and, oh yeah, I've won this, I've won that, because I'm not bothered by it.
No, I mean, for me, I just don't think I'm good enough for competition anyway, so... There's plenty more talented painters like Cy Reynolds and other people that we know that are vastly superior than me.
The Duncans and the Cy Reynolds, they're the expert Warhammer folks. They're the ones that, go into competition work, and good luck to them. It's what they enjoy doing. It's not for me.
No, the amount of work I put into a model is absolutely nothing compared to what a proper competition painter would put in.
Oh, I'd get laughed off the table, mate, because...
I mean, I might spend 50 hours painting a tank, whereas a proper competition painter will spend several hundred hours painting a tank. I can paint this tank in the same time it would take Cy Reynolds to paint a single Space Marine. So, yes. I'm going to go and get another cup of tea because I'm really thirsty.
Yeah, no worries.
I may be putting Mama Fox to bed at the same time. I shall be back in a few minutes, hopefully. Yeah. If not, a bit longer if I'm putting the mother to bed.
Yeah, no worries. Let's just clean the paint off my paintbrush then.
I shall be back shortly.
Yeah, no worries, mate. See you in a bit. I'll ask him that when he gets back, Timber, about did he clear coat the PG Falcon once all the work was complete?
No.
Oh, he's back again.
Did I? No, I heard you before I went off. I don't think I did, because it's going to live in a display cabinet.
Wayne says, I didn't realise it was so political. I apologise. You don't have to apologise, Wayne. It's just not for me, mate. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying competition builders are wrong or right. It's just personal preference, mate. Not for me.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have no desire to be judged or enter competitions or anything like that. I don't need to compare my work to others or feel good or bad about it.
No.
I do it for the fun of it. I don't take it too seriously. No, I didn't varnish my Falcon because it was going to live in a display cabinet, so it doesn't need a clear coat. If you're never going to handle a model and it's going to live in a display cabinet that's sealed from dust, you don't actually have to put a final matte varnish on. If it looks matte, if it looks perfect as it is, and you've got it at the right level of matte because of all your streaking and weathering, you don't have to put a varnish on it if you're never going to handle it. Right, I'm going to go and make a brew. Back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries, mate. He's done that just as I've put paint back on my paintbrush, so I'll clean it off again in a sec. Wayne saying Barry's. Probably, mate. Yeah, it'd be Barry's tea. But, no, I mean, it's a whole different thing. I think the competition thing's big in the US, isn't it, as well, Wayne? We know quite a few people that have entered into competitions in the States. Ever floats your boat, mate? Yeah, I think Side's done the Golden Demon and all of that, and again, that's kudos to him, because to win something like that, you've got to be seriously good, but not at that level, mate. I think for me, it would possibly take the fun away. It's one of them. Would we put ourselves under too much pressure? Would you enter a competition, Wayne? I don't know. Bad enough now when we're doing builds where I think we all do this as modelers, where we start hating on a build or not thinking the build is going as it should, and you start not to enjoy it. I think if it was for competition, would you lose that enthusiasm? Oh. What do you think in the chat? Are any of you competition? Like to be? See some of the work these folks do. It's top notch. Really is top quality stuff they do. Fair play. That on there. Just trying to vary up some of the base scratches and all of that lot into it later on for the build. Go around one. Aluminium under there. I'm saying he loves a challenge with the cheap Chinese models where you have to seamville and rivet stuff. Just makes it look right. I love that challenge. Absolutely, mate. I've got a big 1/8 Scowie type jag up there on the top of my cupboard, the monogram one, and when I do that, I'm going to make up all the copper brake lines, all of that sort of thing. So in 1/8 scale, I think it'll look quite sexy. Things like the battery clamps and all the decals for the engine VIN numbers and things like that. So I'm going to hopefully start filming that about June, July times. Another one I'm looking forward to starting. You must have a display case somewhere where you have completed projects. Is there any time or way we could see that? If there's an archive video, can you tell me where? I'll do a film, mate. I've got a 21 foot long wall in the lounge, and it is floor to ceiling glass cabinets. It's got all my builds in there, or the majority of my builds in there. I've got a load in here as well. So what I'll do, Wayne, I'll shoot a little video, little archive video, and put it up on the channel, mate. It's not a problem. I did start doing build update videos where I was going round and taking models out of the cabinet and just filming them and saying to people, this is one that I had built before I started doing YouTube. So I did start doing them. Yeah, I am looking forward to the F1 this year. I'm hoping that it's a cleaner series this year. I'm hoping that not all the decisions are going to get made by race control away from the track. I'm hoping that it sorts itself out. I know the Russian Grand Prix has been taken off the calendar for obvious reasons because of the political events going on over there. But yeah, I am looking forward to the F1. But again, as long as it's clean, you know, it's a sport at the end of the day.
And return temporarily.
Yeah. Hello, mate. I was just doing a bit of chat, Dolly and mate.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Mum's just going off to bed in a minute, so I shall bugger off again in a moment to see she's all right. Mate. But I thought I'll pop back while she's getting ready.
But, yeah, Wayne, I'll sit and film that quite happily. Claire is in, says, hello, Colin Foxx and all in chat. One day I'd like to enter a competition if I can get a build finish that I feel is good enough. Good for you, Claire. You know, it's something that's never really appealed to me because, one, I don't think I'm that good anyway, but I put myself under enough pressure as it is. And I think that with my mindset, competition work's probably not the thing for me.
There are some people, if you're one of those people that thrives on, how can I put this? If you find somebody telling you all the flaws in your work in a slightly merciless way a good thing because then you thrive on that and that helps you learn, then it can be good to do competitions and stuff because you're learning from the proper hardcore painters. It can be merciless though, so if you're a bit thin-skinned, competitions might not be the way to go. But if you thrive on that kind of useful critique, like, you know, if you're the kind of person where somebody says that's great, but, and then you go all stroppy about it, then don't do competitions.
As I've always said though, Fox, constructive criticism doesn't hurt.
Exactly.
It's destructive criticism just to be a douche. That's
exactly
silliness.
If you thrive on constructive criticism, then you know, competition entries and that kind of thing. If you go into it not expecting to win until you've been doing it for a long time, or you're just that good, if you go into it expecting to not win, but to get some useful tips and hints from the people that do, or people that are better than you, then go for it. Absolutely, it's a good way to learn. But if you're the kind of person that doesn't take that kind of criticism well, because from competition, people that enter competitions, it won't necessarily be nasty, but it will be merciless. It won't be nasty or anything like that, but it will be merciless. They won't pull their punches.
Oh yeah, it's like doing a concourse restoration on a car. You say you've done a nut and bolt restoration. Well, with the bottom of the car's all rusty and all of that lot, you're going to get undrawn and quartered.
Yeah.
Because it's not a nut and bolt restoration, is it? Because you've skipped half the steps, and it's the same with the painting. So yeah, it's each to their own at the end of the day. It's just for my own sanity. I mean, I put myself under enough pressure with my own work anyway. I hate on my work probably more than anyone else does, but that's just me. People can say and do or whatever they think about me. That doesn't bother me to a degree. It's the negative, just to be a dick side of things I don't deal with very well. And to me, seeing two grown men having a fight outside a club because one thought his railway diorama was better than the others, I thought was quite pathetic. So yeah, for that reason alone, I don't dig that side of things.
Yeah, but even in competitions and stuff where that's not where that doesn't happen, the feedback will still be merciless, because the whole point is in those kind of circles, the whole point is you get good. Yeah. You need to get to the level where you are winning the competitions, and at that level, they're not going to pussyfoot around. They're going to say,
like rivet counters, isn't it? I mean, you get folk that go, right, if you're doing, say for instance, you're doing a tiger tank, and it's a tiger tank from a photograph that has to be 100% like the photograph, then you're going to expect to be critiqued if it's not like the photograph. But rivet counting, for the sake of rivet counting, just because you think your knowledge is superior than someone else's and you want to beat them with it, I don't think inspires people to continue in the hobby.
I don't think rivet counting is something that goes on at that level, at the top level, because it's more the critique of technique and skill. Yeah. Like if you put a model in and it's poorly painted against somebody who's been doing it for 40 years and it looks like it's just the best thing ever. Yeah. And you ask them for feedback, they're going to be merciless and be brutal and say, this is why your model sucks. But they're not going to rivet count you, but they are going to tell you why every aspect of why it sucks, because they're doing it from the position of they know what they're talking about. So if you're the kind of person that can take that kind of critique on board and use it as a positive thing, and say, yep, what I've painted is absolute garbage. I have painted it with the dead cat and half potato. You're absolutely right. Because I'm looking at your award-winning model next to it, which looks like it was painted by Rembrandt. Yeah. Then I shall take all of this on board. I shall wipe away the tear, because I accept that I am absolute mersh compared to yours. Yeah. And then learn and use it as a learning experience. Then absolutely, competitions are. It's almost like you can try and get bit fit by farting about on an exercise bike for an hour a day, or you can go and do an army assault course every day and actually get fit. Yeah. So putting yourself into the competition circuit where you're being judged against the hardcore is the absolute army assault course way to learn harsh. It's the short, sharp shock. And there is some value to that. I personally, I can take critique. I can't be bothered. I don't think I'm good enough, and I'm happy not being good enough. I don't feel the need to get to that level. But if you want to get to that competition winning level, then it's worth getting into that environment and putting yourself through the mill, because you're going to have to go through it at some point. You may as well go through it while you're still learning. Absolutely. And therefore learn all the things. Yeah, because then you're not really competing. Yeah, you're not really competing with the big boys and the top cheeses, because you're not at their level. But they won't see you as a threat, so they'll probably be more likely to give you advice, which is a good thing. So yeah, absolutely go for it. It's not for me. I'm far too lazy. I don't think I'm good enough.
Again, some people do it because they crave the adulation.
Okay, I'm not one of those people.
That's up to them. Good luck to them. The hobby is full of different people at the end of the day, but not for
I don't crave anyone's adulation, but please send all your positive feedback to Foxx at Model.
Yeah, of course you don't.
Send all your criticisms to Helgen35 at geocities.com.
geocities.com. But no, it's an interesting, it's an interesting conversation piece at the end of the day. I mean, I can remember Chandra. Now, she was a competition painter, wasn't she? She was really, really talented, and
I don't know. She did competitions. I don't remember.
Folks,
not heard from her in a long time.
Yeah, folks like that, fair play, because they are doing some stunning, unique work, and all for it. Good luck to her.
Yeah. Well, I heard from her in a long time.
No, the last time I think she was, or just had become a grandmother.
Oh.
The last time I heard from Chandra. But, yeah, I think she got into the competition scene in quite a big way in the end. She's done some lovely work, and props to her.
I mean, the fact that Colin and I, for different reasons, have no desire to get into that side of the hobby, doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Absolutely, no. If you give it a try. There's no reason not to. It's just I've been around for long enough that I know I have no desire to get into that. I'm happy with my skills as they are.
Yeah,
I don't feel the need to.
Yeah, I build models to go in my man cave on my shelf. They're for me to look at. I know what the failings are of my work. I know my standard. I know my place, and I'm happy in that place.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that I know I'm a mediocre painter.
Yeah,
but I'm happy staying as a mediocre painter because that means I can teach people how to get to mediocre.
Yeah,
and then somebody else can teach them how to get to professional.
Absolutely,
it's much easier to teach someone how to get from talentless to mediocre than it is to go from mediocre to how to paint because filming a build that takes me a couple of weeks is like spending a week painting a tank is much easier than spending 3 weeks painting one figure and filming that. Because anyway, I'm back in a moment, folks.
Oh yeah, no worries, mate. See you in a minute. But yeah, it is an interesting topic. Wayne's probably sitting there going, "Wish I hadn't have asked the question." Now, bless you. But no. Quite a big thing with some people, but happy. Fiddling away, doing my thing in my own little world. Quite a scary place to be sometimes. Bit of aluminium gone on there. Do that frame on that chair whilst I got some on the wet palette. Edward Leonard says, I enter the old fart bourbon tasting half blind modelling comp where everyone is a winner, laugh out loud. Good for you, mate. Good for you. But no, someone like you, Claire, that is a really detail conscious builder, I think would do well competition, to be honest with you, because I think you've got that inner calm, that inner patience that would do you really good. So go for it. Have at it at the end of the day. I think you're good enough. Your work speaks for itself at the end of the day. Better than mine. Go for it. You'll do well. Anyone else thinking of going in for anything? Entering any of their work? Taken me 6 years to post me my work in my own group, so yeah. Still not doing that much pimping. Better than I was. Aluminium edges of this thing. Start the ball rolling on this piece. Probably end up having to go over it again when I dry brush the figure. But lets me see with the eyes of seeingness where things are going to go on it. Back of that. Old duraluminium. A bit of shine behind there. They're out the way. Pick out bits on. There's going to be handles for a start. Handles, forks. Paint on. Wayne says I'm a right Rupert, so I'm going to get better before I even consider going into a competition. Here's a question for you, Wayne. Would you do commission work? Because that is something. I mean, I've got the Death Race commission that I've been doing for James. And that's the first commission I've done in about a decade because I stopped doing them. But they're one of them things. I only did that for James because the subject matter stimulated. But would you do the commission work? Any of you in the chat done commission work or been asked to do commission work? You know, it used to be a badge of honour, but I think now it's got such an intensive thing now with commission work. Not as appealing as it once was. And I found, like I say, I did 4 London buses, 3 cat builds, various other replicas of builds that I'd done on the channel, and sooner or later you start to burn out on those particular builds. But because it's the ones that people are after, or it's the ones they remember you by, you feel obligated. I stepped away from commission for a while. And then James came along with could you do me this build off the Death Race from the film? And I sat and watched the movie, had a look for a source vehicle, and it stimulated my interest. And, you know, that was yeah, mate, you know, James is a patron. I'll be a patron. It will cover the cost of the kit, getting it shipped over from the US. And out of that, a friendship has born as well. He'll be getting that shipped to him shortly.
Right, there you go, I'm back.
He's back now, folks.
There you are, you got me now for the rest of the night.
No, that's all right, mate. As long as Mum's all right, that's always my main priority is making sure Mum Fox is okay.
I think I've got a kink in my earpiece again.
Have you?
You know, like these earpieces start going quiet after about a month.
I am sitting a little bit away from my microphone, though. Let's move me mic.
No, it's been quiet all night. I think it's my earpiece going funky again.
Talky.
Well,
how's that?
It's all right.
Okay, mate.
What did I miss? Anything going on?
Just chatting about competitions and commission work, asking whether anyone in the chat has done commission work, or thinking of doing commission work, or just making conversation, mate.
Yeah.
Killing time until you got back. Because
something I wouldn't ever do again, commission work.
I can be quiet again now because you're back.
Nonsense. You can never be quiet.
No, it's what I was saying. I only came out of my commission retirement because the piece that James wanted stimulated me, but I got bogged down with London buses and cat builds, and you know, I did the Rossi bike, you know, and you know, after 4 or 5 of them, you're like, yeah. So I needed to step away from it a little bit, and I'm at that point now with if a thing stimulates me, I'll take it on, but I've got that much going on now that I need to just sort of say, well, yeah, you know, stick to stuff that really stimulates me. But
I mean, I just got to the point where it was far too stressful, and I realised that it was a lot easier to actually just build what the hell I want to build and then sell it, rather than somebody tell me what they want me to build, and I'm like, I don't want to build that, but they want to pay me.
See, that's something I've never done, which surprised you, wasn't it? Is sold anything on the Fleabay that I've built. But
I'll send my mother if it made me money.
You know, I've made a pact with Fox that I will do a build and bung it on the auction sites by the end of the year, and I'll stick to it. But it is so far out of my comfort zone doing that.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that, you know, the first time you do it, you're like, the second time you're like, I don't give a shit, I've done it once now. You bang it on, you sell it.
It gets back to what me and you said earlier about thinking we're good enough, and you're always nagging me when I say that, but you've got a reputation and an experience, and
that as well. The way I see it is, I could get a piece of paper and stamp half a potato on it and sell it on eBay, and somebody would buy it. So although I always do make the effort and I try and do my best possible work, you have to keep in mind that there's always somebody who will buy whatever it is you're selling. So don't beat yourself up that you don't think you're good enough, because you could. I've seen people sell empty beer cans. A friend of mine actually sold a haunted beer can. It was he opened a can of beer, he drank it, and he stuck it on eBay as a haunted beer can. He got 70 quid for it.
You're joking.
Nope. So don't ever, not that you aren't good enough, but when you sit there thinking, am I good enough? Even if you weren't good enough, somebody still buy it. So listen, look at some of the stuff you see on eBay and you think, Jesus Christ.
Well, I did that search.
Professionally painted.
Yeah. I can remember you was talking about it in a Frolic with us. And you said, if you want to laugh, go and put this search in. And I did. And holy moly, mate.
It's one of the most overrated phrases on eBay. There's actually a Reddit group dedicated to taking the piss out of people that say their models are pro-painted on eBay.
Right, yeah.
And unfortunately, for those of us who actually do this for a living, which means technically it is professionally painted because I'm doing it as a profession, it's the phrase you want to put to say it's painted by a professional who's doing it for a living.
Yeah.
That's what it means. But to most people it means painted by somebody really talented, which in 99% of the time it's not.
Yeah.
If you do a search for pro painted on eBay, some of it's hilarious. It's like
That's scary, isn't it?
But like I said, there's a whole Reddit group devoted to pro painted. So it does make me, it makes my skin crawl every time I have to, because I have to say it, because you need it to, in a way you want to say it, because you're saying, this is a professional paint job. It's a professional piece of craft art, handcrafted model. I don't want to say artisan because I'm not a chin beard, neck beard, whatever.
Yeah.
I hate the word artisan. Artisanal, I just hate that. It's just... It's so California. It's so, what's the word I'm looking for? Hipster. Oh.
Yeah.
Artisanal bagels, GTFO.
Yeah.
But professionally painted means if you earn a living doing it, you're a professional. It doesn't.
Absolutely.
A lot of people think it refers to the quality of the paint job. It doesn't. It refers to the nature of the paint, of the work.
Yeah.
If it's painted by somebody who does it for a living, it's a professional paint job. If it's painted by Joe Schmo in his bedroom for fun, it's not a professional paint job. It could be the best paint job in the world. Like Cy Reynolds doesn't currently work as a painter. So if he painted something and sold it, it wouldn't be professionally painted because he's not doing it for a living. But if he sold it like last year when he was working wherever he was working as a painter, then it would be a professional paint job. So yeah. Hell, the people that paint the Revell box art models, they're professionally painted, even though they're garbage. So.
SWAT officer.
Yeah. Or any of them. It's just like, or the...
That's the one that always gets us, isn't it? The SWAT officer.
The Razor Crest has replaced that now as the worst ever
is
paint
it?
job.
I've not seen the box art for that.
Yeah, it's like they've painted it with a potato.
Oh, really?
And like the most silver paint ever.
Yeah.
Imagine I said to you, here's a crap brush and a pot of silver paint. Paint the Razor Crest. That's it. That's all you've got.
It looks like it's been done in kit chrome, does it?
Yeah. Also, when you mask it off, you can only mask the cockpit canopy with actual sellotape, and you've got to brush paint it over the masking tape.
Oh.
And then just take the tap. Just when you paint the canopy, just try not to paint on the clear bits. Don't even use the masking tape.
Oh my God.
Haunted beer can, says Wayne Model Works. Yep, 70 quid.
Brilliant.
You got for that. He was drunk when he put it up as well. That's the best bit. And he kind of didn't remember to the next day. He went, I've sold something. Oh, dear God.
Haunted bloody beer can.
Candygram says, you did an awesome job on your black coach, Edward Leonard, says Candygram. I downloaded one of your photos for future reference.
I love
That's my alarm for you, dude.
Yeah, I'll stand up shortly, mate.
Be upstanding for the right honourable
I will
member.
be in a minute.
Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. I'm going to set you for another 2 hours.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I shall do, mate. I'm just going to finish off where I am.
Okay. I'm timing you.
I know.
Dibba. Yeah, so it's one of those things that it kind of makes my skin crawl when I say it. I can't remember what I actually... Last time when I put my Bane blades up, I can't remember what I listed them as. I don't know if I put professionally painted or pro paint. I might have done. Or I may have just put
painted to a higher standard, I do believe.
I think I put like display level paint job or something like that, which is kind of a way to say it's professionally painted and it's
Yeah, without getting yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things you have to remember that professional doesn't mean good. It means I did it for the money. I do it for a living.
We are upstanding.
Good lad. No, do your squats and your starfishes. Hip, pa, hip, pa, hip, pa, hip, pa, hip.
Oh,
There you go. I'm doing it in sympathy with you. Look. Hip, pa, hip, pa.
yeah. Sorry about my old man noises.
Old man noises.
Oh mate, does my head in.
Wayne Modelwork says, I'm on it, Squishy. May I call you Squishy? Since Fox does, I already did, and it's not fair to you. I think everyone should call Edward Squishy. I think Edward, you should change your YouTube handle. You should change your YouTube handle to Squishy King or just Squishy or something Squishy.
He did such a wonderful job with them because that was proper high intensity.
Yeah, I think from now on we call Edward Squish Master Squish.
The Squish Whisperer.
Squish, the Squishberer.
Yes.
That's too hard to say. That's too hard to say.
Do you know, mate, after probably half a bottle of Jack, I'd get that right.
Squishberer. Squishberer. Colin is upstanding. Has
the Queen has entered? Yeah, she is in, mate. Yeah.
Claire says I have the lovely Tamiya magnifying visor with extra lenses, and it's fantastic for detail work.
Yeah. Set of lenses of goodness like them, Claire.
Yeah, I got them. I got the same ones.
Yeah.
The only issue I've got with those lenses that you've got, the same ones, is they are really, really good, but they've got a real small focal area. So if you move your head a little bit, it's like I've got to get used to it. So I need to use them more to get used to it.
The trick for me is I don't put my glasses on when I wear them. Because my glasses are very focal, see?
Good point.
So I take my prescription glasses off and wear the Optivisor and use the lenses in them.
I never thought of that.
What I want, because the minute I move my head, I'm out of focus. Because my prescription for my prescription glasses.
Ooh.
Yeah, so try it.
I did not think of that.
Your normal prescription glasses on Fox, and you might find you get along with it better. Mate.
I might try that then. I might give that a try.
Yeah. God,
good advice there, young padded one.
So many brownie points, been upstanding on time. She's going to be so happy.
How will she know?
Not even going to notice that I may have touched appliances.
Admissions of guilt.
I've been home alone this. Never mind.
Oh dear Lord. Has she not got like a padlock on the kitchen door or something? Is that about as useless as a padlock on a trash can for raccoons?
Absolutely, because I've got to come through the kitchen to get to this room, mate.
I do find it vastly amusing that my brother, who lives in Tennessee, has to buy like padlock systems for his trash cans.
That doesn't surprise me.
Raccoons in it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the drop box out there that's a combination lock on it because obviously the local oiks.
Oh no, yeah, for my brother it's because raccoons get into your bins and just. Yeah. He went out one night and found he had in one house he used to live in. He had like a hot tub in the garden, with a lid on it. Yeah. And he went out one night and just found it full of raccoons all in the hot tub. It's like, really.
What are you currently building at the moment, Claire? You may have already said further up in the chat, but I have a well-known and well-documented ability not to scroll up in chats as Fox will.
Yes.
And now, Cy Reynolds now puts little arrows when he puts a message saying.
It's like we've got like a group chat for all the moderators in the Boom Hut. And if we're talking away about something and I say to Colin, @Colin Wilkinson, hey dude, here's something you need to know, and then the conversation moves 4 or 5 more comments, I'll then go and make sure I put that in a direct message to Colin directly as well, because he'll never notice. Once it goes up at the top of the screen, he'll never see it.
When you go into the chat later, can you do that thing you rarely do? Hold up.
Yeah. Cup of tea. Oh, that's good. I've actually got a raging thirst because of your bottle of juice.
Yeah, Claire. If you wanna put a link in, Claire, in the chat to your YouTube channel, feel free. Because if there's people in the chat that might not have subscribed to you that would want to see your work, Claire, so by all means, put a link in. You're a moderator. You got a blue spanner. Any one of you that's got a blue spanner can put a link into your YouTube channels.
You're a moderator. Look at the modularity.
By all means, not a problem. This is what these shows are all about. Pimpish.
Das ist nicht ein Problem.
Wayne's saying to you, Barry's question mark.
Of course, there is no other tea. Don't even begin to assume there's any other kind of tea. There is only Barry's. All other tea is heresy. And any other tea is a tea of fools. Fools. Tea of fools, I tell you. I will never pray at the altar of PG.
Hands Cat says, yes, Claire, pimp your channel. Yeah, you listen to your Uncle Festa. I mean, follow my example. I now do pimpage.
I'm saying nothing. I'm painting a straight line and I cannot be distracted from that.
I'm well known for it. I've been doing that much pimpage that Fox thinks I'm a different person.
I keep confusing Colin with an American car salesman. He's almost got me to buy a Ford Bronco and I don't even need one.
I ain't a Ford Bronco. It's like making love to a beautiful woman.
Yes.
But no, you're more than welcome.
Bollocks. I'm trying to get. I wish this little sticky up rivety thing wasn't there. It's a real pain painting around it.
Yeah. You add a chip on it later?
No, it's making a challenge of.
Wayne says Colin could sell icebergs in Alaska. Cheers for that, mate.
That'll need straightening up.
I'm good for that.
That went a bit awry.
I do apologise. I'm sorry he's on about the tea again for another hour. Yeah, he will be, mate. When Fox likes a product, it ends up on his store.
Yeah, Barry's tea isn't.
He's looking dejectedly at his cup of fool's tea. Yeah, I've just swigged from mine. Tampa's wife is in, saying hello, Colin and Fox. Hello. Hello, Rhonda. Hope you're doing all right. And if Tampa's about, hola! Claire is still on the fire blade. She says, in black. Yeah, you're doing the really sexy carbony, fibery, matte black version. No. Just put the Hobby Design PE bolts on the engine clutch covers, which has turned out great. We'll post on your group soon. Lovely. I look forward to seeing that, my love. I've got the detail upset for the Ninja Carbon that Wendy sent me. I'm really looking forward to that. Tampa's wife said he's hunting. Send him my regards when he gets back, and I hope you're both doing well, Rhonda. Lovely to see you in, my love. Yeah, and Claire's very similar to David Hunter, does a lot of the hyper detail stuff, and it is done in. I wish I had the steadiness to do it. I'm tempted to get some more detail upset for the Ninja Carbon, you know, like say the proper bolts. All the hose, really go to town on it.
Hose.
Wendy kindly sent me it, and it came with the bulk set, chain, and all of that. So I'm tempted to go all out on it, to be honest, because it's stunning.
What you're saying, Colin, is that you need to go full hose.
Lair hose.
Hose. Mon repose. Hose.
Not garden hose, but lair hose. Hose.
Mon repose. Hose.
Rhonda's saying he's found me an Enterprise to build. Oh, good for you.
Is that the aircraft carrier or the Starship?
Yeah, is it the flat top or the Starship?
And if it's the Starship, which one?
Edward's saying hi to Tampa's wife, Rhonda. Absolutely, the lovely Rhonda is in, joining us.
Hello.
Right. I've now sat myself back down after my obligatory little standing.
Sit your ass down.
Down.
No, I'm not from Wales.
What was I thinking, Fox?
You were thinking about boobs.
Why on earth did I not expect anything other than that?
Well, you're a man. Of course you're thinking about. Even if you think about something else, you were thinking about boobs.
Oh, boobs man, mate.
Yeah, but you're still thinking about boobs, even though you're not a boobs man.
I might have been thinking about intendant Kira, but that's another matter.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's the shiny soup, isn't it?
That's the ecumenical matter, yes.
You know,
You were still thinking about boobs. Admit it, there's no way out of it. You just can't get around it.
not going to leave me alone, is he?
No. For you, Tommy's the vote is over.
Barry's tea boobs, was it?
Boobs. I mean tea.
I worry about you.
Tea boobs. Boob teas.
Oh dear. See what we have to put up with.
What's bubble tea?
Bubble tea?
Yeah, there's a shop open near me and they sell like Japanese things and bubble tea. What's bubble tea? I've seen it popping up here and then. It's like, it seems to be a thing at the minute, but I've no idea what it is.
Yeah.
Is it one of these young people's things? With their rock and their roll and their hippity hop.
Absolutely.
What is this bubble tea? I'm guessing it's a Japanese thing.
The Amazon store, Wayne, is on the website, but it's quite limited. I'm not a massive affiliate like Fox is, so...
Neither am I. I'm going to guess it's on Amazon. I'm going to...
He's after some detail brushes.
Detail brushes?
Yeah, you know, brushes for detail.
I see what you did there.
That came out so bad, didn't it? I didn't.
Have you got the army painter set on there?
No, I haven't, mate. Have you got them on yours?
Possibly. I'm
Because
not
if
sure.
he has, then nip over to Fox's Amazon store. He's probably got a lot more on it than I've got on mine.
I would say, if Colin had had the army painter set on his store, I would have said go for the army painter set. But as he hasn't, get yourself the Broken Toad brushes. But you can only get them from Broken Toad. Which is Broken Toad.
Is what I'm using.
I think it's brokentoad.co.uk, I think.
What I'm using their Minute Series Mark III.
But if you don't want to spend that much money straight away, then I would say go for Army Painter. The Mega Brush set is a good. It's like 35 quid and you get a good selection of brushes. They're not the best in the world.
I can add it to my Amazon store.
Yeah, you can add it. You should do that right now.
If you would like it added, I will add.
Yeah, it's not me. They're not the best brushes in the world, but they're better than a lot of other brushes, and they are really good. They'll certainly get you started.
I will do that now.
What's chat doing? Bubble tea equals milk tea with tapioca balls. That still doesn't help me, but yes, bobber.
I worry about it. In a nice way.
No, it is. That's what it says. That's what Rabbit says bubble tea is. They sell it in a shop round the corner from me. And I'm like, what? I must look them up. Because any shop that sells Japanese stuff, food, is important to me. There's the NC Tampa's wife says it's the 1701 refit. Oh yes, from Polar Lights. It's the 1701A. That is the best Enterprise. It's got battle damage decals. Ooh, that is the 1701A is the best Enterprise. I will hear no arguments any other way. If you say I'm wrong, you're clearly an idiot. It's the 1701A is the best Enterprise. Don't even argue, because you're not going to win. I've got to wipe my nose. And of course, the Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek film. The best ship in all of Starfleet, though. I'm sorry, but it's the Reliant. I love the Reliant so much. Broken Toe or Broken Toad? Broken Toad. BROKENTOAD. Broken Toad. It's all one word, though. Broken Toad brushes. The bubbles in bubble tea are globs of tapioca, really tasty and refreshing. Candygram says. Wayne says, bubble tea is awesome, beautiful stuff, but I did not want to insult berries by mentioning it in the same stream. Oh, no, it's fine. It's Japanese. If it's Japanese or Korean, it gets a pass. Panzercat says, bubble tea sounds like a brew with frog spawn in it. Wayne says, Barry's not berries. I'm a colonist. Please be patient with me. Hey, I don't mind. It's only Colin that I mercilessly take the mickey out of his misspellings.
Absolutely.
Because that's a contractual requirement.
You know, it's like my mispronunciation.
Oh!
Yeah, out of it, isn't you, mate?
Oh!
What's up? What are you growling at me for now? What? No.
You and your talking and words.
Oh, he's so easy. I love it. Have him any other way.
I'm very easy.
Yeah, I'd heard the room.
Or off a Kit Kat and I'm yours for the night.
I heard you was a cheap.
I'm not hard. I'm not expensive, me. There's not a lot of work involved with me.
2 Barry's tea bags and a packet of knobs, and he's anybody's.
I'm everybody's. I'll do whatever you want.
Yes, yeah.
Diddly-did.
Right. Apologies for action at the moment. I'm doing a bit of an update on.
He's coincidentally adding some stuff to his store right now. I didn't think it was really appropriate to pimp my store on your show, so.
Hey, mate, I don't mind. I mean,
not as easy as me, apparently, it would seem.
I know.
Hey!
You're just.
I'm just easy mode, aren't I? See, do you want to know how I know I'm getting old? Well, one of the many ways I know I'm getting old now is that I've started defaulting video games to easy when I play them. Just because I enjoy the experience and the story more in games now than the actual fighting, shooting, or whatever the game is about. I actually enjoy exploring and taking my time. So, yeah, I've started playing like Cyberpunk's on easy. I was playing Metro Exodus on easy. And it just means I can take my time and chill out. And have fun. I like enjoying the story of things. Also, I'm old now. My reaction time sucks.
Absolutely. I mean, what are you now? 57?
87, I think.
Oh, no, I'm not that old.
I'm 1,000 years old now. I'm old, but I can still kick your ass.
Yeah, I know you could.
I may be old, but I am old. Damn it. Argument crumbles. Super match game, boom.
Did there?
Do you see what I did there?
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Yeah, I know. That was a bit Han Solo, wasn't it? You're good. I know.
Oh, good.
I know. Hey, I don't know what. Oh, crap sticks. What green did I use for this now? I've got to touch up some mispainty bits, and I can't remember what green I used. That was a bit of a mistake to make. What a mistake to make.
What a mistake to make.
Yeah. The A refit is beautiful, no doubt, but the D will always be my enterprise, says Dan Kramer. Dan Kramer, you're wrong. It isn't. The D is nice. Don't get me wrong. But it's not the Enterprise A. Enterprise A is just... Yes. It is just... The Enterprise A is my Enterprise. But the Reliant is my Enterprise, but technically, but you know. Dan also says, hey guys, I'm hanging out listening while doing the new expedition on No Man's Sky. I've not played No Man's Sky for ages. I started playing it at one point, and then after a while dropped out. And then when they launched like one of the latest expansions, I went back into it and started a new game. And the second planet, I started off on a planet that was all right. And then I went to the next planet in the same system, and it was a paradise planet with no storms. For anybody that plays the game, you'll know you can have a perfect planet, but there'll be like heat storms or ice storms, and you have to shelter from them. The second planet I landed on, literally one jump from the planet I started on, was a paradise planet. I made that my home base. I was so lucky. I told one of my friends, and they were like, "You jousy bugger," because you can play for months and not find a paradise planet with no dangerous storms. I was like, yep, second planet I found. There you go, paradise planet. Perfect.
I mean, there's a short link in there, mate. Direct in there, but it's also on the website as well, mate.
Have you put it in the chat?
Yeah, that's why I.
Oh, yeah, it's
why
all
I
right.
said I'll put it in the chat, Fox.
Yeah, took a while to kick up on my chat. For some reason, my iPad's always behind on chat.
Don't forget, there is a delay, though, isn't there, with the latency?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, my iPad delays on chat anyway,
right.
extra on top of that. What's that for? Is that for the Army Painter set?
Army Painter brush set.
Ooh, yeah. Is that still like 35 quid or something?
£40 UK delivered.
That's all right.
But, yeah.
It's only gone up a little bit in the intervening years, which you
10
expect.
miniature brushes. It's the Army Painter War Games Mega Brush set.
Yep. It's a really good set.
Yeah.
There's only one useless brush in that set, and that's the Psycho, because it's so small it doesn't really hold much paint. But the Regiment brush was your kind of real go-to everyman brush. That's the real godsend brush, and the dry brushes are really nice.
For anyone else in the chat that wants from me Amazon.
Yeah, the Psycho Insane Detail brush, it's not really that useful, that, because it's so small it doesn't hold any paint, but it's alright for picking up little bits of enamel metallics and stuff, but you wouldn't use it for extensive detail work. But it's just one brush in a set of quite a few, so don't stress it.
Anything folks in the chat would like me to add to the Amazon? Right, just
Flashlights.
Ping us a PM on what you'd like added, and I'll add it.
Sam Reynolds would like you to add all the flashlights in the world. Oh no, is that Paul?
Come out. Oh no.
Come out of there now. Come out.
Right. All done and dusted, see? Instant gratification.
Yes.
And it's surprising, I don't pimp the website enough. A lot of people like, didn't know you had a website. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you had a website.
Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Yeah, you did. You're mocking me again, aren't you?
I live to mock.
We'll stop in a minute. Yeah, we're done.
Round's complete.
Yeah, round's complete. Spider pigs, all done.
Mehr Munition here.
Right. Have a look. I don't know what that was.
In my what music is in your head at the moment?
Metallica Enter Sandman.
No, I said music.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
You did.
At the moment, because of the conversation about the Enterprise A, I've got the very, very slow Enterprise theme from the Star Trek motion picture.
Oh, right.
Which is the Next Generation theme, but when it was first used, and it was like really slow.
Yeah.
I can't obviously hum it to demonstrate, but it's very slow.
I know what you mean.
It's where they're taking the tour of the outside of the ship at the start of the film, and it goes on for about 45 minutes because it's terrible film.
Oh, it's not high up on your list of preferred films then, is it?
What, Star Trek the Motionless Picture?
Yeah.
It's, nothing happens. And nothing happens, and also nothing happens very slowly.
Yeah. I mean,
Wrath of Khan, of course, far superior.
What could have been a good film, I think, was...
Yeah, well, it suffered the fate of having Gene Roddenberry involved in it. Unfortunately, with the movies and Next Generation, Gene Roddenberry became a bit of a George Lucas.
Yeah.
In that, like, Next Generation became so much better when they just kind of got rid of Gene Roddenberry and just made him a consultant. Because, yeah, all those first series where it was like women in scanty outfits and Pleasure Planet, that was George Roddenberry. That was Roddenberry.
It was a little bit dated,
yeah.
Should we say.
Yeah, then they turfed him out and made him a consultant. And said, don't get involved anymore, bye. And suddenly it became good.
Yeah, it was...
It's like I said, it's a bit of a George Lucas. We love what you created, but please can you not touch it anymore, because...
It's of its time, isn't it? Today. It's of its time.
Yeah.
So if he wasn't involved, was he involved with Intendant Kira?
Oh,
He was
God,
dead
no.
by
He
then,
was
wasn't he?
dead by then. He stopped being involved in about the second season of Next Gen, I think. They kind of he was there as a consultant, which means he had no say in anything.
Intendant Kira does take it to a whole new level.
DS9 was Brandon Barger and Rick Berman. Through and through. Ha la 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 la. Oh, look, there's the table, says Festa. He's having Kira thoughts again, aren't you? Oh,
sorry.
Oh, it's like a loon on the lake. Oh, oh.
She looked at me.
I'll tell you what. There is one advantage to working in resin.
Yeah.
And that is because resin's porous. I think this is what I'm going to assume anyway. Because I'm making this up out of my ass, but because resin is porous, the primer really goes into the resin. And therefore the paint seems to be much more durable. So as I've been handling this model over the last few weeks, if this was a plastic kit, all the paint would have long scraped off all the edges by now. Because acrylic paints are really feeble, especially Citadel paints when you airbrush them. They're not exactly durable. So the fact that this is not scraping off the edges of all the handling, I'm really impressed. And I can't sing that because it's copyright. Shut up. Breaking the tune up into different bits.
Stop messing with my monetisation. I know what you're up to.
Monetisation. You need all you can get. What? Scale Model Ninja, Ross is in. Hey, Ross.
Hello, Ross. How you doing, mate?
Okay, here's a question for the chat then. What song is in your head or music is in your head right now? Seeing as Wayne's answered it, he says, Cannibal Corpse, Feed Me, and Britney Spears, Oops, I Did It Again.
Oh, is that because of the red cat suit?
Candy Graham says he went opening night to Star Trek The Motion Picture and still have the promotional full-colour booklet and Star Trek badge. Cool.
Oh, good for you.
3 hours, you'll never get back. No, sorry, whistle. I can't whistle. Oh, God. That's force a habit. Where are we up to? Ross says, good morning.
Hello, Ross.
Dan Kramer says, yes, Chris played it for a while and never saw a nice one. We played for an hour together yesterday and found a paradise. Oh, yeah, Paradise World in the system we started it, yeah. If you don't play No Man's Sky, if you never played it, basically, it's got like 400 bajillion planets on it. And you start off on a planet. And the worst thing you can do is a randomly generated planet that you start on.
Yeah.
Or rather, you randomly assigned a planet. And there's nothing to say that your game won't start on a hell planet where there's deadly storms every 2 minutes and you're scrambling for cover. But the odds of actually getting like a paradise planet where there's perfect weather all the time and there's no natural dangers is very slim, and it happened to me once. So, needless to say, that's the playthrough I keep sticking with. Fox, show Colin how to set up a US Amazon store also, says Edward.
Yeah, I'm not a big affiliate like Fox is, so I don't have the option at the moment of doing that.
I'll sing over that so you don't break copyright. There you go, that's your alarm.
You have a dedicated thing, don't you? Because you're an influencer. That's the word I was looking for.
You don't have to be anything to set up an Amazon store. The only thing you need to do is have a degree in knowing how the hell to figure out how shit works on Amazon.
Well, with all due respect, why does it keep telling me that it's been rejected then? Because I'm not above a certain amount of Facebook and YouTube members then.
Huh? I don't know. I never got that.
Well, I do.
How does it know how many Facebook member things you've got?
Because you link it to your account.
I mean, it's been a while since I did mine, so I don't remember how it works. That must be something they've added then. Yeah. The difficulty with Amazon stores is that in the UK, I've got to try and remember how I did it because I can't remember. But in the UK, you basically press a button that says, I want to do an Amazon store, and they say, here you go. And you go, thank you. Here's all the things I want to sell. In the US, you have to spend a whole day swearing at 35 different menus and Amazon's own guides that say, go to this page, and you click on it and it doesn't exist. Go to this menu option that doesn't exist. In the US and Canada, well, in the US you have to set up an influencer page first.
That's the one I had trouble with because it.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when you're an influencer, which I don't understand what that means, then you can set up a store. It's just stupid. It's one of the, remember the other week when I was ranting about how you get like software where every guide you search for seems to be like one version out on the menu, so they all say press this button and that button doesn't exist anymore and you can't find a guide how to do something. It's like that. Navigating Amazon, all their own guides and help guides are out of date. It took me about a day and a half of swearing to figure out how to set up an American Amazon store. I even had to mail them 4 or 5 times. Like, what the hell? What did you do? And
yeah.
in the end, I just sent them a horse's head in a box, and they sorted it out.
Yeah, it is something I've looked in doing, but I got the because my channel was only just over 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
You're not deemed, you've got, with respect, you've got 25,000 subs, mate.
Well,
a lot of travel and a lot of traffic are going through your channel, whereas someone like myself that's still only scratching at the surface can't achieve that at the moment.
I mean, I don't remember it ever doing anything with that, but that's maybe because it saw that and didn't bother mentioning it. So I didn't know that was a requirement.
I can do some screenshots for you.
Did I say I was doubting you? I just said. I just said it never mentioned it, so maybe it wasn't an issue because I did.
It's the computer. I'd never done that when I did it. Oh, all right then.
No, I'm just saying it maybe because I already met the requirements, it didn't need to mention it.
Absolutely, because influencer.
Yeah, I'm not an influencer at all. But yeah, people have asked me before, how do you set up, and like, don't ever ask me how to set up an Amazon store because it'll give you a nervous breakdown, and I really can't remember how I did it because it's one of those like circuitous nightmare. Whenever you're doing one of the things where you try and set something, either software or an account in a website or something.
Because when I did mine, I went through the entire process that you've just said.
Yeah.
And it agreed to everything, and then right at the end, it's you don't have enough members or subscribers at this moment in time. Well, why let me go through inputting all my details and.
Well, it's one of those things that it's such a convoluted, nonsensical process that by the time you've finished it, you've got no idea how you got there.
Yeah.
It's a bit like with old synthesizers. There's the old analog synthesizer with twiddly knobs and dials, and then in the early days of DAC controls, digital access controls, where you got the little screen and you do little buttons rather than twiddly knobs and dials.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And in the old days, you got like one strip of LCDs, maybe two character strips, and you'd get the perfect sound. But it'd be such an absolute faff if you ever had a Yamaha DX7 or DX11 or any of the DX synthesizer. Unlike every other synthesizer, they were additive synthesized, not subtractive.
Yeah.
So with the DX, I had a DX11. Was it DX? I didn't have a DX7. I had a DX11. I think it was DX10. And I never figured out how to program it because it was so unintuitive that by the time I got to a noise that I thought, that's really cool, I had no idea how I'd made it. I just like, how did you make that? If I could sit you in front of my Korg Poly 6 or my D20 or my Juno 6 or whatever synth it was, and I could tell you exactly how I made a sound. Sit me in front of that DX. How do you make that sound? No idea. And I had the manual. I read the book, and it was like, makes no sense at all. But the irony was, not only was it impossible to understand how to make sounds, and even if you got the best sound, you wouldn't know how you did it. Unfortunately, by the time I got my DX synthesizer, which was the mid-90s, it unfortunately was the standard. It sounds like it was basically the same as a PC sound card.
Oh, right, yeah.
Remember the old MIDI sound cards?
Yeah.
That's what Yamaha DX synthesizers sounded like, which were revolutionary in the mid-80s.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the Top Gun song with the brrr bell sound at the start. That's a DX. Unfortunately, by the mid-90s, they were basically it was the same hardware that was in your computer sound card that did the MIDI sound card. It was those sounds.
Oh.
So there was no real place for them apart from if you wanted to get, nostalgic when I got my DX. I don't know why I bought it.
Because you could.
Yeah, and I never did figure it out. I had it for about 2 years and never used it because I couldn't figure out how to program the damn thing. I read the book, and it's like it makes no sense at all. Subtractive synthesis, perfect. Additive synthesis, not got a clue.
Yeah.
Harmonics and fundamentals, and everything just sounded like bells.
That's the thing back then, when it was all so new as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just give me my Korg Poly 6 and then CS1X.
I think a lot of the synths and stuff that was around then, they just guessed a lot of it, didn't they?
Yeah. But I do miss my synths and stuff. If I ever get rich,
What made
and
you
I can
stop? Because
I had to set this bench up.
oh right, because you was quite into your dog sounds music and all of that lot, and the way you talk about it, it seems it's something that you actually miss quite a lot.
It is. Well, I mean, the simple reason was that it dried up for a long time. The music, the creativity dried up.
Okay, yeah. Bit like
I made the
block, yeah.
Well, I made a terrible mistake in that I can't remember what paint I painted this tank with. Excuse me. Hang on. I'm trying to have 3 different conversations at once. I made the terrible mistake of, for many years, listening to electronica and then getting into movie soundtracks with full orchestras.
Yeah.
And I went from writing electronica to trying to recreate orchestras, which you couldn't do in the late 90s, early 2000s without sounding shit. So, and I kind of lost the creative urge then. I lost the muse. It just vanished.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to create something that was impossible to create without a very expensive studio setup. So, unfortunately, it kind of died. And I hadn't used them I hadn't recorded anything in a good few years, and then had this idea about doing the model making. And I was like, you know what? This bit where the bench is now is where my 8-track setup and my equipment rack and my synths and stuff were.
Right, yeah, that's where it all lived, yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, well, I need the space. I'll just sell them.
Cool, I bet you pined when you sold them, didn't you?
Well, no, because I hadn't used them for a long time, so it wasn't, and I really wanted to do the model making and start the YouTube channel, so it wasn't such a biggie, to be perfectly honest, because I hadn't really done anything with them. I'm like, you know what, it is just money sitting there.
Yeah.
Let's just crack on and, you know.
Here's a question for you: what made you reach the decision then to initially start YouTube video?
Well, that's not even anywhere near the right colour, sorry.
Okay.
Well, where I was working at the time with someone who was at that time my friend, I've said this story before, we both, he was going through his midlife crisis and was like, I want to get a remote control tank, but I want to get a sports car, but I can't afford one.
Yeah.
So what I'll do instead is buy a massive remote control tank. But that ventured down to, let's just go to a model shop and see what's available. And that was our trip to E-models, when I hadn't made a model in like 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
So we went down to E-models, and that got me back into the hobby a little bit. Oh, that was kind of the right colour. And that got me back into the model making. And then I hadn't even thought, I'd started a little blog, and basically we started it out as he wanted to add it as like part of his business.
Yeah.
Because it was another way to make money. So it started out with him saying, let's do this and we'll start like a website and stuff. And okay. Because I'd started a little blog and stuff like that. I hadn't thought about filming it, but I was writing a little blog and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, let's do a website. And then the E-models thing came up and said, we want people to make videos. And I'm like, I can give it a go. Why not? I can film on my phone.
Yeah.
So I did that for a laugh. And then when that did that, I filmed that, and then I filmed the Striker, and I was like, why don't I just start a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
And it started off with me and him doing it, and it was kind of like, that'd be quite good fun. And but at the end of it, though, we fell out and went our own ways, and I carried on doing it. So, yeah. But yeah, no. So, but it was somebody else's midlife crisis that got me back into doing the models.
Yeah, it was Tony Fairclough with me.
Yeah. Well, it really was a case of he sat there one day and he's like, well, I can't afford a sports car, let's just go and buy. I used to paint models when I was a kid. I said, well, I used to paint them till the late 90s. So he said, let's go and get some models. I went, okay. There's a place in Stoke. I don't know why we didn't just go to our local place. Let's go all the way to Stoke. I'm like, okay. I don't mind.
It was
Stripes.
a chance conversation with Tony over the Rossi bike he was filming at the time.
Oh yeah.
We just got chatting through Messenger. He was like, you know, do you build? Have you got a channel? And I was like, no, none of that. And he was like, send us a couple of pictures, and I sent him the Boot Hill Express, the wooden nurse one that I had just... He was like, dude, you kind of should have a channel because...
Earth with an H.
Yeah, people need to see what you're doing. And he just... You know what Tony's like, he gets a niggle, doesn't he, bless him, and it's like, yeah, and
He gets all Mother Hennish, doesn't he?
Yeah, have you done it yet? Have you done it yet? No, I'll do it next week. No, you'll do it today. And in the end, I'd done it just to have a bit of peace.
He's shut him up.
He meant well, and I love him for it, you know, because he was right at the end of the day. And that's how I got to know you, because straight away he was like, go and watch this bloke, go and watch this bloke. And it was you and Ted, and the rest is history, mate. I've
not had a moment's peace since.
No.
No, but for me, it was funny though, because, like I say, I hadn't made a model in like 20 years. The last model I made was Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
And that was for a friend's birthday. I remember driving it to his house in the back of my car with some paint still wet.
Yeah.
And if you've never seen the Deep Space Nine model, it's not small.
No.
And that was in like the mid-90s, I think, late mid-90s. And then I'd always done the model making and the music and stuff, but all the model went aside and bits went in the loft. And it was really, I'll tell you, actually now I've got the story slightly wrong. There was a precursor to it, which was that before we had the conversation where it was like, let's go on. I've got a midlife crisis, I can't afford a sports car. What actually happened was, and I remember this now exactly, specifically, I woke up one morning, I'd had a dream. I can't say that. I had a dream, and in the dream, it was one of those dreams where I'm walking around and I'm in like a shop, and it's a model shop.
Yeah.
So it's all these shelves full of stuff. And when I woke up, I was like, I've got an old AMT Snowspeeder model kit in the loft. I feel compelled to build. I don't know why I remembered I've got it.
Yeah.
But I did, and I'm like, I should make that. I really want to make that. And that's why I remember waking up and thinking, I really want to make that.
Yeah.
I should go make that. And so I went to work and I said to this guy, I said, I had that dream, and I said, oh yeah, I might get it out and have a go of it. And he was like, oh, well, I've been thinking about something and this and that, so why don't we go to this model shop? So the first thing I did when I got back into the hobby was this AMT Snowspeeder.
Yeah.
Which, bearing in mind, it'd been 15 odd years since I'd done a model, and I didn't really know a lot when I was last doing models anyway, and I only had Tamiya paints and I didn't have an airbrush, so I basically brush painted this Snowspeeder, but because I didn't have any other, I just had whatever colours I had in the box. Yeah. I painted it blue and called it a Sea Speeder and made it all rusty and...
Oh, neat.
It was terrible. I saw some photographs a few weeks ago. I found some picked. I'm like,
yeah.
Jesus, wet. That's terrible. I mean, it really was like painted by a 5-year-old. It was like, oh, dear God.
We've all got some kits way back when we first got back into it. And you look at it, like,
Christ on a stick. But that was my first foray back into it, was that. And then we went to E-Models and I came back with an Opel Blitz. Because I used to make military miniatures. I used to do Tamiya military miniatures at the time. And he came back with a half track, and I came back with an Opel Blitz. And bought some paints and stuff. But at that point, I didn't know about. I hadn't got into acrylics. You see, I was still 18 years old and painting with Tamiya acrylics. Yeah. Acrylics. So at that point, I was still Indian basically. But yeah, that was my introduction back in. And then he built a couple of things and just fell out of it straight away because he didn't actually have any talent anyway. He just remembered building the models as a kid, and that's what he was trying to recapture. Whereas me, I've been doing it for 20 years anyway. So, but I mean, I've come such a long way in the 12 years since I got back into the hobby.
Yeah.
Which does amaze me that, this is why people say, oh, you're a guru. I'm like, I don't know that. That's why I'm happy to say I'm mediocre at best. because I've only been doing it like 10 or 11, well, 12 years really.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've been doing it for like 40 years, but for 30 of those years, it was just as a talentless child. So,
I mean, there's some people out there that literally they take it to a level. Wow,
Oh God, yeah.
And I
Mentioning
love
no names, Cy Reynolds.
I love looking at their work. It's.
I mean,
Fascinating.
I like to think, because a lot of where I am now is purely down to access to superior materials and paints and equipment and obviously online information.
Yeah.
For 20 odd years, I painted with brushes and Tamiya paints. And that was it. And I used Tamiya paints with a cup of water as my thinner, and I just murdered brushes instantly. And I didn't know what I was doing. Weathering was a black wash and a dry brush with a silver paint. And, skin, if I painted a figure, it was paint it flat flesh, then give it a wash of very thin brown Tamiya paint, red-brown Tamiya paint. So somehow I figured that out by myself. But since getting back into the hobby, like 2010 or 11 or whenever, it's being introduced to like the modern stuff like acrylic paints and brush painting, and even then when I first got back into it, it wasn't until I started like watching some of the Warhammer TV stuff after a couple of years and seeing how Duncan was painting things, and that I basically started my brush painting career all over again at that point. Because by then I hadn't even really still got into acrylic paints. I'd done the the striker, and I'd done the Colonial Viper and stuff like that, and I'd done some Gunpla, but I hadn't really got back into learned proper brush painting by that point. So, and it was that opened my eyes, and that's how I started getting into the brush painting a bit more.
It's surprising, isn't it? What you see that some folks are able to achieve. Fascinates me. Inspiring, but scary as well, because you're like.
But it was also eye-opening in a lot of ways, because with the arrival of the internet, when I was younger and in the 80s and 90s when I was making things, the only time you ever saw professional work was in a catalogue.
Yeah.
Or maybe a book about modelling. And that's the only time you saw professional work. And even if it was like a book about modelling saying how you do it, it was still like, I could never do that. I don't understand how you do that. But then as soon as like now in this go around, and I can watch videos showing how it's done.
Yeah.
And you realise actually all these models that look like I used to look at them and think that's the work of a god, I could never do that. When you actually see it done and you realise how it's done, it's like actually it's not that hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, I kind of approach it in a way that there's two levels of ability. It doesn't require a lot of talent or skill to get to mediocre. To get to mediocre, like where I am, it just requires knowing how to use the products.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm happy to teach how to be mediocre to my level, because I'm not teaching you how to have talent. I'm teaching you how to use a brush and how to use acrylic paints and how to get these simple effects that look fantastic, but they're still mediocre, they're still mid-range. And my whole point is to try and show that to get to my level is actually not that, doesn't need that much talent or skill. You just need to understand the paint, understand the brush, understand the airbrush.
Understanding the products you've got, and it's minimal effort.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm a lazy ass modeler, so I'm trying to teach people that to get to my level, which is only intermediate. I'm only whatever I said. What did I say? Moderate, medium, moderate, whatever. I can't remember the word now. That's not where the skill and talent starts. The skill and talent to get to my level is getting your brain around how to do something, not having a skill or a talent. An artistic talent. My up to my level is understanding how to use something. That's how I work. So when I was watching YouTube videos, I was learning the mechanics of how to do stuff.
Yeah.
Because to get to my level and to get to, I mean, Duncan, even Duncan's painting level is above mine, but even to get to Duncan's painting level, it's not about necessarily artistic skill. It's about the mechanical process.
Yeah.
It's if a lot of, say, Duncan's videos and stuff like that you'll watch, a lot of them, it's the same techniques over and over because he's teaching you the mechanical process.
Yeah.
To get to a certain end result. There are some where he does stuff that does require a bit of, out of the box thinking.
Yeah.
When you get into things like glazes and stuff like that, you've got to think a bit creatively. But just to get basic colours, like what I've done here, airbrush a coat and a bit of chipping, this is mechanical. To get from my level onwards, I'd say I'm only at intermediate level. To get from me onwards, that's where true artistry starts to come in.
Yeah.
To get to the level of Darren Latham's or Cy Reynolds or some of the really amazing, all the names are failing me right now, but some of the really amazing, talented artists out there, to get from my level to them, that's where art comes in, because that's where you start applying all the knowledge you've got of technically how to use stuff, and you start then injecting your own personality and art into
artistic creativity and that. They take it to a whole new level, don't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's almost like I'm teaching you how to paint like Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Because Bob Ross is all about technique and keeping it simple. And getting amazing results with he just teaches the same techniques every time. It's all the same. He teaches the same thing over, like Duncan. He teaches the same thing over and over again because it's just technique. Going from Bob Ross to Rembrandt, that's where art comes in. Yeah. Going from Bob Ross to, anything like that. So I never big myself up, and I never like to say I'm the big guy. I don't. I mean, I have to big myself up when I put something on eBay because that'd be stupid if I didn't. But to get from where I am, which is average, I'd say I wouldn't say I'm above average. I'd say I'm average. It's a bit of chipping, bit of weathering. It's nothing too complicated. It's basic techniques.
Oh, I think you're selling yourself short there, mate.
Well, I have my moments, but to get from my level to the Darren Latham level, where you spend 3 weeks painting one single miniature figure, that's proper artistry, because that's where you've got lots more knowledge of colour theory and the science of colour and light and all these kind of things, which then go into artistic interpretation, and that's where you get the real art. I mean, I'm almost kind of paint by numbers in a way, but not really, but you know what I mean. So to me, it's all about teaching the mechanics, the technique, which is why I'll always teach the same things and I'll always keep it simple because I'm lazy.
Yeah, I mean, I look at what you've done with them Bane blades and I thought they were beautiful, to be honest.
Thank you very much. But they are only, if you boil down the techniques, they're not that complex.
Oh, yeah, but it still visually is appealing to look at.
Well, that's what I try and do, is I try and make things look a lot more complex than they are and skilled. And it's not because I'm trying to, get one over on somebody.
No.
I'm trying to share. It's more just the case that I want to say to people, you can get good results without being a master.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get fantastic results if you are a master at it, but even if you're not a master, you can still get great looking models. It's about learning some techniques and getting confident with them.
Yeah.
And finding techniques that you like to use and just mastering those and then taking it from there. So if you break down my techniques, they're not that complex. I'm not teaching people how to do like really complicated glazing effects because I suck at it and I can't do it. I'm not teaching people how to do non-metallic metals because I suck at it and I can't do it. It's that's well beyond my skill level. That's where true artistry comes in. Like simulating. There's a picture in the Boom Hut of I don't know who did it. Somebody posted a link to it, and it's like somebody on horseback, and the horse has got like shiny armour.
Yeah.
And the armour on the rump of the horse is like slats of armour, but it's got the effect that you can see like the sky and the horizon and the ground. It's like a shiny piece of metal, but it's not in that cheesy 1980s shiny chrome effect where you've got blue sky and green and brown. It's not like that. It's realistically done. Now that is art.
Yeah.
That's interpretation. That's recreating real light and shadow and reflections. I can't do that. I'll never teach you how to paint a face like Darren Latham. I'll teach you how to paint a face like Duncan's laziest, slow, quickest paint job ever. I'll be like the base level of Duncan's level. He can go well above me, but you know, I'll be teaching like the bargain basement version.
But again, you know, you look at the dudes you did on the Bane blades. I thought they were far better than what I can do.
Yeah, but you know what makes big dudes easier? Not having to paint eyes because they've got masks on. Yeah. Yeah, masks is easy. But yeah, so I've always seen myself as that kind of not intermediate, but moderately. I'm the level where, with a little bit of practice, somebody can get to my level without much difficulty because it's not technically complicated.
Yeah.
Learning, if you went to a newbie and gave them any of my techniques, all my techniques need is a memory, a steady hand, and an eye to look at things, a couple of eyes, and that's it. But you couldn't take a newbie and teach him how to completely paint out a figure using only glazing, because that requires a hell of a lot of foundation before you get to that point, and I like to build the foundations. So, you know, and I'm happy to stay at that intermediate level. I don't want to, when we're talking earlier about competitions, I don't want to get to that. I've said this before, if I could paint like Darren Latham, yes, it'd be great to have that kind of skill. But you know what? If I could paint like that, I couldn't then teach people to paint to this level.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
because if you'd
feel it's dumbing it down, wouldn't you?
Well, it's not so much that. It's like the way I see it. If I had, say, the skills of a Darren Latham, or you know, insert your name of your favourite like award-winning, utterly incredible painter here. If I could paint like that, if you look at his videos are showing you how to paint like he does.
Yeah.
Now, for 99% of his audience, they're never going to paint like that. They're really fascinated by how he does it, but they're going to paint to my level and never get past that. Or they don't paint at all.
See you later, Claire. Thank you for coming in, darling.
Thank you, Claire.
Take care, love.
So for 99% of his audience, it's just interesting to watch. They're never going to try and emulate it because, you know, they probably haven't got the patience or the time, or they haven't ever got to that level.
Yeah.
That's real dedication to get to that point. But it's nice that he shows how he does it.
Yeah.
When I do a video, it's 95% of my audience are learning how to get to my level, and therefore hopefully it's a helpful guide for them to get to my level.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, a percentage of my audience probably paint a lot better than me anyway. So for them, they're just kind of watching me because maybe they like my voice, I don't know. But for the chunk of my audience, they watch because they want to try and get to my level. And that's why I do it, to help them get to that point. I want them to build that foundation to then move on to find their own artistic skills. So if I could paint like Darren Latham, it'd be really hard to do half a job. And Simon said the same thing, because Cy Reynolds has said the same. This is one of the things Cy Reynolds said about doing. We mock him about doing YouTube videos, and he said, "Well, the thing is, he said, I can't do a paint job at your level because that's half a paint job to him."
Yeah, yeah.
That's like
understandable. Yeah,
it's like. The kind of level of painting I do to him is like it's like painting a base coat and leaving it at that.
Yeah.
To him, it didn't mean it in an insulting way. He's saying he'd be doing something that to him will be half a paint job.
Yeah, and he just can't do it. Yeah, I totally understand that.
It's like, I don't know. I can't think of an equivalent. I can't think of an allegory, but it's like being a master chef and showing someone how to make hot dogs.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that I can't paint to that level, and I don't think I ever want to. And A, because I'm lazy, and I'm happy where I am, but B, because I enjoy teaching people that foundation. Because whereas Darren Latham might take, if 1,000 views of his video, 3 people might take his tips and progress.
Yeah.
The rest watch it for fun. If 1,000 people watch my video, 500 of those might take my tips and use it to get to my level.
Yeah. And
then progress. Whereas, you know, Darren Latham's, most people are going to be like, well, I still never paint like that, but I like watching how he does it. So it's a smaller part of his audience will be watching his content to learn how he does it so they can do it, because they have to be at a certain skill level to get to be at that point.
I mean, this genre does fascinate me purely and simply because there are such varying degrees of talent in the Warhammer community. And it does open up a whole new world, doesn't it? Because, you know, I'm a Tamiya bikes man, as you know. And I do like me motorbikes, I do like me cars and tanks and stuff. So coming into this is kind of giving you some ideas that you can take to them genres as well. So
I wouldn't even really break it down into the Warhammer community. I'd just say it's the model making community.
yeah,
I don't think it matters whether it's a bike or a tank or a Warhammer kit or a Dungeons and Dragons dragon or a Ed 209 or whatever it is you paint. I don't think it really matters. I don't think there's a reason to split from what I do. I don't think there's a benefit to splitting out the hobby into Warhammer and not Warhammer, because at the end of the day, it's all models.
yeah.
It's all just painting models, and
How can
I know there's
word it
different
in layman's terms? There are techniques that you wouldn't normally look at to use in standard model kits that are the norm in Warhammer. You can bring armour techniques
Yeah.
to Warhammer and Warhammer techniques
yeah,
to your
okay, well,
ordinary kits. Yeah,
yeah, that's a good point.
that's
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
that makes sense. I know what you mean.
techniques I'm learning doing these from watching yourself and listening to Cy and Ross and people that paint Warhammer. I can now look at other builds that I'm doing, like say for instance the Mad Max car. When
Yeah.
that comes up, there'll be techniques that I can use on that build. But I've only picked up since I've been doing the Warhammer, so for me
I think-
it's been beneficial.
Well, I think you're kind of onto something there, because I think in terms of like crossovers between, I wouldn't say, well, instead of saying Warhammer, I'll say tabletop miniature painting. Let's
I'm narrowing it down,
Yeah.
I suppose, because this is the only one I really
Yeah.
know. I don't know the others that well, so
But yeah, if we say miniature painting and then
Miniature
traditional,
painting,
yeah,
yeah.
that makes sense. So I think you're right, and I think you are correct in that in the last few years, I think there has started to be a bit of a crossover
yes,
in terms of, especially it's more noticeable in Warhammer.
yeah,
But I think there is a crossover occurring in that you'll see a lot. You're right. There's always been like a traditional way to paint miniatures,
yes,
and that's because they're viewed from a distance on a tabletop. So
Yeah.
your base, your wash, your highlights, and things like that. It works perfectly, but you wouldn't, necessarily do that on something else. However, I think in recent years there has been started to be a cross pollination of ideas, and that you are starting to see people painting their tabletop vehicles, for example, in more realistic ways that you would, weathering and chipping and stuff like I'm doing, that you would tend to see on real world vehicles, models, like, your armour painters, your Tamiya tank builders and your Tacoms and things. People introducing those techniques like pastels and enamel's and things like that. People have, it over the last 4 or 5 years, it's started to come, the kind of thing that Forge World always had on their models. But because if you look at Forge World stuff, they've always had the proper weathering and painting techniques on their models.
they used what I would class as regular techniques.
Yeah.
On the
That's
miniatures,
yeah, that's why their Forge World vehicles always look fantastic, because they've got proper weathering on it. But there has been more of a cross-pollination, I think. And I think the reverse goes back as well. I think because certainly videos I've seen over the last 3 or 4 years, you've started to see a lot more people painting figures for, especially in things like 1/35th.
Yeah.
You started to see a lot more people painting figures with techniques that you'll recognise from painting miniatures. Now, I'm not saying they're doing literally, base, shade and highlight, but I've started to see people doing things, painting figures that have a lot of similarities. Like, get your base coat down, do a wash of some sort, then do some highlights. They'll go a lot more detail and be more subtle with it, but I've started to see that technique in the, there's some some there that
probably
the miniature
wasn't there
paint
5 or 6 years ago. It's
and you see people in like traditional model making now starting to use things like the Citadel shades and contrast paints, or the Army Painter quick shades, or whatever they call them, and things like that. And you see people in the Warhammer in the miniature painting scene. I mean, they've always used the same paints and stuff, but I've started to see things definitely crossing over back and forth.
And I like that, because it's encouraged, it's encouraged someone like me that was not particularly familiar with the tabletop miniature world to feel comfortable coming in and having a go. Whereas a few years ago, I would have thought, well, that's a niche community. They do their thing. It's totally different to what I do, and I wouldn't fit in type of thing. You know what I mean? It's just how you perceive it, isn't it?
There was always like a traditional way to paint miniature. Well, there was never a traditional way to paint miniatures. There's always a traditional way to paint Warhammer. Because Games Workshop had its painting system, which was base, shade, and highlight, and they built their paints around that. But I think that's kind of, in a lot of ways, that's kind of become the norm now for miniatures and tabletop miniatures. You know, go back a few years, and you'd have all different people painting different things. You'd have like people painting bolt action stuff. Like a traditional model maker, you'd have people painting Dungeons and Dragons miniatures in much more artistic techniques than the base shade and highlight layers. But I think some of that it's become kind of a norm now. But it is fascinating to watch some of the bleed over and the crossover and stuff. The cross pollination, you say?
Pollinations of the cross kind, eh?
I like a little cross pollination on a Friday night.
I see what you're doing there with your cross pollination.
I'm talking about sex, aren't I? I'm doing sex talk again, aren't I? I'm always doing sex talk. It's all about sex. I'm a middle-aged man. Everything's about sex. Come on, just don't even deny it.
You're just obsessed, aren't you?
I'm a man. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Can I just say, for the last hour, I've actually been using a Citadel starter brush.
You have.
Can I just point that out? I don't even know why I've got a Citadel starter brush, but it's this crappy one that comes in Warhammer Conquest and some of the starter painting sets.
Yeah.
And I've actually found myself using it for shades. And I'm about to use it for a highlight, and I don't even know why. It just seems to have happened. I don't quite understand. That's not even the right colour anyway. Evil Sun Scarlet is what I need.
But no, it's certainly interesting. I mean, when we first started talking about it, and you was like, get a Warhammer, have a go, you'd be good at doing orcs. And I thought, no, he's just trying to get me into bloody Warhammer. That's all he's trying to do. And I basically ignored you, didn't I?
I'm not that mercenary. I mean, I am that mercenary, but there was a genuine...
Yeah. And then in the end, I conceded defeat to get some peace and bloody quiet.
Yeah.
And damn it, I'm sitting there going, damn, I'm going to have to tell him that he's actually got a point.
Yeah.
Damn, this is
I knew it.
painful.
I knew it, bitch. Don't even worry about that.
But, you kept on at me, and... I've enjoyed it, if I'm honest, because it's just given me something different away from the traditional stuff. Because if I'm not in a buildy mood, I can sit here, pick up a paintbrush, and do something constructive.
But that was the interesting thing for me. I mean, obviously, the reasons I got you into it wasn't mercenary at all. It was that I saw something that I thought Colin would like that. I thought something that you might get mileage out of. And I didn't want to let that go by. I didn't want to pass up the chance for you finding something you could love. Yeah. But the thing that I found fascinating was that for such a long time, you had this mentality that there was model making, was model painting, and then there was Warhammer.
Yeah.
And that it had to be done a certain way, and you had to do certain things. And there was rules and regulations, and how do I paint this figure? And it's like I spent a long time trying to beat it into you to say, look, treat it like a normal model. Forget it's Warhammer. Treat it the same way as any other model you're going to make, and just do it the way you would do it. Yeah. Apply yourself to the kit. And I think for a while you had that kind of like there's a Warhammer way mentality to it.
Well, this is it, because it was such a niche community that I was coming into, and I thought, they're going to have their own, especially when, like you say, with the game, you've got the rules, the law, and all of that lot, and I'm like, there's got to be a certain way that this is done the right way.
The law. Yeah.
And I was convinced that it all had to be done a certain way. And
well, I think it's more just you saw it as like a different kind. I think you just saw it as like a completely different kind of modelling, and for some reason you obviously assumed that there was perhaps a whole different culture around it and a different way to do it. And it's like, no, just treat it like a normal model.
Yeah.
Treat it the same way, because that's what my entire purpose was, to get you to Festa. Apply Festa to Warhammer. It wasn't that I wanted you to become poor and living on street corners with no money. No. I wanted Festa to damage Warhammer. That's what I wanted the Festa effect.
Because you knew that I would not be afraid or too shy in getting the saw out or bastardising Warhammer stuff, because probably you can do all the builds you want to do through me. If that makes sense.
It was partially because I knew you'd enjoy it.
Yeah.
Eventually, because I knew you'd find some fun and comfort from it, and if I can, give you some fun in your life, anybody, something that they can treasure.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd fall in love with it, but I knew you'd probably enjoy it. But it was partly that, and it was partly because I wanted to see what happens when you apply Festa to Warhammer, because there was that. It's like saying it's like saying I want to. I've got a puppy in my hand, and there's a fire over there.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to find out what happens if I combine them.
Yeah.
It's just this morbid curiosity. I need to know what happens.
I've got a mate who, if he was sat there and there was a big red button saying "Do not press," I know he'd spend an hour trying not to press it, but would still.
Because he'd want to know. He'd be like, "Oh, I just need to know." Yeah. So.
I'm glad you persevered, because Insane Blade. There's a prime example.
Because it's like, I put you onto Gunpla a little bit, but I never really pushed that one because I knew that would never be something that you'd fall over head over in heels for. Yeah. And I knew that you could do stuff with it, but there's not that much material there. It's just like, once you've done one Gunpla, you'd put a Festa touch to it.
It's like the Kshatriya suit. Once I've done that, I'm done, with Gunpla, because it's just going to be regular Gunpla builds, and I can't really Festerise too much of them.
Well, it's not so much that. You might find other ones that you enjoy, but I knew there wouldn't be that much in Gunpla because it's not orcs, and it's part of it was just knowing what orcs were like and knowing you. I was like, it's just Colin. That is just Colin completely. It's that little thing there that said
inner child.
Yeah, something like Gunpla. You could add stuff to it and you could modify it, but you were never gonna fall for it like that, like you say, the inner child. But yeah, when it comes to Warhammer, I thought, yeah, you could have some fun with that. I don't expect you to ever do anything apart from orcs. It'd be great if you did, but I know you'll never find as much fascination in, say, Imperial Guard or Tau or anything like that. You might do. You might like Death Guard because it's all dirty and grimy and filthy and pus and bile and tubes and tentacles and stuff. But there's no customising there. But
I think with Orc, because I can get, because again, at risk of you telling me off, but I'm novice Warhammer painter. So for me, I can get away with where I'm learning the techniques. I can get away with it a lot more on Orc stuff.
But that's the other thing. And this is again where I had to beat it into you that to not treat it as something separate. You could say you're a novice Warhammer painter, but that's only if you're trying to paint them like everybody else.
Yeah. Just
paint them how you paint them.
Yeah, Festerize it. Don't think about it and overthink
it. Just paint them. Just paint them the way you paint them, and that's where you come up with your own style, and other people see it and say, "Oh, that's quite good." Because I took when I did my my Space Wolves Stormwolf, I painted it in this style, slightly semi-realistic, but not super realistic. And I took it into my Warhammer store, and it's still in there. It's on the shelf, I think. I must get it back at some point. And the manager was like, I've never seen Warhammer painted like that.
Yeah.
Because he's used to seeing it painted with base shade and highlight.
Yeah.
The Warhammer, and he's like, I've never seen it painted like that. I said, it's just standard model painting techniques. He's like, wow. Because I did it all carefully, and I masked off the canopy, and I did all the chipping and painting and weathering. Yeah. He's like, I've never seen it painted properly before. He said, I've seen some of your stuff on your website. And I said, I've never seen it painted properly before. It looks really good. I said, thank you very much.
Yeah, quite flattering, isn't it?
2 hours, and I've painted the stripes.
Yeah, I'm impressed, mate. I do like them. Though.
Actually, I've not finished yet. I've got a little bit of light red highlighting on the red stripes, just to make them not flat red.
Yeah.
And the thing is, of course, I've kind of weathered them. For some reason, whenever I do these kind of the battalion stripes, I always have to weather them separately before all the rest of them. I don't know why. It makes no sense in the real world. But in my mind, I always make them slightly weathered so the reds and whites aren't particularly bright and bold. And then I do all the weathering on top.
Wayne's saying, Festerize it. Slap it on.
Slap it on.
Festerize. Oh, God, no, don't sing his songs, Jesus.
Yeah, there you go. You had a Ted.
No, I nearly sang bloody Rolf Harris, didn't I?
Oh no, please don't.
I nearly did. That's not even. I'm not even worried about that being copyright. That's just singing Rolf Harris. Jesus.
I love you. Don't get me wrong, but yeah.
You ever sing Rolf Harris on my channel? I'm going to break your face. Yeah. I need to do more agrax on the bottom of that though. I don't know why. Again, this makes no actual sense in the real world.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I like when I do these stripes. I like to paint the red and white.
Yeah.
Then I give them some washes of diluted agrax all over.
Yeah.
To dirty them down and go into the recesses. And then I like to get on the bottom a bit more agrax on the bottom.
Oh, steady Neris.
Steady Neris. And then just to get this gradation, do a little bit of the highlights, lighter colours at the top, and then just to get a gradation from the top to the bottom being a bit more grubby and dirty. I don't know why I do that. To me, it just, and this is before I've done all the other weathering.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense when I've not done this anywhere else on the model. But then I like to, get a bit of water on the brush and just fade that in. So it's almost like a glaze in a way. But it just means you get this fade from like clean at the top to dirty at the bottom, which makes no sense at all in terms of real world weathering, because I haven't done this on any of the rest of the tank. But I think it's just so I don't have flat red and flat white before the rest of the weathering kicks in. I don't know why I do it that way. I really don't. I just did it once and I really like the effect.
Just doing bones, because it's bones in it.
It's bones in it. It just looks nice. You have a darker at the bottom and brighter at the top. I don't know why.
Any layers.
But this is why I love these shades so much. Shades are great for doing what they do, but they're also great for so many other things. An Agrax Earth shade is a wonderful colour just for making things look less clean. Yeah. If you glaze it or go carefully. Do we get any more bench and bellies? We probably did and never read them.
Probably did. If you did, and we are useless. I do.
If you did a bench and belly earlier on, we didn't read it out. Do it again because we're rubbish. And I need to go make another cup of tea in a minute.
I do apologise. I just got engrossed in bones.
Bones. I'll have a look at chat while you're painting because I'm drying anyway. Wayne Model Work says at Fox. Brush painting scared me to death until I watched a few tutorials from you. Thanks again, Fox. I understand completely. I'm a builder, not a creator, and the finishing of the product is always a struggle for me, says Wayne.
I've always liked your paint jobs because I find them technically very, very well executed.
Thank you very much. I like to think that. Hang on, this around my feet. I like to think that if someone follows my techniques, they can get a model that looks good without being at a master level of painting. Because what I like to think is, if somebody's starting out and they paint something terrible, as we all do when we all start, we paint like an ass. Yep. Like I said, when I got back into this hobby, the first thing I built was that snow speeder, and it looked like an absolute abortion. Trust me. I've still got photographs somewhere. I'm never going to show them publicly ever again. They were on the website for a while.
Did the build get the finger of shame?
It was thrown away a long time ago. Dear Lord. But if someone can go from knowing some basic techniques and producing just an absolute abortion, and then using the same techniques with a bit more savviness and a bit more knowledge and doing something that can look like this, then I've got them to the point where they can say, wow, I do know how to get good results. Now I can start to learn the more complicated stuff. Because if you've got the basic knowledge but you don't know how to apply it, and you're making really terrible paint jobs, you're going to be put off because everybody will be like, wow, that looks really not good. Like when you post your picture up in a group and you get no responses at all because nobody wants to be nasty.
Yeah.
Like even in the boom, what you get is somebody puts a picture up and everybody sits there and goes, oh dear Lord, I can't, there's nothing I can say. Oh, I don't want to say it's terrible, but I don't want to say it's brilliant. Oh. So there's not that much difference really. And if my simple techniques, which aren't complicated, like I said before, can give you something that looks good, then it gives somebody the confidence to move forward with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if I can get people just doing the basics, which is all I show, like Wayne says, you know, just to get them to the point where they're producing things that make them think, wow, I did that. I can learn, and I can learn more.
Yeah.
And because they're getting to that point, they're analysing it more. They can see where they'll know where their flaws are. It's always sad to watch someone who's just starting out, and they've not got any great ability yet, and they're just starting out, and they've painted something and it looks terrible. But because they're not being overly self-critical or analytical, they don't see it as terrible.
Yeah.
Whereas once you start to learn the techniques and you start to get a bit better, like we've all done it. You'll build and paint something and you'll be like, that looks great, except I can see where I've not done this, this and this, or this hasn't worked quite well. Because you start getting to the point when you're learning the techniques, you're starting to understand how things work, and you're starting to see, okay, well, I didn't do that very well, but I can do it better next time. I know why it didn't work. Whereas when you're starting out, you think you're the bee's knees because you haven't learned to be analytical like that. So
I just like to say I enjoyed playing with it. You know, it's a bit like, you know, I've said to you before, probably find in 6 months' time I'll probably repaint a lot of what I've painted so far.
But that's the whole point.
I don't mind that because I'm enjoying the learning process. You know, it's not technically the greatest work there's ever going to be, but for the moment I'm getting the desired results I'm after, and I'm happy.
No, but that's the whole point. You paint things the way you want to paint things, and people aren't going to watch your painting videos to see you paint like me. They're going to see you paint like you. In the same way, you know, nobody's going to watch my videos to see me paint like, I don't know, somebody else. They want to see me paint. I paint in my own way, and you paint in your own way. And there's no good or bad or right or wrong.
Well, this is it. You gave me a particular shoe-in one night, didn't you? About, you know, stop beating yourself up about painting it the right way. Just be you.
Yeah. Paint it your way. It's like we've said many times before. Paint it your way. Copy other people to learn some techniques, and then use those techniques however the hell you want to paint it your way. So we still are going to do the educating Festa thing at some point where we both paint some Lehman Russes.
I've got them ready to go whenever we're ready.
Yeah, basically we're gonna do like a joint stream where I paint a Lehman Russ and Colin's gonna basically copy me and follow me exactly. Not to learn how to paint like me, but to learn how to paint like me, if that makes any sense.
It gives you a chance as well to show people how you can impart your skills onto them, doesn't it? Well? Yeah. It's good for you and it's good for me because I'm learning alternate techniques that I can then marry together. Yeah.
It's not so that Colin can then spend the rest of his life painting like me. So he can see how I do it. So then he can take all my techniques and say, can I use those in my own style? And can I tweak them and change them? And it might be that you find most of my techniques useless apart from one or two. Oh, I can use that to do this. Oh, I remember Fox did this. Let's try it on.
You like my bones, my teeth?
All right, your bones. They need a bit of a brush. Look at that. We've got a bit of tartar and plaque on there, haven't they?
Yeah, a bit dirty, a bit grubby, but...
There's a little bit. You got a little bit of spinach just on the little bit of spinach stuck in the.
First time doing bones.
That's good bones. How did you do them, Colin? I'll give you full screen.
How did I do them? Let's just put the brush in.
Explain your bone.
Right.
Go through the colours.
We started off. Let's get the colours down.
Underneath the R. Cheers. Right, tell you what. No, in fact, I was going to say hold that thought while I go make a brew, but we'll do your tutorial
No,
first.
you go and make your brew, mate. I'll do a bit of bench dollying if you want.
Bench dollying?
Chat dollying.
Okay, I'll only be a minute.
Yeah, no worries, mate. When you come back, I'll go and make one for myself then.
I need to go for a wee anyway, and then we'll go through how you did bones.
Absolutely.
I'll be back in a minute.
There you go. That, and that. A bit of that to finish what we've done. Let's have a quick gander at the chat then, peeps. Edward Leonard saying, I assembled and primed the Forge World Super Cannon. And we'll put some photos on the boomer. There is modifications and magnets installed. Oh, sounds mint, mate. Wayne saying that in the States, the battlefield stuff is much bigger and a lot less expensive. Oh, right, yeah. Candy Graham says, very true. When Warhammer first came out, it was really out there by itself as far as tabletop gaming was concerned. It was mostly Napoleonics 1285 scale armour before that. Yeah, that's what I thought when I first started hearing about people and tabletop miniatures. I immediately thought of a friend of mine who had a Civil War coffee table, Jeff. It was basically this big display coffee table in his lounge. And when you sat down, in the coffee table, embedded in a diorama, was American Civil War, North, East, South, soldiers with all the cannon and the hills, the trees. It was a beautiful piece. So I immediately thought that's what tabletop miniatures were. And then, like I say, started looking into the Warhammer stuff, and yeah. But it can take over, and this is why I've made a conscious decision to still try and do some bite builds in between and limit what I'm doing Warhammer-wise just to the streams I do with Fox, because it can take over your channel. It is addictive. Richie Lamb is in, says, good morning, it's coffee time. Edward says the cannon lifts off and everything as magnets. Also drilled out the barrels. It's not for the faint-hearted. I had to fix it twice. Yeah, I can imagine, mate, that you was a bit... Scale Model Ninja, Belly, Rice Krispies, Bench, 172nd, AMT, B52H, Strato Fortress. Oh, nice. Edward Leonard saying hi to Ross again. Scale Model Ninja says, nobody can paint Warhammer as bad as me, laugh out loud. Oh, bless you. Don't knock yourself, mate. You ain't seen my work. Not close up, anyway. Lynn Dipples in, says, hi, Colin and Fox, my love. Sorry I'm late, but I'm here now. Not a problem, Lynn. Paul D. Tommaso saying hello to Lynn. Wayne saying, hello, Lynn. Where have you been? How did you get on, Lynn, by the way, love? Or would you rather wait until we can chat privately? That was my dear missus letting me know that she's just gone out. Girl. Bless her. Do worry about her being out. Bit of Agrax Earthshade in there. Lynn saying hello to everyone there with hugularities and all of that. Nothing wrong with a bit of hugularity. Yeah.
I'm back.
He's back. He's back.
I passed Mama Fox on the stairs and I said, the internet says hello, and she did a big trump.
Oh, she did.
I said, the internet says hello. Oh.
Good girl.
So there you go. Mama Fox sends her love to you and to the entire internet.
Did she do one of those? Oh, cut me.
No, she's still half asleep.
Oh, bless her. So it was one of those.
Yeah, she did say she did send her love to the internet and to everybody out there, and to you as well, because you are still her favourite. Don't forget.
Oh, bless. I'm happy.
You are. You know you're a favourite.
Absolutely right. Bones, folks.
I thought you were going for a wee or a brew or something.
Yeah, I'll go for a quick brew then. Now that you're back, let's take myself off full screen.
Where were you up to in Chatland?
I had just read out Edward Leonard.
Saying
hello 50... to Lynn.
Okay, let me find
But
that.
there was some stuff up there he was on about his big squig that you might find interesting.
I don't know where that was. Kind of a corpse feed me. Let's capture up a chat. Error messages. Hard time. Getting Fox. Ha la la la. I don't know where we're up to on chat. This is not very exciting, is it? Me reading the chat. Edward Leonard. Edward says, it took me 50 to 60 hours to paint the coach, and some of that was because my eyesight, and it's not really good, but I probably could have kept going to make it better, but my patience ran out. And that's the whole thing. At the end of the day, when you're doing anything creative, you have to keep in the back of your mind, even if you think you're brilliant right now, and a good artist never thinks they're brilliant, but even if you think you're brilliant, in a year's time you look back and be like, oh dear Lord, I could do much better than that. So don't worry when you do a project. Don't think that you're wasting something because you've got so far and you think, oh, I could do better. Sometimes you can look at something and say, I could do so much better, but I'm burnt out and I can't do any more. That's fine. Put it away, put it to one side, put it on a shelf. You can always go back to it later. You can strip it and repaint it. It's not a problem. Or just move on to the next thing. There's no harm with that. We're just doing this for fun. There's no harm with saying, I'm bored with this model, stop, move on to the next thing. Because the moment you start getting bored, there's no point carrying on with it because you're not putting your heart and soul into it. Really, here we go. It just jumped. Just found it as well. Fox. I assembled and painted the Forge World Super Cannon and will put some photos on the boom hut. There are modifications and magnets installed. The cannon lifts off and everything has magnets. I also drilled out the barrels. It's not for the faint-hearted. I had to fix it twice. Ooh. I look forward to looking at those. Resin is very brittle, says Edward. Yes, you have to be very careful with resin. I'm surprised the barrels weren't drilled out. These were already pre-drilled on the tank cannons, but yeah, drilling out barrels on resin, it can be scary. It can be scary. Exactly, it can be squeaky bum time.
Definitely squeaky bum time drilling out.
Oh God,
resin.
yeah. Scale Model Ninja says Belly Rice Krispies bench 172nd AMT B52H Strato Fortress.
That is builder's tea. Black hole of cow cutter.
No, you see, I like milky tea. My tea. Don't forget the colour on this is wrong. This is a more brighter green. That's more of a milky tea colour.
Yeah, that's Festa tea. That is. That's like.
No, you see, I like at least half a litre of milk in my tea.
No, that's a smidge. An air and a bear.
No, you see, I've always been a milky tea guy.
No.
Always milky tea for me. I'll tell you what's really nice, and I haven't had it for a very long time. A friend of mine, an Asian friend of mine, who her mum used to make chai.
Oh right, yeah.
Because they're an Asian family, so they make proper. And it was like all the food had ghee in it for a start, which gave me a coronary at the age of 20.
Yeah.
But she used to make proper chai, and it was basically a tea bag. Yeah. You heat the milk in a pan. You make it with just milk.
Yeah.
So it's a tea bag and just hot milk, and you put in one cardamom seed that you've cracked open a little bit.
Yeah.
Or maybe two. Put the cardamom seed in the tea bag in, add the hot milk, give it a minute or two, take the tea bag out.
Yeah.
And that's proper chai. And that was delightful. It was like hot milk, tea flavoured hot milk with a. I don't like, if I have a curry and I bite on a cardamom, I have to stop eating. But I like if you just have the cardamom in the tea and let it suffuse and then take it out. It adds a little sweetness to the tea, which is so nice.
Retro Rabbit says, when I worked at GW back in the early noughties, I taught a paint class where a kid dunked his minis into the paint pot, and I got yelled out for stifling their creativity.
Yeah.
Dan Kramer's got a belly and bench steak sandwich with thick sliced bacon and cheese. Bench is a 1/12 scale scratch build mini tank for Star Wars figures and a 32nd scale Razor Crest. Are you doing it exactly like the box art? See what I did there?
I did. Oh. Steak sandwich just makes me think of school, secondary school.
Yeah.
Because they used to have steak sandwiches at school. It was basically that little thin slice of not steak, whatever it was. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
On a bun, and it was filthy and delightful, and I really miss those days. I used to love school dinners. I'm still fettling with these stripes, I'm not finished with them yet.
School dinners were so lush.
Now, here's a lesson for you.
Yes.
For those out there who probably know this anyway. This is what colour is those stripes?
I would be tempted to say red and white, but I know they're not.
Yeah. Well, the red ones are red. The white one is not. The white one is not white. The white one
that'll be grey.
Yeah, it's grey.
You shatty.
Because
you shatty grey, is it?
Almost. It is.
Wrong, didn't it?
You're thinking of a shabby bone. Oh, no, we're going to show you your bones. Do you do bones first? You can talk about your bones
No,
first.
you do. No. You're in the throes of conversation, mate.
I want to see your bones.
Oh, that
Get
sounded
your bone
wrong.
out on telly.
Right, let's just take the paint off my brush then.
Yeah, you can stop by doing what you're doing and drop everything. Because we were going to learn about your bone technique.
Yeah, but you was mid-conversation, mate.
Nonsense, your bone's more important. You're boning. Don't forget to put the lid on your paint. There you go. Good girl.
Bones. Yeah, I've been doing these tusks for a little bit.
Tasks.
Oh, wait, you see. There's different shades in there. And basically what I did, bit of Mongas bone as a base.
I've never heard of that one. Morngast. Is that one of the new ones? Morngast.
I presume it is.
What is that? Is that a layer or a base? Or...
It's a base.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's one of the newer
why when I
colours.
said I started with a base of Mongas bone.
Well, no, because you don't have to necessarily start with the base colour, do you?
Yeah, but yeah, I based it with that, and then I gave it
Cool.
a coat with another base, which was
Ooh.
Wraith bone.
Wraithbone, yes.
So I had
That's one of the newer ones.
I had that about a third of the way up, and then I did the Wraith bone. I then did Seraphim Bim Sepia, and I went from there down to the bottom, so that the darker ended at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh.
I then went over it with Agrax,
Oh.
but from the lower third down to darken that, and it would get in all the pits and shits and all of that lot.
Were you doing glazing, young lady?
Yeah, look, see that?
I think someone was doing glazing.
Yeah. I haven't done the leather strips yet. I'm yet to do them. I then let it dry and repeated the process with them two.
Oh.
I then deftly put a couple of drops of Game Ink Sepia
Oh.
in there, and then gave that a brush for the lower third, just almost like a wash or a glaze. Yeah. And then the tips of the bones, I've done a bit of Screaming Skull on. I'm letting that finish drying, and then I'm going to make a glaze up or really thin bit of Sprag Brown, just to try and blend across the two.
You did glazing. You did glazing, young lady.
So that's what I've been up to. See,
Very impressive.
not bad for me first attempt. I'm happy.
That looks mint. You did glazing.
Is that what it's called? Is it? And,
When you're building up transparent layers like that, yeah.
like me little skulls.
Skulls. I'm going to cut away quickly to go and get a sneaky hug off Mama Fox when she goes
Yeah,
back to
no
bed.
worries. So
One sec.
that's what I've been up to. It's just my way of doing it. I'm not saying it's the right way. I'm not saying it's the wrong way. It worked for me. So that's what I've been up to, peeps. Of which I'm just going to get a little bit of Scrag Brown out ready. Edward Leonard says he says bone. Lynn says looks great, Colin. Bones. Yes, I'm currently binge watching Bones on Disney Plus at the moment. Good old Temperance Brennan. I do like Bones. So yeah, that's what I've been up to with that. It's again just a technique I'm playing with. There's probably better ways of doing it, but it works for mine. And I shall be doing that. I did it also. I used it on the horns for the Insane Blades. It's done a set of horns, Insane Bladers. See how it works. Yeah. It's something different. Like I say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I'm happy. Retro Rabbit says, in the Festa 67 way, also the wrong way, yes, but faster. Absolutely. Dan Kramer says the Razor Crest is the one I showed the unboxing video last week. Proper model you can get is 70-second scale measuring this toy. Shows it's 32nd and it's huge. Oh, mate, I look forward to seeing that. So, yeah, folks, that's Bones. That's how I did my Bones.
Nice one. I heard you say you've been watching Bones on Disney Plus.
Yes, I have been watching Bones.
I love Bones.
Up to episode 5 or 6, season 1.
Ooh.
And then
I take it you've watched Bones before.
Yeah, I've been redoing my server, giving it its quarterly strip down, and now that's back together, I can rekindle my friendship with Major Kira.
Hang on, how come you like Bones but you don't like Castle?
Because Castle, the joke was done in about 2 episodes.
No, it's still good.
That's a lot of crap.
It's not. It's good. I like Castle. Anyway, I started watching. I've just got to the second season on Amazon Prime, and it said it's going to be leaving Amazon Prime in 5 days. I'm like, oh Christ! And it said, yeah, it's going to Disney Plus.
Nathan Fillion just got on my tits, you know.
Really?
The whole thing of, oh, look, I'm the writer on this. It's like, yeah, we know who you are. Shut up.
It's more that he's just a man-child,
Yeah.
which you and I should more than be happy to associate with.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever we go anywhere, my missus will say 1 adult, 3 children.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind. I'm 12 and a half. I'm happy. But, yeah, like I say, there's probably a million ways of doing bones. How do you do your bones then? Because you do better bones than I do.
I'm very boring. I tend to do it. I actually like doing it the traditional GW way.
So there is a way then that it has to be done then.
No, not that it has. I mean, well, not that it has to be done, but there's a way that quite often they'll do it. Yeah. A colour, not a method, but a colour selection. Let's say.
Oh right, yeah.
Which is the traditional base it in Xandri dust.
Oh, right.
Then base coat of Xandri dust. Then you use Ushabti bone.
Yeah.
No, hang on. Xandri dust, a wash of Reichland flesh shade, then a highlight of Ushabti bone and a highlight of Screaming Skull.
Oh right.
In varying amounts, but there are different bones because there are different coloured. That's just for normal skulls and stuff.
Yeah.
Some things have lighter coloured bones and some things have dark bones. So, but that's the generic bone colour. I'm quite boring. I just use that method because it looks quite good. But I will add, like, depending on what the bone is, I may add like a bit of green to that.
Oh right.
So
I might it or decay it slightly.
Yeah. Once I've done everything else, like the traditional way of doing it, I might then go back in with a very, very, very dilute bit of Athonian camo shade or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to, like you say, to give it that kind of slight algae.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm knocking the camera here. I've just done a little bit of a. What I was going to say earlier on was I painted those white stripes. They're not actually white; they were grey.
Yeah. Which
was a base of Celestra grey, and then you go over that with Ulthuan grey.
Yeah.
You cover the Celestra grey completely, and that's purely because Ulthuan grey is an off-white. But when it's not got anything else around it that's white, it looks like white.
Oh right, yeah.
Because what I can do now is I can go in with actual white, and I can do little highlights in the top to brighten it up, so you've got a contrast. Because if you paint something white, you can't add a highlight to it because it's already white. So I know you know that. I'm just for the benefit of the people out there. So I like to, same with when I do checkers and stuff.
Yes.
Ulthuan grey is a great colour that when it's surrounded by other colours that aren't white, it looks white.
Yeah.
But then it does mean that you can then go and do white highlights.
Want to see it in action in a video? Look at Fox's Wasbomb Dackerjet.
That's not actually on my channel, I don't think.
Why? It's members only, wouldn't it? Or is that patron only?
Oh, I can't remember. It's on a different channel, let's say.
Yeah.
Well, it might be members only. It could be members only. I think I can't remember now.
Because I was just about to say, to get access to this, then you can join Fox's channel and have a looky-loo, papes.
Yeah, it'll either be members only or patron only. So become a patron first, and if it's not on there, then stay as a patron, but also become a member.
Because I know you did a week where it was available, didn't you? That one, or was it a different video that was?
Do you know? I've honestly blinked since then. I did my Master Chief available for a week. That's still available as we speak, and I've kind of forgotten to take it off again. So
take it off.
It might end up staying. I don't know. But
he had one job.
Yeah. So anyway, you can see there. I don't know if it'll come out on camera. But basically, now you've got like the dirtiness of the Agrax Urshade at the bottom of the white stripe. You've got the Ulthuan grey just underneath a little bit of Agrax. It's not quite as brown.
Yeah.
Which is the Ulthuan grey, and at the very top you've got the very light glaze of the white just to give it a highlight at the top.
Yeah.
And then a bit where I've got right on the green that I need to tidy up. But that's how I like to do those stripes. And the thing is, this is now weathered effectively.
Yeah.
Even though the rest of the tank isn't. Which makes no logical sense, but for some reason it just seems to be the way to do it. I like to weather the stripe. Yeah, and then when you do the rest of everything over the top, it just seems to work. I don't know why. It's just weird.
The order of things, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing I haven't done, you'll see, is I haven't done a load of like light red highlights all over the raised parts of the rivets or the circle bits.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a big fan of edge highlighting.
No.
It's got its place, but I rather darken the edges with a wash later.
Yeah.
To darken them, to shade them down, like you have done with the Agrax Earthshade around the rivets, rather than highlight the edges up. Maybe, I don't know.
Hey mate, if it works, it works.
Yep. I mean, the thing you have to remember is for edge highlighting, the sort of the traditional miniature painting way, that's designed to make the edges pop on a table 4 feet away.
Yes.
In reality, when you look at something that's, it doesn't have highlighted edges. It might do on some of them because of the light, but it's in a realistic way, it's more natural to darken down the recesses rather than highlight up the edges, if you make sense. Quite pleased with that. It's come out quite nice, that.
You're mint, mate.
And the thing is, that's all freehand. You don't have to have a steady hand to paint stripes. You paint your line, and if it's not quite straight, you paint the other colour to straighten it out, and you go back and forth to straighten it out.
Bear in mind, most of these lines that were painted in the field with a mop.
Yeah.
It's like invasion stripes on plates. You don't see people do ever roll a masking tape. Yeah.
Oh God, no. But this is the trick to many paint jobs that many tutorials will not tell you. I don't know why. They won't. They'll just kind of skip over it as if the person painting is this amazing paint god that can just paint freehand lines. But what you'll do is, if you're painting a freehand line and you've got a piece of paper that's not got lines all over it already, let's say you've got a thing here and you want to paint 2 colours like that. You'll do your colour there. You'll get your brush and you'll go like that, and you'll be like, oh, that's not straight. So you've got a dark colour, light colour. So you'll come back and you'll paint this colour to straighten it up.
Yeah.
But then that might not be straight, so you'll come back with this colour and you'll straighten that up, and you'll go back and forth until you end up with a nice straight line. Same with checkers.
Yeah.
If you're doing orcs, doesn't matter because they just doesn't have to be neat. But if you wanted to paint neat checkers, you'd roughly rough it out, and then you'd go backward and forward with the black and the white or whatever the 2 colours are,
and you go them up, and eventually,
yeah, and that's the trick that most videos won't tell you. Most how-to videos never tell you that. They say mark out the line, do this, but they never say go backwards and forwards and keep tidying it up for ages. Yeah. To his credit, Duncan does tell you that. He doesn't show it, but he does say, you go back and forth and keep it tidy.
Whereas you, in your Wazbom Dackerjet, did make a point of saying that. Go over it again and neaten up where you've been.
I think I did. I think I should probably better check and see if it's members only. Should I I don't want somebody to become a patron on the off chance that, and then find it's not. Let me just have a quick look. I can't even remember, Captain. Let me check now.
I think it's members only. It could be that
We
it's
shall find
patron
out.
only. But...
I shall find out now. Let's have a look. Playlists. Don't know where it is. Where is it? Lehman Russ, X-Wing. Geist. It might not even be on my channel. It should be. What?
Yeah, I think it was, because I know you did it for the guys at Goblin, but...
Yeah, I don't know that it is. Hang on. Filter by title. Bomb. There we go. It is... Oh, it's members only.
There you go. So to see that video, why not become a member?
Yeah, I'll make sure it's on my front page. It'll be somewhere on my front page anyway.
But yeah, it really is. If you want to know how to do some of the techniques that Fox demonstrates, that for me is probably the one video series that you want to watch. It covers
the
paint, the chipping, the shading,
checkers.
It
shows you how. It shows you how to take masking tape that's pulled your paint up and turn it into battle damage.
Yes.
How to use battle damage to hide where your paint's pulled all the primer off and you've got like bare plastic and you're like, oh,
yeah, but it was a bloody good recovery.
It was a good job it was orcs. Otherwise, I would have been absolutely knackered on that one.
You'd have been shagged, mate, wouldn't you?
Yeah. What do you reckon to them stripes, then, buddy?
I love them. I love them. I want you to paint the set on my front door, mate.
Well, what? I like a thingy stripes.
I think they're that good that you should paint a set of them on the front of your motor.
Ooh. The sad thing is, because it's on a webcam, it blanches it out, so the dark brown dirty staining here is actually not as pronounced as it actually is in real life. It all looks a bit light and bright in reality, but
you know,
I'm on there. But in reality, it's that red line is a lot straight. It just looks weird.
You was worried about if ever you damaged your car, you wouldn't be able to replace the panels with a sharp mount.
Mm-hmm.
The clue is you could always orcify it. Oh.
Well, that would still require going to a body shop and paying thousands of pounds.
A couple of rattle cans with some avalanche subset. Yeah, I'm sure you can get around it.
So this is the problem. If you happen to have access one weekend to a body shop and professional car painting gear and several litres of Gulf Blue and Ipanema Brown and professional 2K clear coats and professional DeVille Bisque guns and an actual spray booth, and you can take your car in and get it completely painted in the rat rod style, and you can get that for free, then it's great until you crash your car, in which case you can never get that again. Yeah. And if I ever ding my panels on my car, I can't replace them because I'll never have access to a body shop for a weekend for free.
It's suit a big flag, mate.
Yeah. Oh, and you also need about 6 bottles of Humbrol Mascal. Literally, we used Humbrol Mascal on my car, so yeah. I can't believe I painted them stripes with a Citadel starter brush. Can I just point that out?
I am impressed, mate.
Starter brush, or... Ah!
I am impressed, mate. You've gone up in my information.
It's Citadel potato. It's made of potato.
You know, you was high already, but you've excelled just then, mate.
Now, I don't know what colour to paint the interior parts, like the interior of the flaps, the doors, the hatches. I might go for the kind of realistic creamy white interior look. I don't know. I don't know.
Cream weiss.
Cream weiss. I don't know what colour that would be though. I need to consult with the Ted. He knows all about these things.
I've got a bottle of it down here, cream weiss.
I don't know what's similar to. I would guess perhaps a Screaming Skull might be a bit similar to it.
Oh,
shake the bottle, wake the drink. I can subscribe. Don't know where that went. Or I could go for my traditional. That's the thing, you see. I don't think my what's it called? That green that they have on the inside of planes that I've forgotten what it's called.
Oh yeah.
It's got the name. It's zinc chromate. It's the zinc chromate plating. It doesn't really work on tanks. Works on armoured personnel carriers, but Lynn Dipple is in. Says sorry I'm late. I'm here now.
That's all right. Lovely to see you. You know that.
I'll catch up on chat. Love you, Mama Fox, says Wayne. Everybody saying hello to Mama Fox.
Cream weiss. I knew I had some.
Paul Di Tommaso says, guess I'm being ignored or my comments aren't getting through. No, we're just being rubbish at responding to text.
No, we was reading your chat out earlier, Paul, so we've not ignored you, mate.
What did you say? What did we miss? Nana Sunrise says it's squeaky butt time as she gets up from the couch and passes gas herself.
There you go. That's cream weiss.
Okay, I can probably have a colour similar. It's just a warm white, isn't it?
Yeah.
Creme weiss. Yeah, I'm not ignoring you, Paul. We're just ignoring everybody in chat because we're rubbish.
Yeah. We are building as well, mate. So
yeah. Lynn Dipple says belly chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts yummy bench dinos that I'm building when on James' show when I can. Ooh, dinosaurs like I subscribe.
Dinosaurs always win.
Yes. Retro Rabbit says belly last night New York style pepperoni pizza bench sorting through the thousands of Games Workshop minis I've accumulated over 30 years. Lots of poorly marked boxes of things. Paul Di Tommaso says lol retro. He said bone, says Edward. Always up for a good bone. I'll rephrase that. Rabbit says, isn't the Festa 67 way also the wrong way? Yes, but faster. Bones is a great show, says Edward. Bones is a great show.
Oh yeah, like a bit of bone.
I have one of their jackets, says Wayne. What?
Bones?
One of whose jackets? I don't know. It's completely out of context comment from later on.
It's the Jeffersonian jacket. Oh, good factoid.
You can buy knockoff ones, but I don't know if he's talking about that because this is about 10 lines down. It could be about something else. Lynn says, got to go night and working this weekend. Tell you all on Monday night.
Okay, Lynn, take care, darling.
She also says she unsubscribed a membership from Prime. It costs too much. I have one of their jackets. What were we talking about? Wayne, we probably missed it. So, jacket for what? Do you mean Bones?
Oh, mate.
What, you mean that one of the blue lab coats?
Yeah, that's 100 XP, mate, if he's got one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Massive XP.
Skill Model Ninja says, I hope you are still okay for tomorrow, Colin.
Yeah, not a problem, Ross. You know that, mate.
Don't know what that's about. Lynn says, Festa 67's workshop. For your information, you are all chatting blah blah, no look at chat. Gotta go night.
Yeah. This is the trouble when you're trying to paint something to entertain people. We can forget to do the chat. We are trying our best, Lynn.
This is why it's great when we have Simon on Sunday, because he can chat, Dolly, but when it's just the two of us.
You know. We could sit and not do any modelling and just read chat, but...
Edward says, I somehow pre-ordered the Border Models aka Wingnut Wings Lancaster with full interior.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if it was 1,500 limited models made worldwide or some insane self-inflicted aggravation I don't plane. Basically, you got FOMO for something you had no intention of buying.
Absolutely, I'm impressed.
Just so you know, Edward, just in case you didn't know, I know this guy who's selling a bridge. There's only one in the world, so, you know.
You hold your beer cans to go with that.
Oh yeah, I can include a haunted beer can. Dan Kramer's currently taking it apart to work out the lighting wires. I think this is the Razor Crest. The interior is going to be completely redone to scale with the outside.
Oh, nice. It sounds like he's going to do a right old thorough job on that, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Are you making
I think we're up to date with chat. I think I'm up to date with chat. I think.
Good. Don't want to be told off again, do we?
I've got an itch right on my shoulder blade, and unfortunately I'm going to ping my headphone when I do this. Hang on. There it goes.
We don't deliberately. We don't deliberately. Honestly.
Oh, hang on. My earpiece is falling out because I'm scratching me back with me back scratcher. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's just sadly not easy to paint and be pretty on telly and do chat at the same time, unfortunately.
And we are pretty much useless.
This is why I never get anything done when I'm doing stream by myself, because I'm just busy reading the chat all the time. Also because I'm lazy. Right, creme vice.
Perhaps we should take it in turns. We do a bit of modelling and then just pause and do a bit of chat.
I do little enough work as it is, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of ways of people not feeling that they've been ignored, because we're not doing it completely.
We need to somehow take Cy Reynolds' family out of the equation so they can't keep him away from us.
Yeah, we need to say to his missus, look, he's our Cy, you know, he's got a job to do, and we expect him to do it.
I'm thinking pallid witch flesh is quite a good... How does that compare to your creme vice?
Yeah.
Given the fact the colours are completely wrong.
Find out.
If I put it on your screen... Oh, it doesn't work. Oh.
There
Ready?
you go.
It's still a bit warm. Okay, it's still a bit warm. I don't know. See, that's all through and grey, and it's a bit...
White scar's going to be too bright, isn't it?
That's just white. That's just white, that, wasn't it? I don't know. I shall not think about that tonight. I shall think about that some other time. Edward Leonard says, did someone say bridge? Yeah, I got bridge for sale. Get your checkbook. One of a kind. Right, what else can I...
One careful lady owner.
Yep. At least for the moment. Right, what I'm going to do... I'm going to go like this. I don't know why. I just felt the need to.
That really did sound quite good. I'm impressed. Welcome to the world of Fox's Beatbox.
Yeah, it's really good, unless you've got a beard, in which case you just get a moustache full of spittle, which doesn't really... Yeah, it doesn't end up feeling good. Let me put this back in there. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to brighten up these tracks ready for the colouring later on. They need to be a much lighter grey colour, I think. That's 2 hours, you're tart.
Yeah, I'm literally just stood up, mate.
I have to remember to stop that quick before I get you get a copyright strike.
And a bit of my homebrew Lamentus Yellow.
Oh, look at that. Trouser tent time. Lamentus Yellow, big trouser tent.
I know.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of slightly rude content in Cyberpunk 2077. There's an advert for a soft drink that shows a woman in a swimsuit.
Yeah.
A very busty woman with a very large male part.
Yeah.
Inside the swimsuit. It's like, oh, hello. And the caption's like, mix things up a little. Ooh. A very generously proportioned gentleman sausage.
Oh dear.
Inside this very female body swimsuit. It's like, hello.
Okay.
Like, not hiding any, it's like, oh, ooh, ooh.
Budgie smugglers on steroids.
You have someone's eye out with that.
Yeah. I want to tell you, it's root to point.
Imagine like a beautiful woman in a beautiful swimsuit, but with a massive stiffy inside there. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Life's going to be interesting in 2077, I'll tell you that. Right, what was going? Oh yes, I need to lighten up these. I don't know what to do with these, and I don't really want to paint them. I could sort of dry brush a lighter grey colour over them, just to brighten them up a little bit for the washes later. Maybe.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit? Because you don't want to overdo it.
No, but I'm figuring they're like a medium grey now. If I dry brush over with a lighter grey, then when I put the oil paints on or the enamel paints later, there'll be some contrast between the recesses and the highlights a little bit. Maybe I'll just see what happens. Let's find a lighter medium grey. Let's go for Dawnstone. This may be a good colour to use. I don't know. I don't know these things. Now what we need? I want a fire count. I want some tissues. What I want. That is the kitchen roll. We still don't know what jacket somebody had. Was it Wayne?
Wayne, yeah. Was it a Bones jacket from the?
Oh, he says it's a very poorly executed joke. Please forgive me. Hang on, now we don't know what the joke was or the jackets. You need to explain both of these things now, unless it's all. Have you just created a monster and it's just gone into like a Mobius strip of disaster?
Unless by jacket he means the jacket that naughty people have.
I don't know. I think he's just created a Mobius strip of disaster and confusion that's going to haunt him for the rest of the evening. Every time he tries to explain it, it just gets more and more confusing.
Because we won't mock you, Wayne, because we're
not at all would we mock you permanently all the time, ever.
We wouldn't do that to you, Wayne.
We would not.
We're your friends.
We would not do that.
Yeah, wouldn't do that to you, mate. Right.
We would not do that. Wait, what?
Got that.
You need data. Underneath the R. Cheers. I was going to leave it for longer, but never mind. Underneath the arches.
Like and subscribe. What's it doing?
Edward says he's still a little shell-shocked, I think, about the Lancaster. I could buy a lot of Lego with that. I'm thinking it as an investment for now to keep me sane.
What one did he get? The Border Models one, is it? Or has he got the HK?
No, he said he got the Border Models one, aka the Wingnut Wings. I assume it's... Did they buy it from Wingnut Wings when Wingnut Wings went west?
I think they acquired the moulds, didn't they?
We have acquired the mould.
Yeah, Redwood, it's a very good investment by the sound of it, mate. I think it's becoming
That's not much brighter, is it?
quite sought after. So are you archiving it or are you building it, mate?
I like to build it.
As I was asked this when I managed to score myself the Ayashima Mad Max Road Warrior car.
Road Warrior.
It is quite a growl kit, you know. It's one of those, it turns up quite ridiculously priced every now and then. But I got mine for an absolute song. And I couldn't resist it because it's the lowest price I've seen one in 15 years. So I snaffled it. But you've then got that awkward dilemma of knowing that people have sold them for serious money. Do you keep it and not build it? But I thought, sod it. 15 years I've been wanting to build this car. And hunt one down, so I'm going to build it.
Well, now I will build it.
Because, yeah.
At the end of the day, you don't buy something like that. You either buy it as an investment or you buy it to build it.
It's one of those since the film came out in 1981, believe it or not, folks.
God, I was 10.
I was
That's a long
still
time
at
ago.
school.
I existed at that point, but we'll leave it. Just barely, you know.
And
I hadn't developed hairs at that point in my special place or anything.
I was a year from leaving school, so it was, yeah. And when I found out there was a model kit, and then of course it was like trying to find bloody unicorns. I've been on this search ever since, and every now and then they come up, and they was like £300-400 a pop, sometimes even more than that. And
it's a bit like the old model kits of the aliens vehicle, ships and things, isn't it? That you can't get anymore.
Yeah.
They sometimes, I can't remember who made them now, but they sometimes pop up for silly money because they're out of print.
Yeah. I mean, there is talk or rumours of a potential re-release, but it's one of them. You know, if they re-release it, they re-release it. But
the one that makes me laugh is the people that spent a fortune on the Fine Moulds Millennium Falcon when it went out of print for the last time.
Yeah.
Thinking they can sell it for a massive fortune, and then, oh look, it got re-released by Revell.
Yeah.
Oh, fail.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and put some water in my wet palette because it's a bit dry.
A few people
Back
fell
in a
for
second.
that one. Yeah, no worries, mate.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, so it'd be like, oh, no, I can sell this. No, it's out of print. I can sell it for £800. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's available for the same price. Back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, a few people got caught out with that one. There was a thing a couple of years ago, wasn't there, with the Revell flying saucer thing from Germany from the war. It got recalled. I think it's because people thought it was a real thing, or there was something to do with the instructions that had to be changed. And of course, they started going for really high prices on the auction sites. And then Revell ended up, we've done all the instructions and it's now back at its normal price, blah, blah, blah. And there were people buying them for extortionate money on the flea bay.
There it is.
They must have been kicking themselves afterwards.
I'm back.
All right, mate.
I returned. I was a bit unmoist.
Oh, dear. Yeah, don't want drying out or chapping, do we, mate?
I don't want dry surface. That's never a good thing to have. Really good case of dry surface. Oh, sounds painful. It can be. Oh.
Yeah. You don't want dry surface.
Nurse, moistness, stat.
Bit of that and a bit of that. Hang that on there for a minute.
Underneath the moistness.
See what he did there.
Do you see what I did there?
You are. I'm going to prime that bad boy as well during the week.
What's that then?
Squig.
Squig!
Gary the Squig.
Now, here you go. Here's a question for you. In orc lore, the older and bigger an orc gets, the darker colour green it gets.
Yeah.
Now, how are you going to paint it? As in, is that squig big and old, or just young and it's going to get even? Because that could be small for that kind of squig, or it could be big for that kind of squig. Is it a big old squig, or is it a young and very small
Well, a
squig that's
lot
going
of
to get much,
squigs
much
I
bigger?
see are red, so I don't know whether to do it red and do it a dark red. Is this the same with squigs then?
Oh, squigs are red, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's because squigs are just another kind of orc.
Yeah.
So,
So
but
as they get older,
is it,
they get darker, do they?
as they get older and bigger, yeah. As they get more powerful, as for orcs. But the thing is, that could be a big squig because it's old, or it could be a small squig compared to its elders if it's young. But it's just big compared to us, but it's small for...
Our tall's an orc. It's about 9 foot, isn't he?
Yeah.
So we got
Yeah, but don't...
orc sat there. I mean, he's, you know...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, for all you know, that squig could be a baby one. And it could get a lot bigger when it gets older, or it could be an old one that's really, really big.
Yeah, could be.
You have to decide. What I'm saying is basically go for a red that looks cool,
Yeah.
whichever red you think looks coolest.
And yeah, I am getting the saw out on.
Oh dear, on what? You've already built it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just damaging the spike on his nose a little.
Oh right, I see. Well, this is making sense to me.
Just a few little nicks.
You need nicks.
Just to give it a bit of carrot.
Have a bit of character. I'm not even on camera, am I? No, probably not. Because I'm a spoon. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, so I just noticed some of the scratches here that are in Nick. Oh, well, I could do some on the tip there on the end of his outer.
End of his outer.
Festerisms.
Underneath the outer.
Yeah. Our first E-models video. Yeah, just put this on the back of its Aris.
Yeah. Pete mate doesn't care. It's content, that's all he knows. This grey isn't much lighter, but it's a little bit lighter. You lighter?
We did there.
A little bit of German, always goes down well.
There.
Now I've got the problem now is where do I put this while I'm painting the other side? The under area.
Dinkage.
Peter Dinklage?
See what we did there? Game of
Yep.
Thrones. Game of Thrones reference. That always works.
Did you know in the game Destiny,
Yeah.
when it was first released, Peter Dinklage did the voice of the Ghost, the little floating robot,
Oh, really?
and it was called the Dinklebot.
Oh.
But then when they after, because it was such a bad performance that when they re-released, I think the next one, they remastered it and did Nolan North doing the voice instead.
Yeah.
It's the first time in a game that a voice actor's been replaced while in the same game.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, well, we've re-recorded it now completely, and now it's known as the Nolan Bot, and the voice performance is much better
Really?
because Dinklage really did phone it in. But it's probably more bad direction from a producer than, you know, bad acting from Dinklebot.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's normally pretty shit hot, isn't he?
Yeah, but if he was given bad direction, then there's not much you can do
yeah,
with that.
exactly. You can't do a lot about it.
Now I've got to try and figure out how to paint this without it falling over.
Okay. A bit of character.
Little bit of character. That'll do.
I ain't happy unless I'm modifying. Funny.
It reminded me of that fake Gumpler painting video. Remember to modify, modify, modify.
Yeah. Modify. Because modification
Modify.
is the only way for modification.
How to paint Gumpler master grade.
Is like making love to a beautiful woman. I do like that squig. It's got a look about him. Like, yeah, you want some.
Do you know why they're called? Do you know what squig is short for?
No.
Squig is short for squiggly beast.
Oh, right.
That's what they're actually called, squiggly beast.
A lot of thought went into that then.
I don't know why they're called squiggly beasts. Why am I bothering painting the underside of the tracks when you're never gonna? Oh well, never mind. I'm doing it.
Why?
Now.
Because if you don't do it and it gets picked up, you're going to go, I wish I'd painted them.
Yeah.
Are you gluing
Still.
it to the diorama?
Ooh.
Because if you're not, then obviously you want to paint it because the
I ain't gluing this to nothing.
customer will pick it up.
Yeah, I ain't gluing this to nothing because vehicles don't come with bases like these. Tanks don't come with bases. Also, yes, it's probably not going to get played on the tabletop anyway.
Yeah, and I also frightened you by saying the word diorama. You're like, swear words.
I don't mind dioramas. I ain't afraid of no diorama. Much. Everything's coming out. I'm painting is coming out pink because I had red paint and my water cup's now pink. Arse.
Oh dear.
Oh well.
Yeah, mine's got to be empty tonight. It is the ultimate in scuzzing.
Is it mingularity? I've got to be careful of the covers on the hatch. I don't want to break them off while I'm moving this around. On the driver hatch. Willkommen auf dem driver hatch, yeah. Do you know in German what the cab of a vehicle is called?
Cab.
Not an actual car maybe, but perhaps in a van or a truck. The actual cab. Do you know, in the typical way that Germans name things, it's called Die Fahrenhaus, which is the driver house.
Oh.
It's the house where the driver lives.
I love listening to people speaking German.
I know, I love it so much. It's harsh and yet at the same time pretty in its own way.
A very guttural language, isn't it?
To me, if someone's explained something in German, I instantly believe that they know 100% what they're talking about.
Yeah.
To me, if you're talking about something if I say how do you do this and you explain it in German, I instantly believe that you fully understand what you're talking about and you're a master of it.
Well, you hear people talking in German with the gestures they use. It's almost like they're having a disagreement, but they're not.
Mm. There's only two languages that convey absolute mastery of a subject, so that's German and Japanese.
Yeah.
Explain something in either German or Japanese, and I will not doubt that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Beautiful country, Japan, isn't it?
I'd love to go to Japan, but I'd also be terrified to go to Japan.
Yeah.
Because I'd just end up lost and stuck on a train somewhere and not know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, their train system looks... Yeah.
Well, it's not so much that. I'd either end up just being executed for being rude because I have no knowledge of their ways to do things, or I'd just end up stuck on a train station with no way to read any of the signs or understand anything. Yeah. I'd be like, I'm starving to death on a train station.
Yeah. Missing British man found alive and well after circulating on a train round Tokyo for the last 5 years.
If you want your mind blown, just go and go to any website that explains restaurant or sushi bar etiquette. Just the etiquette of how to behave at a restaurant. It's just like what?
Japan is that ultimate politeness thing, isn't it? Where our sense of irony as Brits and deadpan way of delivering one-liners. God, mate, honestly, we'd get deported within a day.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm just going to want to change my water because it's kind of pink and it's colouring everything.
No worries, mate.
Back in a sec.
No worries. I'll just have a little catch-up with folks, I think. Edward Leonard says, buy them all when they're released and then pick and choose which one you want and resell it later. Yeah, I was looking at the upcoming Bandai Batmobiles. And I'm thinking of getting both of them bad boys when they come out. Because they do look rather swanky. And it's a Batmobile at the end of the day.
Wait a minute.
So I'll probably have a look out for them when they come out.
And back in the room.
Fox will probably only get the original Batmobile. But I think
what are we on about?
I'm on about the Bandai Batmobile release later in the year.
Yeah, I don't want this tumbler rubbish.
I'm thinking of getting both because it's Bandai and I kind of want to build the pair and just have them.
Yeah, I'll just go for the 89 Batmobile.
Yeah.
Everything else is rubbish. Oh, look at that.
If it's a Bandai kit, it's going to be sex on wheels.
Doesn't matter, it's still a tumbler and tumbler sucks.
Wibblekins, Warhammer it then. Orcify it.
No, I'm not spending money on a tumbler.
Oh, Orcify it.
Yeah, you could Orcify it.
What do you reckon, folks? Would that upset the Batman community, though, if I did that?
You're doing it again. There is no Batman community. Well, there is, but they don't care.
Appreciation of these things.
They don't care.
They're not going to care about silly old me sat here walkifying a Batmobile, are they? As the knives get thrown at me front door.
They don't care, and we don't care if they don't care. Or if they do care, we don't care. Because you know what? We're rebels without a clue. We live to offend.
Mate.
We live to offend. Das ist richtig. Das ist richtig. Now, I'm tempted, you know, on these things that are going to in future be rusty-lated.
Yeah, EC Idaho says 60s Batmobile. Yeah, the original.
I saw a video the other day of a guy that was restoring a toy 1960s Batmobile.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it started off quite impressive that he was replacing some of the broken metal bits on the front with putty, like literally making the fairing and stuff.
Yeah.
And then when he painted it, he didn't do the red stripes.
Oh.
And the markings he put on the doors were 1989 Batman logos.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, yeah, you blew it. Yeah. It was going well till you totally did that and didn't put red stripes on it.
Yeah.
And then he repainted the figures like with half a potato. I'm like, oh. Now I can't read chat, and apologies, but I've got a dirty great big tank in the way of my iPad, so...
Yeah, I'll have a look in a sec. Bear with me. I've just got a brush.
I can look over. Hang on.
No, you do whatever you're doing, mate. I'll sort
I'm doing nothing at the minute. I like the Tumbler as a vehicle, but it wasn't sleek enough to be a Batmobile. I want the 66 version part work. I don't think that ever came out. I think it was either... Was it...
It was due out, but there was a big kerfuffle, wasn't there, about something?
Yeah, was it Hachette or was it D'Agostini? It might have been Hachette.
Yeah.
They announced it, and it was like 1/12 scale,
yeah,
or something. And everybody was up in arms because, like, traditionally, part work vehicles are 1/8 scale.
Yeah.
They're always 1/8 scale.
Yeah.
Every part work vehicle is 1/8 scale. Just look at them; they're always 1/8 scale.
Yeah.
My Dodge Charger, the Ecto 1, the DeLorean, they're always 1/8 scale. And I think there's like 1/13 scale or 1/12 scale or something weird like that. And everybody's up in arms saying, well, no, you can't do it. It can't be a different scale to every other vehicle part work. Come on now.
Yeah,
sort that out.
Serious collectors like to have them on display. And
yeah. That's going back a few years, though, that.
Yeah, it's a while ago, wasn't it?
Because it was rumoured, and I know either Diag or Hachette, whoever it was, put a thing out saying, would you like to see the Batmobile or 3 other things? And everybody said the Batmobile will be really great. And then they teased some things, but as nothing ever came of it. So. I don't know whether to do some lighter... I don't know whether to do some... light, very light grey stippling on the tracks and exhausts.
Okay, right.
I don't know.
What are you trying to achieve there? Dirt, dust?
No,
Hair?
no, because this is the colour that you'll see through the rusty enamel colours.
Right, yeah.
The idea is that you paint it a light grey and then the enamel colours are added like a glaze.
Yeah, yeah.
So instead of painting rust, you're just tinting greys to look like rust.
Oh, this is that technique you're trying out. Yeah, sorry, I'm not, yeah. You probably sent me a link to it and I haven't watched it yet.
I don't know. But I don't know on the tracks whether to just leave them as a grey. I don't know if that's light enough. I do not know whether it's the right colour. I don't know. This gadget is not sure. I should maybe. I don't know. Let's just wing it.
What would be the most likely setting that it would be in?
No, this isn't for weathering. This is literally
right.
to get the, instead of just painting different shades of like browns and red browns.
Yeah.
You literally apply rust coloured washes to a very light grey.
Right, I'm with you. Okay.
So you're tinting it to look like a rusty metal.
Yeah.
Instead of painting it the metal colour and then adding like rusty colours on top. I always just traditionally paint red brown colours, but I'm trying this technique, you see.
Almost like doing multiple blends or whatever.
Well, it's literally is glazing. It's like tinting. It's.
You with your glaze hilarity.
But it's like using enamel paints and washes. Like a track wash goes over it. Ideally, with a track wash, you paint it over a light colour, and it just makes it look like rusty metal without actually painting rusty metal. So I'm trying this technique. I've never done it before though. So we'll try a really light bit of Celestra Grey. See what effect that has. We'll put some of that on top. Celestra Grey. Biddly bum, biddly bum. I don't know where I was going with that, so I'll just stop. Oh, knocking the camera. Hello and welcome to the camera knocking time show.
Dan Kramer's agreeing, yeah, it's got to be 1/8 scale to display with the others. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mate.
And I think that was the big furore, was it was supposed to be, it was like 1/12 scale. And it was like, what? You can't do, it's just nonsense. And I don't know if at that point they'd actually even started doing it. So it would have been the point where they'd done like a temporary release, like a test release or something. But I think it was still just a potential future one at that point and not even something that was announced. So I do not know. We shall never know.
Paul D. Tommaso says Eagle Moss is releasing the 66th Batmobile this year, and it will be 1/8 scale.
Oh, that'll be Eagle Moss then. It's Eagle Moss then that was doing it. So they must have gone back to the drawing board and been like, yeah, we can't do a 1/12. That probably wouldn't work.
Cheers for the heads up there, Paul.
Yep. So it was Eagle Moss. I think Eagle Moss is actually part of D'Agostini or Hachette or somebody. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though. I'm sure they're all related in some weird
There's a tenuous link there somewhere.
interbred way. It's like the there's that company that does them now, that does like the what are they called now? The company that does the Bismarck.
Yeah.
Is actually the guy that set up the D'Agostini Hobby Zone thing.
Oh right, yeah.
And then left to set up his own company, and he's mostly doing releases of ones that have been for D'Agostino, like the Terminator and it's the same part work but under license, but they've got one or two of their own.
Yeah, he's subbing them out basically then.
Yeah, but he has got one of his own as well. They've got like an AC Cobra, I think, which is original, but I can't remember what they're called now, Amargo or something, or it's his name, whatever it is. But they're releasing a couple of the Diag ones to start with. I don't know. I'm making this up in my brain as we speak. Let's let that dry for a minute.
Well, good knowledge, mate.
Yes.
I keep meaning to chase up the Rossi bike and get that shipped.
Ship your bits. No, I said ship. Get down, ship.
This is one of those, I want to get it finished.
Mm-hmm.
It was delayed in Italy, and I asked them to hold on to it because I was having the surgery and I didn't know how long I would be out the loop, and I thought, well, if it turns up and gets lifted, H will be gutted. So,
Yeah.
you never know.
Edward Leonard says, too light that Celestra Grey. It hopefully when you get the track colours over the top, it will just act as a slight highlight colour.
Yeah.
Because remember, these will be rusty brown colours. They won't actually be grey colours when they're finished, when the painting's finished. This is my hope anyway.
We live in hope, he says.
Agora Models, that's it. Dan Kramer says Agora Models.
There you go.
Yeah, they've got. I think it's got the only unique one to them. I think originally is, I think it's an AC Cobra, Shelby Cobra.
Yeah.
I think, and the rest are all like relabels of Diag because he used to work for them. So fair play.
Good luck to him. Hope it works out for him.
Yes. I need to turn this over now very carefully without bending the flipping stubbers again.
Yeah.
God, give me nightmares. Them bloody stubbers. This is not a sexy situation. I can only express this in words.
Is it one of those pucker up moments of nervousness?
It's finding something that's not too wide to go underneath, but I haven't got anything that's not. Oh, hang on. Nope. Oh, god damn it. I haven't got anything not wide enough.
Ross is saying it's coffee time. Happy days. Happy days.
Happiness is a man called having a cup of coffee. Oh, clunk.
Yeah.
I shall do the exhaust, but I'll kind of spackle this a bit. My plan is that when this gets rusty colour over the top, it'll look like patchy rust.
Oh, right.
I hope. If it goes wrong, I'll just repaint the whole damn thing with rusty paints.
Absolutely.
It's not a problem. But that's how we learn.
Exactly.
To quote Admiral Kirk, we learn by doing. Or was that Spock to Bones? I don't know. I can't remember now. I haven't got anything not fat enough. That's tenuous at best. No. God dang it. Let's put it on that. That'll have to suffice for now. What was your belly then today, Cole? We never did our own belly and bench, did we?
Yeah, I did Rustler's Burger, mate.
Oh, you did? Yes, you did. Right. What did I have? I had... well, I was going to have a paella today.
Yeah.
And I was going to make Mum a toad in the hole.
Yeah.
But then she went, can I have curry rice and chips? From the local Chinese takeaway. It's like, oh, you've had that like 3 times in the last week. And I know, but I like it. And I'm like, I can't refuse. It's not good for her.
Yeah.
It's way too salty, but I can't refuse it, can I? Because she'd kick my ass if I did. I mean, more than anything else.
In answer to Edward Leonard's question, yes, mate. That's what I was just talking about, the Rossi bike. Originally, it got delayed in Italy because of the COVID issues. And because, obviously, Italy got hit quite bad. It was a bit delayed getting to us, so they held it at customs for a while. And then I had 2 boxes delivered. And then, obviously, it was close to me going in for me surgery, and I knew I'd be out the loop, but not for how long. So I asked them to keep the next couple of shipments their end until I email them to say ship it. And, yeah, I've kind of forgotten to email them, so... yeah, I need to email them and say, yeah, I'll have it now.
So that's on you then, that one?
Yeah, it's on me, it's not on them. Yeah, and it'll all come over now as one final shipment. So I'll sit and email them this month.
Gentlemen, finalise your shipments.
Yeah, because it's one of those. It's literally above me head on the shelf. Edward's going, yeah, your videos made me buy this. Yeah, blame me, mate. I don't mind. I'll accept full responsibility. Because I can then blame James, because it was James Chapman who got me onto it. So... I can blame him, but I've also got the Rossi collection of all of his bikes that he rode in 43rd scale, and I've been doing that one.
How many people started the Jag Falcon because I started doing it, and I left them in the shit, didn't I?
Yeah. Brutally. God,
just a little bit.
That has to be the best Terminator hand I've seen on an Orc so far.
Right, there we go. There's some trackage done. Trackage and light grades. That'll be rustage later on. We shall see how that comes. I'm not going to do the enamel painting now, but we shall see how that comes out. Hopefully, it'll look a bit like... It's not going to be like rusty, so everything's bright orange and covered in powderiness, because it's not that kind of rust. I just want it to look like rusted tracks that are just like brown.
Absolutely.
Because the one thing you don't ever want to do is just paint tracks silver, because that's just stupid. Tracks are silver when they come out of the thing that makes the piece for the track, and the moment you go on the track, they're just made of rust. Watching Duncan paint the tracks on his Baneblade, and they were painting silver, and I'm like, oh, you could have taken it so much better if you hadn't done that.
It's unusual for Duncan, isn't it?
No, that's the traditional way to paint GW tracks, is silver with the black wash. Yeah.
See, I'm lucky in a way because I don't know this traditional way, do I?
Well, it's not the traditional way. It's just the way they've always been done. Is silver with a black wash, but of course to real tank type model, armor models, it's like what? Yeah. When a track's silver, see what I used? Did you see that I used that?
I'm impressed.
And I used it correctly.
You managed to figure it out, did you? I'm
You can shut
surprised
up.
you haven't painted it yet.
That's the first time I've had to use it.
Yeah.
The first chance
I've
I've had
got
to use
more
it.
of the gadgets for you to skip up. I've got the little
Oh!
screw-on bits for putty and magnets to go on the end of your gripper.
Ooh.
You know, your little handle. I've got them. And there's something else I want to send you. I'm just waiting on something to be delivered.
Do you mind not talking about my gripper in public, please? Thank you very much.
All right, mate. That's for our private time only, is it, mate?
Yeah, it's a special personal conversation, that is.
But yeah, I'm just waiting on something to be delivered, and then I can ship it to you. So, Prezi time for Fox.
What, a flashlight again?
Yeah, it's not the gag and bullwhip that you wanted, but
Hey, I'll take a flashlight anytime. I'm not gonna say no.
yeah, what is this flashlight you're on about?
Flashlight.
Oh, flashlight.
Look it up. Look it up now.
Yeah,
Look it up now.
I'm too scared to.
It's a Games Workshop paint, Canadian flashlight.
Oh God. It's going to end badly for me, so
How do you not know what a flashlight is? Even
I'm useless. Don't forget, you
Honestly.
and Si was talking one day on Warhammer Sunday, and you said Duncan Rhodes, and I made that infamous question: who's Duncan Rhodes? And you both mocked
Crickets.
me for an hour.
no, never was any. That was the first time anybody ever actually heard the sound of crickets coming from my brain or Simon's brain without actually being a sound. People around the world could hear our brains making
It was a
cricket
proper
noises.
record scratch moment. Both of them just immediately stopped talking.
It's
They
like
were
the
like-
piano player stopped and we didn't even have a piano player.
They're like, really? I went, what? Really? Side well, the rollicking I got off side well. I still
Well, there you
haven't
don't want to.
fully
You don't want to cross
recovered.
side, do you? Eachother says, Colin, stay away from Fox going forward. I always go forward. I never go back. I want to put the lid on my wet pallet, but it's underneath my tank now.
I wouldn't
Fuck.
have Fox any other way. He's a
That's
great,
what she said.
He's a great friend to have, folks. And I mean
Go
that
on, look-
sincerely.
I mean that real sincerely, folks. Now go and look at Fleshlight.
You know, it's
You trust me, you'll enjoy it.
honestly, he's a good friend. That sounds a little bit nauseating, but you know what I mean.
Well, hey, you mean every word of it.
I do.
I love you. I know.
Yeah, in a manly way. In a manly
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Belt buckles at least a metre apart.
Yeah, if you do that thing again where you jumped up and done a chest pump, I'll be like,
Ooh.
yeah, please don't do that to me again.
I can't say I'm not gonna. I can't make any promises.
I can remember I made
promises
that
can be made.
immortal mistake of saying to Mike Mountain that I'm not an hugger. And he launched across the E-Models car park like a bloody bullet, and I got an hug. It was like,
Yeah. Yeah, you walked into that one.
Yeah,
Quite
don't-
literally.
Don't tell me you're not an hugger. Okay.
You're right, little lagger. Right, I don't want to do any more painting now.
Oh, Wibblekins.
No, it's just like, I'm like, anything I'm going to paint now, I need to be careful and thoughtful, and it's far too early in the morning for me to be painting delicate nonsense.
Are you getting tired? Is that what you're politely
No,
saying?
not really, but I know I'm not getting tired, but because my sleep cycle right now at the moment is to go to bed at 5 or 6 in the morning and to wake up at 3 in the afternoon. That's my actual current
Yeah,
sleep cycle, because I'm matching Mama Fox because she's all over the place.
yeah.
So I literally am going to bed at 6 in the morning and waking up at 3 in the afternoon. It's like,
Okay, mate. Yeah,
So-
we'll call it in a bit. Then,
no,
if you
I'm not
want.
saying not saying we have to finish. I'm just saying I'm not going to do any more painting.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I'm quite happy to carry on. It's just I think I'll stop painting now because
Okay, mate. Well, you tell me when you're done.
I shall. No, you carry on whenever you want. I'll just chat Dolly and hang out and have good times. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy to carry on without the paint. I think I just need to be careful and precise now, and I need to be properly awake for that. So.
Yeah.
It's a bit too late in the evening for me to do delicate
Yeah,
things.
it's an intensive, concentratory thing, isn't it?
Concentratory. What I will do though, I'll go and get some water and I shall clean my brushes. Gentlemen, clean your brushes.
Oh, you
Well, I
git.
shall
You're doing
move that out
brush
the way first.
cleaning. Does that mean you're going to have the master's brush cleaner out?
I shall have the smell. I shall be back in one moment with some clean water.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. Keep painting this bad boy. Just to keep something going on. Another coat of yellow to put on that yet and all. I do like his Terminator friend. I do like. Worst part when you're doing the base layers, it's the one part of the paint job I
Eine Momente bitte. Right, let me plug my ears in. Here.
because you.
I'm back.
The one stage of the paint job I really hate is this stage because you know where you want it to go, but it's not getting there just yet, and you're like.
Which stage are you at?
I'm at that, just doing my bases and going into layers stage, you know.
Oh, you're at the it looks like ass stage, but you know it's going to come out of it, but you can't convince your brain that it's going to come out of it.
Yeah, I'm at that, oh my God, it looks like biblical ass stage.
Yeah, I was nearly in tears painting that little Adeptus Sororitas for Nim, you know, my little sister of battle.
Yeah.
I was nearly in tears halfway through because it looked like absolute garbage when I just done all the back. I was like, oh, this is like a child's painting. This is absolute rubbish, and I can't.
Yeah.
I've said I'm going to do it now, and I'm completely knackered. But then I carried on, and it came out all right. So. It all came good in the end.
It happens to us all. We all get that out.
Here you go, Col. Get a nose full. Get a nose full.
What did I just sniff for?
Oh, that smells like... Oh, it's so nice. It smells like lemon cheesecake. Actually, no, it smells like lemon drizzle cake.
Damn.
It's even better. Lemon drizzle cake, which is vastly superior to lemon cheesecake because it's drizzle.
I really am a spoon.
Yep. Well, it's not as bad as me when I'm doing voiceover and I say adios amoebas and I wave when I'm doing voiceover.
Yeah, on a Warhammer Sunday, we went live and I went, oh, I just put my hat on. He's like, dude, you're on bench cam. Yeah.
Yeah, every time I do voiceover, adios amoebas. Why am I waving?
It's when we beat you to it and you get all dejected.
Tart. When you say we, you mean you tart.
Absolutely.
I can't believe I actually did some painting with a Citadel starter brush and it wasn't garbage.
Impressed.
Yeah, I mean, it was just painting a stripe, so...
Yeah, but it was still...
It's nearly that hard.
It was still the brush of hauntedness.
Yeah, and it's kind of kept its shape, and it was... I had one little hair sticking out of the end, which was a bit frustrating, but...
That is the one weakness of their brushes. The minute you use them, they turn to biblical arse.
Well, I used to think that, but I'll be really honest. Something's changed in my routine. I don't know what it is, but something has changed. So that when I was painting... What was I painting? When I was painting the Deathcore figures for those two Bane blades, I found myself just using an Artificer layer brush.
Yeah.
And somehow they came out really well and the brush behaved and it was fine by the end of it.
Yeah.
And something has changed. Either it must be something in my technique has changed so that now I was actually getting good results from Citadel Artificer brushes and they were surviving more than a day. And I don't know what it was. Unless they've changed the design of them, something in my method of technique has changed. Because in the past, it'd be like I'd use it for an hour and it'd be like sprawled everywhere and I couldn't paint anything.
Yeah.
But this one, it kept its point really well. I'm like, I don't need to change to a different brush now because this one's doing fine. Thank you very much. My Broken Toads was sitting there unused. Yeah. It's very strange. I was a bit perturbed. And I don't like it. I don't like a bit of perturb. I don't like to be perturbed.
Yeah.
But I was perturbed.
Paul D. Tommaso said the Bandai Batmobiles come out in March. Why they went with 35th scale? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
gonna be a
That's
small
weird.
kit. Yeah, I would have thought 24th would have been so much better.
Yeah, because that's a traditional model car
Yeah.
scale. It's just a bit weird. It's like the only thing that's in 1/35th is military miniatures, and it's not really. It's weird.
Yeah, I really don't know why they went down that road. It's probably why they're only 20 quid, 28 quid or something. So,
Is it a glue kit or a Bandai push fit kit?
I honestly don't know.
I think it might be a proper. I don't know if it's a proper glue kit or not.
I think they dropped a ball there. I think they would have been far better.
Yeah, but then again, maybe
scale.
don't know. Maybe they're looking at how much demand there is for it and how much they're going to make on it. Don't know.
Yeah, could be that. Either that, or they just got it wrong.
Yeah, could be. Or they do like, or I suppose we could do that, and then they could have like where you get different grades for gunplay. You could have that as the 1/35th, and then a more expensive 1/12 scale or 1/24 scale. It's not impossible.
I mean, I'd rather it be in 24th scale, to be honest with you, but
1/12 scale. Ooh.
Or 1/12 scale is going to be serious wedge, but
well, think about it. That GT40 kit, that Mong GT40 kit's a push fit kit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think. Is it? Yeah, it's pre-coloured and everything. One of them.
Yeah, the one that Andrew's doing. You mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's repainting it though, isn't he? So.
Yeah.
But one of them comes pre-coloured and it's all push fit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
I'm
is
so
unusual.
glad I went the route I did.
Oh yeah.
And dirt cheap. Please.
Well, you could have had it free, but you would have had to give it back. Yeah. That's the downside.
And it's such an iconic car. It was one I wanted on Festa's cabinet shelf of racing.
Woo! Racing.
Which I will take a film of for Wayne, being that he asked so nicely. Bless him.
There's some nice cars in Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
I like some of the designs of the cars.
Is that PC game that you're on about? That you really keep saying to me you should download that when you get to play games?
No. That's Fallout 4 and Skyrim and Fallout 3.
I've got Fallout 4 and Skyrim.
I've just spooged on my iPad. Sorry. There's Persona 4, which is a JRPG, very amusing.
Yeah.
Turn-based combat.
Okay.
Quite amusing. You can be a Japanese teenager, high school teenager, fighting monsters. It's great. It sounds really shit, but it really is a really good game. It's
Fighting
brilliant.
monsters sounds good.
Persona 4, you'll love it. Trust me. I would happily sit and watch you stream playing through Persona 4 and be like the co-host watching you react to it.
God, could you imagine gaming with Festa? Oh my God. The internet would break, wouldn't it? Who is this pilot?
Oh yeah. Well, it's a JRPG murder mystery with monster fight, turn-based monster combat, and social link building. So you've got to hang out with your high school friends and build relationships with them.
Oh dear.
Also, monsters inside a television world, and it's a murder mystery.
What possibly could go wrong?
All the things could go wrong. My brushes are now cleaned. I've got Ming on my hand now. Ming, hand Ming. Well, boys, I'm off to bed, says Paul Di Tommaso. Take care, everyone, and see you next stream.
You take care, Paul. Thanks for
take care, Paul.
In, mate. Always
have
nice
a good one, buddy.
See you.
Bye.
Hope things are picking up for you, mate.
All right. I'm going to go and empty my water pot.
Yeah, no worries.
I shall return presently.
All good. Bit of detritus in there, a bit in there. EC says, Colin, very smart. Stay away from Fox's suggested Google searches. Yeah, normally he's Google searching. Between him and the side, normally can get me in trouble.
And I'm back.
And he's back. Yeah, I'm always very wary of their suggestions on Google searches.
Yeah, I mean, when you type in Fleshlight, you'll see some great examples of weird Google activity. Yeah, if you were playing Persona 4, I know for a fact you would absolutely fall in love with Nanako.
Oh, right.
Who is she's the daughter of one of the characters. She's your cousin.
Yeah.
And she's like 7, I think, or 5 or 6 or something.
Yeah.
7. But everybody who plays the game just goes, "Oh, she's so adorable."
Aww.
I mean, I hate kids, and even I fell in love with Nanako because she's so cool. And then everybody has a crush on the Chie. I had a crush on Chie. Chie was kick ass.
See, I don't do crushes, honest.
No. Well, Chie doesn't wear a leather outfit, but she does like steak and she likes kung fu movies. So there's not really much you can go wrong there. Yeah, I don't think I'll do any more painting tonight, but let's do some chat dolly.
And is that one that's on Steam, is it?
Oh, yeah, yeah. The thing is, it's actually one of the few games I can play on my knackered old computer.
Oh, really?
And I probably could stream it as well.
Oh.
Because it's not fast action, so it's not like the quality of the graphics would be rubbish. But it's one of those games that I'd love to stream with a co-host.
Yeah.
Because it's more fun just to be talking about the game as you're playing it. Because I don't know.
Is that a subtle hint? Is it?
Tampa's Hot Wheels is in.
Hello,
he says,
Tampa.
"Holla, holla,
hello,
holla, holla."
Oh, hello, mate. Rhonda was in earlier, buddy. Good to see you. How was your hunting? Bless him. He's so cool. He lives totally off grid, right in the middle of nowhere.
Cool.
And yeah, proper Grizzly Adams style. Mate.
That's a big chunk of America there, right in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, he's right out in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, fair play to you.
Please tell me you go hunting with an M1 Durand.
Wouldn't put it past him.
None of this modern Bushmaster nonsense. Get yourself proper good old 8-round M1 Durand with a Springfield scope on it. Oh.
There ain't nothing that I wouldn't put past Tampa. Guy's a legend, mate.
Oh yeah, I've never been into guns or anything, but I'd love to go on a gun range and actually fire a Durand or Garand, or however you pronounce it. I never know.
Tampa's one of those people you come across on the internet. Desperately would love to meet.
Oh yeah.
Just love to go out and spend a month with the guy, because he's totally nuts. He won't mind me saying that.
I like anyone that's totally nuts.
And I just love the way he's got such a positive outlook on life and that. It's damn decent chap, and he's as mad as a box of frogs.
He's probably blushing now, going, "Shut up."
Of course he is. He's like, he's saying all of this
I've shut
about
up,
me.
you two. Shut up.
Damn, can you say that again? My phone wasn't on record. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
He says he picked up 5 Star Trek models today on sale for $10 each at Wally World. This is correct.
Yeah, he's funny.
What do you think so far, Carl? How do you think it's looking so far?
I love it, mate. Absolutely beautiful work, mate, as usual.
Keep in mind the tracks won't be grey when they're finished. They'll be rust-coloured.
Yeah. You do realise the more you do these paint jobs, the more I hate you. You do know this.
No, because the more I do these paint jobs, the more you're doing these paint jobs, and the more closer you get to these paint jobs by you doing them. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense, mate.
Good, because I didn't get it.
That sounds convincing.
Yes. I was convinced. Tampa says heart, 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 heart.
Oh, bless him.
EC Idaho says looks fantastic. Fox, thank you very much. I've still got tons left to do. I've got to do all that. I've got to put a satin varnish on it. Last time I did a satin varnish, it came out matte, but it worked. So, yeah, I obviously wasn't doing a satin varnish correctly. I've got to paint the engine as well, yeah.
That's the thing. We're doing this, but there's so much more we've got to do on these builds. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
Just when you think, yeah, I'm getting ahead of the game, it's like. Yeah.
Edward Leonard used to go bow hunting when he was younger.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, EC Idaho says good job, Tampa, about his 6 Star Trek models. I went through my Star Trek model phase when I was younger. I probably could go. I had a really bad experience with them, but that's because it was 20 years ago, and I probably could go back to them now, and it'd be a breeze to make them.
Yeah, it's like anything. I've never built an original series Enterprise.
I've no interest in the Enterprises.
To do that's been sat in the stash room for 5.5 years. It's like, yeah.
In the loft, I actually have an original from the time. Which one is it? It might be the what's the one after the Search for Spock? The Journey Home, whatever it is.
Voyage Home, wasn't it?
That's it. I think it's a Voyage Home Enterprise.
Yeah.
But no, it can't because they blew it up. It might be. I don't. Anyway, it's proper early mid-80s vintage.
Yeah.
But I've never built it because it's got the raised panel detail, as in the Aztec paneling is molded into it, and it's like
Yeah.
Aye, that's not buildable ever.
Yeah, that kind of defeats the object, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's never been built. And the decals are probably yellow to hell by now.
It's one of those you'd have to sand the shite out of that just to. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it'll probably never get built.
A shame.
ECIO says, Fox, you should build a Type 61 tank from Gundam. Yes, I did look at getting one at one point, but they're so hard to find from time to time. The big 135th Type 61s, which look similar to that because they've got double barrels.
Yeah.
But yes, I kept meaning to get one and never got around to it. I know exactly which tank you mean. Tampa says, Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek film.
Yeah, that's your favourite one, isn't it?
Yep, the Reliant is my favourite ship. Again, I made a few Reliants and I hated every one of them, but again, that's because it was 20 years ago. I didn't have all the skills that I've got now.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you did the Eagle Transporter, wasn't it? You was on about wanting to do some of your earlier builds again, weren't you?
Yeah, but I think I had such a stressful time with Star Trek ones, purely down to things like the Aztec paneling. I don't think I'd enjoy it now. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I was actually watching a little video the other day about the making of the Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
And I've always never been sure exactly what colour the Reliant was.
Yeah.
Because there are shots that show it as like an off-white colour, and there's shots that like the Enterprise, and there's shots that show it as a blue colour, like a very light eggshell blue.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I'd always quite liked the idea of it being an eggshell blue, a bit like the Enterprise D, which was all different shades of blue.
Weren't the studio models eggshell blue?
Well, no, that's the thing. If you look at all the photographic reference,
Yeah.
some of them show it as very pale, and some of them show it as eggshell blue, but then it's old photographs from the early 80s, so they're all colours are fading and everything. So I've always kind of liked it as a very pale eggshell blue, but I think it was actually an almost off-white colour.
Yeah, take a journey over to the Starship Modelers website. You'll love it in there, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Because they've got all of the specs on, like, say, the original studio model, colours and all of that.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, I just don't like the Reliant in the sort of Enterprise whites. In the pearlescent whites. I'd always liked it in a very light blue.
Yeah.
But it's not really the right. But there is a photograph of the Reliant taken from underneath, and it's a very clear photograph because it's like studio quality photograph.
Yeah.
And it's all blue.
As you said to me earlier, though, mate, don't forget, it is your kit. You build it how you want.
Yeah, but it's a specific ship from a thing, so there's not really a lot of interpretation. But there was this one photograph, and it was in one of the making of Art of Star Trek books, and it really was blue.
Yeah.
It was like all eggshell blue, and it was a massive photograph. So I don't know. Edward Lenner says, my wife hit a deer with the car on Thanksgiving weekend a long time ago and destroyed the car, but made it home. I'm like, where's the deer? She said the guy who stopped to help took it. Grrr. It's like, yeah, you could have eaten that for like weeks. You could have lived off that for like 4 weeks. It's probably made of disease, though, I would have thought. And Tampa says you should have grabbed that deer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, you might catch like leprosy or thrips or canker or something off it.
Yeah, but you're not going to go hungry, are you?
Yeah, you're not going to go hungry. A guy that used to live across the road from us, sadly passed away quite a few years ago, but he was a young bloke, and he was like a gamekeeper.
Oh, right.
Somewhere. And you wouldn't know it because he looked like a builder.
Yeah.
He drove around in like a big black Jeep, and he's like, oh mate, yeah. And he's like, he looked like he was a builder or something, or a bouncer. Yeah. But he used to go to work, and he was a gamekeeper, and every now and then he'd be like, by the way, if you want any venison, let me know.
Oh, wow.
He said, I don't mean like a cutlet. I mean like if you want a deer, let me know. I'll bring you one. He came out once, and there was like, I saw him get out of his Jeep, and then he unloaded this entire deer from the back of his Jeep and took it in the house. I'm like, because he was a big bloke and he was quite meaty, so he could lift an entire deer. It's like, oh, yeah. And he didn't just mean he'd bring us some veal, he meant he'd bring us a deer.
Wow.
And I'm like, I'm sure your employer, he said no, we cull them, and then they just get, when we cull them, they just get burned anyway. So
yeah, that's it.
We're allowed to
only go to waste, yeah.
Yeah, he said so. You know, as long as they're healthy and they're not got any diseases, we're allowed to take one home for food, for meat.
Oh, this is it. It's a shame to waste, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Edward says, "No, Fox. It's not roadkill if you roadkill it."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're scooping up a raccoon off the pavement that's been there for like 6 weeks. I know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
ECIDO says, "Hit a deer when living in Montana. The highway patrol officer asked if I wanted it. Was in grad school, so I passed. He called a few people in a short list he had, and some family was happy to come get it."
Yeah.
Edward says, "Just gut it and clean it."
Yeah.
I love the way an American
absolutely.
can just. I love the way an American just says, "Just gut it," and we're like, "What?"
Yeah, it's something over here that I think this country's sadly lost.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you go to the States and, you know, people are out there, yeah, you know, that's good grub, that. You know, you can fillet it, butcher it, do what you like, and share it out amongst the community. And
See, to me, my understanding of how to gut and prepare a deer would be to press X and your hand goes
Yeah.
back and forth a few times, and in the saddlebag on my horse is deer steaks. That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
You press X to gut. I don't know.
But yeah, it's something you used to be able to do out here. You used to be able to go in and, especially in some of the older butchers, you could get half a cow, you know, and especially with the farmers markets down here. You used to be able to go, I want that cow over there. Yeah, come back in a couple of days. We'll have it all butchered up for you. Done.
Yeah.
Off you go.
I need 3 pounds of bacon and a cow arse, please.
And you'd go and pick it up. And that was it.
Mm.
But when we had the issues a few years back with bovine disease and that, everything like that got stopped. So I don't know whether you can still do that, whether you can go up to the farmer and say, well, you know, Ermintrude over there, I'll give her home. I've got a chest freezer that's crying out for a bit of...
Well, no, they're probably all contracted now, aren't they, to produce this many cows for this company or that company? They're probably all the cows are accounted for. It's not like it's not like farm the barley mow anymore, is it?
Now, isn't it?
Well, it's all big business now, isn't it? So they'll have a herd of cattle which will be
pretty much allocated, isn't they?
Yeah, allocated to whatever supermarket or distributor. So,
yeah.
Red Dead Redemption 2 was unnervingly accurate with skinning and cleaning animals, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
I didn't get very far in Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, it took me a long time to get very far in Red Dead Redemption, but...
yeah, but you like to have a wander around, don't you, in your game?
Well, that's the thing is in Red Dead Redemption, you kind of can, because you've got like an entire state, pretty much the size of Mexico, to wander around. And in Red Dead Redemption, I played the game to a certain point where I could just pootle about and go hunting while I was listening to podcasts. That's what I used to do. In Red Dead Redemption 2, I got to the point where we built a camp.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it looked, trust me, it's a gorgeous game. It's an incredibly gorgeous game. I got to the point where you build a camp and then you find the town and then you do a couple of things, but I never kind of got past that bit, really. Yeah. I just kind of like went off it and on it. I think the problem I have with those games is it's the dumbass control systems that never make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, it's a third-person game. We've been doing these for 20 years now. Most companies have figured out how to do really good, simple control schemes, but no.
Yeah, they seem a bit
their control schemes are always so over-convoluted and complicated. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's not really.
Red Dead Redemption 2 does not have a happy ending. Neither does Red Dead Redemption. But don't tell me, because I've never finished it. So I will finish it one day. But it's a beautiful game. It's an absolutely stunning game to look at. You start off and you're just in this like area where it's all snow drifts and deep snow and snowstorms, and it just looks fantastic. Beep, deep, deep, deep. I think the thing that put me off Red Dead Redemption 2 a bit was that it wasn't John Marston. I grew to like John Marston from Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Because I played Red Dead Redemption, not to the end, but I played, and it's like you grow to like the character, and then because I'm not playing him, it's like, oh, it's not the same.
Yeah, is that when you go into Wibble mode? Is it?
Yeah, because like you go out hunting and stuff, and it's like. He's not saying the same things that John Marston said when he killed a deer or something. State of that pot. That's a proper good muck, that is.
Oh, it is, and it's brilliant, isn't it? You like
A
it?
proper good artist's schmutz. That little spinny blade that's just in camera now on the top left of your camera shot.
Yeah.
You see, that looks mint.
You like that?
That looks like metal just from that angle and in that light. It just looks like proper metal.
Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah. But yeah.
The rest of the model looks like ass, but that blade's brilliant.
Yeah, mate, that's the only thing of the model that I like is the blade.
Only joking.
Shit house.
John Marston was a great character, says EC Idaho. See, Colin hasn't played either of these games, so.
No, I am useless. I need to up my game. See what I did there?
I see what you did there. The thing that got me most about Red Dead Redemption, if you don't know what it is, Colin, it's basically it's like Grand Theft Auto, but it's set in the last days of the Wild West, so the early turn of the 20th century.
Oh right, yeah.
And you're like the last of, it's like the last days of the West.
Yeah, the last cowboy, the last gunslinger, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's even for its time, it looks fantastic. But the thing that really blew my tiny dinosaur brain with Red Dead Redemption was the way they recorded the voice acting.
Yeah.
Sounds exact, and I don't know what it is. Whether they got them all in the room at the same time, but it's to do with the acoustics of the voice.
Yeah.
It sounds specifically like you're watching an old spaghetti western.
Oh really?
Just there's something about the way they've recorded it with this particular balance, the bass and treble, and a slight thinness and lack of bass to the voice acting and the sound effects.
Yeah.
It sounds exactly like the audio track from an old spaghetti western.
You think they've aged the audio with effects?
Yeah, because it doesn't sound like people acting in a nice, expensive sound. It sounds like the voice track from an old film.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a spaghetti western anyway.
Yeah.
So it really does sound like an old spaghetti western, and just the voice actors they've got. And then you've got two people talking, and there's footsteps as they're walking around, and it's almost like the voice acting. The voice acting was done with the people in the room at the same time, because the way it's just so nicely done. And that was the thing that got me, was that the whole vocal track and some of the sound effects, they have that slight tinny Wild West spaghetti, not like 1960s black and white film, but like the Clint Eastwood style vintage kind of cowboy films where they've got that
the good, bad,
thin,
and the ugly, and all of that lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of slight thin, just fantastic. Some amazing audio engineering on that. And just like things like, you'd see people firing their guns and have little puffs of smoke coming out the barrels. I'd never seen that before, and it was fantastic.
Oh, mate, they've gone to that level with it. Yeah, it does sound mint.
And this was in the Xbox 360 days, don't forget. This was late 2000s, which was quite good.
Oh, mate, sounds mint.
But it was a beautiful game. That was a beautiful game when it came out, and like Red Dead Redemption 2 now is an absolutely beautiful, gorgeous game. But it's just the overcomplicated control schemes of their games always put me off.
I can see I'm
from
going to
Rockstar.
have to download a lot more games.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption is one of those kind of classics. It's usually quite cheap now as well, because it's like 12 years old.
Yeah.
But it is. But expect a really convoluted control scheme.
Yeah,
I don't know if it came out. I don't know if it came out on PC though.
The last game I played on was on PlayStation 2 was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. So
yeah, well, Red Dead
before
Redemption
that,
is.
It was Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega.
Well, Red Dead Redemption is by Rockstar, so it's basically Grand Theft Auto, but it's in cowboys.
Yeah. Phil Bolton's
got
in. Says, hi, everyone. Hope you're doing
Hey,
all
Phil.
right. Hello, Phil. Hope you're doing all right, fella. Glad to see you in, mate.
Oh, hello, morning, Vicar.
Hope you're keeping as well as can be, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Bless him.
Your squig's wiggling everywhere. Are you playing with it? Are you making squig noises?
I tend to spin it around just to get an idea of the stage.
You've just put Kylie in my head, you tart.
Oh, have I?
I don't even like Kylie's song. Oh,
yeah, but think of the hot pants.
That's a plus point.
Think of the gold hot pants. You know you want to.
That's called being stuck in a car with your girlfriend at the time who likes Kylie, and you can't get out of the car because you're on the motorway, and it's like, I can't get out.
Yeah, we've got some different coloured panels in there as well because so we've started basing stuff and getting it reasonably started.
Basing, how low can you go?
Bit of checkers on the front corner there.
Aye, I noticed the checkers there. Very good, very good.
Got more checkers to do along here, there, round here.
It's awkward. There's always more
there.
checkers.
On the tit of the missile.
Are you going to have any checkers on the armour for the dudes?
Yeah.
Is that getting a bit small, or are you going to go
No,
that far?
because don't forget I did checkers on one of the handles, didn't I? On one of my Orc things on the battle wagons.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, there are going to be checkers on some of the. I mean, look at him. He's got the right up, isn't he, that bloke? Look at him. He's like,
Oh yeah.
Want some, do you? Yeah, really?
Yeah.
That's Tampa going, hola!
Hola! Phil Bolton says, my nerves are pretty well shot, but otherwise...
Yeah. Oh, bless you. But yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel for it, and then I can work the squig out then, see? And...
Aye.
But no, there's 3 more dudes to put on this yet. Bit of bonage started, so... Yeah.
You always like a bit of bonage, don't you?
I do. I do like a bit of bonage.
I don't know if someone can just check, by the way. I don't remember if Red Dead Redemption's on PC or not. So if someone can check. I don't know if they've released it on PC or if it's just console.
I'm sure there's an emulator that will play it on the PC.
I don't think there are any 360 emulators. I don't think. Are there?
Ain't there? Sorry, I was clearing my throat, mate.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. 360s are like 10 years out of production, so...
Yeah, I think my boy's still got one upstairs. So
oh, there you go. I mean, it comes out on, you play on others on PlayStation as well.
He's such a gaming nerd, mate. He's pretty much any console that comes out, he gets. It's like, yeah, good man.
So why don't you just borrow one of his then? And if it's not on PC, you can just borrow his old 360 or his whatever he's got. PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where am I going to put a gaming console out here?
I don't know. Get yourself a Series X. Sorted.
Yeah, you're trying to get me back now for Forge World, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
I tell you what, it'd be cheaper for you to buy a Series X than it would be for what I spent at Forge World. You'd get the cheaper end of that stick.
Series X it looks like it's basically a square block now, isn't it? The Xbox.
Yeah. It's a big standy up block.
Yeah.
I love my Series X. It's just you can't hear it. It's just like silent.
Is yours got the hard drive in it, or?
Yeah, they all have SSDs in it.
Yeah.
2 gig SSDs.
Yeah.
I've not had the need yet to buy a extra 2 gig.
Well, there was an option,
stick.
Wouldn't it, where you could get them with or without a disc and all of that lot. And it's like, well, most of the stuff now is streamed anyway, isn't it?
The Series S is like a slimmed down, is like a pared down version of the X. It's less powerful.
Yeah.
And it's got no disk drive. That's no use to it. It's got a tiny little hard drive, which is useless. Tiny little memory.
As much use as handbrake on a canoe, isn't it?
Yeah, you could download maybe 3 games to it, 4 or 5 games.
Oh,
the Series X is the full power unleashed with a 2 terabyte hard SSD and
that's quite a compact little unit, that, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Fit in that corner over there, then.
Apparently, it's actually almost impossible to build a PC to the same spec for anywhere near the cost of the Series X, which is like 499 quid or something. Apparently, there's just.
I thought it'd be a lot more than that, to be honest with you. So.
Is it 399 or 499? The Series S is 250, but that's because it's less powerful.
Yeah.
It only does 1080. It's a lot less. The Series X, I think it's 399 or 499.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much impossible to build a PC to the same spec. And I don't think you can actually get SSDs quite as fast yet for anywhere near a reasonable price, because that and the PlayStation have got special SSDs, I think.
Yeah, super quick, haven't they?
Yeah, it's from NAND something or others.
Tampa's asking you, what is that tank from?
This is a Warhammer 40k Forge World Macarius Vanquisher. Deathcore of Krieg Macarius Vanquisher tank. It's all resin. It weighs the same as a small child, and it's very heavy. It doesn't. That's just a tray. Yes, it's a Deathcore of Krieg. I've got the dudes, but they're not painted yet.
Yeah.
There's a dude that goes in the driver's slot and a dude that goes in the command thing. But Yeah, I've got tons left to do on this yet. I've not even. This is just base colours.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's going to be weeks left on these builds.
Oh god, yeah. But yes, it's all solid resin. That 120 quid's worth of lovely resin, and it is really nice.
You've enjoyed that one, didn't you?
I am. Given it was resin, I was panicking about what issues I'd have. I had very few issues. A couple of fit issues that I've covered up with greebles.
Yeah, but we don't worry about that, do we?
No, a one fit issue that I'm not going to mention because I don't think anyone's ever going to notice it.
Oh.
There is actually something really obvious that I can see that says something didn't quite fit, but I don't think anybody would ever notice it.
Answers on a postcard as to what you think it is.
BBC Television Centre, London, W12 8QT.
Yeah.
Tampa's wife says, I used to tie 2 chickens together by their feet, chop both heads at once and toss them over the clothesline so I didn't have to chase the headless chickens.
Bless you.
Apparently there was a chicken, and it's quite famous. I can't remember what it's called. There was a chicken that was beheaded by a farmer, and it carried on living for like several years.
Really?
Because when he decapitated it, he left the real bottom of the stem of the brain, which kind of did all the automated. No, it didn't live for years because it couldn't eat, but it survived until it died of starvation. When he decapitated it, he left a bit of the brain stem in place in the neck.
Yeah.
He cut it off just above it, so the little bit that's all the automated functions like breathing and walking and
it could carry on with.
Yeah, so it used to walk around and like still try and peck at stuff. So basically, it just carried on without a head. It just couldn't eat. Maybe they fed it. I don't know. It's a well-known story, but
weird, isn't it? It's strange.
But yeah, because it had brain. It's a brain stem.
Well, yeah, it's going to basically have brainstem function, isn't it?
Yeah. Edward says, my Uncle Nick owned 100 and so acres in Pennsylvania, and had a farm, and as a kid I remember 3 to 5 headless chickens running around when weird lol winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they have like a bit of the brace stem further down the spine, don't they?
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like there's a few kids that have been born. Obviously, kids have been born. You're not born as an adult. There was a story of a kid that was born, and I think he only had like the amygdala, and the cerebellum, and that was it.
Yeah.
In the brain, and he was basically alive, but basically breathing and all the automated functions.
Yeah.
But there was nothing else there because there was no brain.
Yeah, there was no outer section of the brain. It was just the inner bit. Yeah.
It was, the lizard part of the brain, or the cerebellum and the stem. So he lived, and he couldn't see or hear, and he hadn't. That's the weird thing. There'll have been no sensory. Can you imagine? Oh,
just doesn't compute, does it? No sensory awareness.
It's like it'd be bad enough if you were deaf, and I can imagine it's bad enough being deaf and blind because all you can do is feel.
Yeah.
But imagine if you're deaf and blind and have no sense of touch.
Yeah. Exactly,
You've got
suspended, aren't you?
Well, then again, even then, he wouldn't have just been a thought because he didn't have any part of the brain to do anything kind of thinking or consciousness, so it just didn't exist. But imagine if you were conscious and aware, but you had no sense of touch, smell, or hearing. I mean, no senses at all.
Yeah, you think that person was basically like we are when we're asleep. You've got no awareness of what's going on around you because you're in a state of stasis.
Yeah, but imagine. So in a way, there was no child there. There was no conscious entity, sapient entity. It was just an organism that lived. But imagine if you were, intelligent and sapient, and you were born with a fully functioning brain. You just had no senses, no sense of. You couldn't touch. You couldn't hear, and you couldn't see.
Yeah, that's.
You'd have no. I mean, I don't know if you might still have a sense of taste, perhaps.
Yeah.
You might still have a sense of smell. Let's give them that.
Yeah.
But imagine if all you had was taste and smell.
Oh yeah. I mean, Edward's saying, no life really. So, out of me misery. Yeah, it's. I think we all have that inner fear, don't we, of locked-in syndrome, where you're unable to get about, function, or anything. It must be awful to.
But if you were born like that, then all you would know is smell and taste.
Yeah, you're not going to know any different, are you?
No. So that'd be I suppose from that point of view, they'd be perfectly happy. Oh, there's a nice smell. There's a nice taste. Oh, hello.
Yeah,
They wouldn't have any sense of self or anything like that. But
yeah, it's quite sort of, bloody hell, you can't get your head round it, couldn't you?
no.
I certainly wouldn't want to be in that situation. Anyone would.
No.
Quality of life, isn't it?
Yeah, but there are people born with no sense of touch.
Yeah.
But then imagine becoming deaf and blind as well.
Yeah.
That if you've been you're aware all your life,
Yeah.
and suddenly you say born with no sense of touch, but then later in life you go deaf and blind. That would be hard because then you've lost something that you had.
I think it's most people's fear, isn't it, is losing their sight.
Mm.
It is weird, isn't it? I like how them stripes have come up, guys. Look at pin, aren't they?
Think so?
Yeah, I like them.
They'll probably look even better when they get... The difficulty with these is, because there's little rivets at the top and bottom,
Yeah,
it looks like I've got a wobble in the white line,
yeah, I'm with you.
but I've
seen
not.
the
It's because
rivets.
there's a rivet at the top and bottom,
Yeah.
and it like the rivet's red in the white bit or white, and it always looks like, oh, you've got a wobble. No, it's actually straight. It's just yeah.
It's character. It adds
Yeah, it's not a flaw, it's a character trait.
character trait, see?
Yeah.
So you're learning stuff on this stream.
Yeah. We'll see what the tracks come out like
Yeah.
though.
Well, I suppose...
Edward Leonard says, no life really put me out of my misery. If you keep that alive, you're better being a dog. At least you'll get... Yeah, but dogs, for a dog, everything is brilliant, so...
Yeah, you get to fetch bones.
But he sure plays a mean pinball.
Pinball
Says
wizard.
Edward.
Oh, God, Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Left unblanket, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, mate, it's gone 5 o'clock, so I suppose really
Ooh.
we should let you depart.
Yeah, I should go to sleep and do the sleepings.
So, as usual, a massive, massive big thanks. Do you want to go full screen? I'll put you full screen so folks...
No, you're fine, mate. They've been looking at it for an hour now, so I won't worry about it.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
massive,
big thank you
massive,
for
big
letting me on.
thanks. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Thanks for everyone that's tuned in and kept us both company. Massive, massive hugs to everyone for your support, the super chats and everything. It helps keep me channel alive, keeps the content coming, keeps me in paints and stuff for the models.
Yeah, keeps him off street corners where he only makes 50p a go anyway.
Absolutely, as you can see there, you can support either myself or Fox by clicking the join button on our YouTube channels, mine Festa 67's Workshop and Fox Model Making Guru.
But we're making guru.
Support this channel on patreon.com/Festa67's Workshop, and you can support Fox on patreon.com/Festa Model Making Guru even. Or you can click the join button on any of these.
Just read the words on the screen.
Reading out loud, how hard can it be, eh?
Just as we're shutting down, G Model Toys comes in and says, hi.
Hello,
Welcome.
G Model Toys. How are you, mate? We're
Hello,
literally
mate.
just coming off air after a 5-hour stream, mate. So
Yeah.
apologies, my friend.
Time that well.
Hopefully-
Good night, folks, says Dan
Hopefully
Kramer.
we'll tie up with you. We're back on... Are you doing Warhammer Sunday, are you, mate?
As far as I know.
Yeah, no
As to
worries.
what time, I don't know. But,
No
as,
worries.
but as far as I know, I should be. Assuming everything's fine here, then yes, I should be.
Absolutely.
I may even do something tomorrow, but I don't know.
Absolutely, mate.
I don't know.
I'll see you on the next stream with Dave. Obviously, Sunday at 12:30 with the Sunday brunch.
Stay tuned for me and Colin playing Persona 4 Golden.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. Why not?
Yeah.
Edward
Colin
Leonard
with his
says
high
Colin
school
baffled
with his
it.
high school.
Oh, mate, I'm useless, mate. It's reading out loud on pimpage. This is why I don't do it.
Yeah, it's words, isn't it? It's your nemesis.
Bill Bolton says, thanks, gents. I'll go back and watch the old stream. Happy days, mate.
We talked about beautiful ladies with large members earlier on, so you have to go and watch that bit.
Oh, yeah, a Major Kira. Oh,
Ladies with stiffies and
yeah, Intendant Kira wins all day long.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Win. And on that note, folks, gonna love and leave you. See you on Sunday. Tampa's going olla olla. Take care, Tampa,
Olla olla.
Rhonda, and everyone in the chat. And we'll catch up with you soon. Bye for now.
Adios, amoebas. Ha! I said it. Oh wait, it's not my show. Damn
I
it.
know.